All right. Goggins, I've heard some wild theories, but you claiming Napoleon was Southwest Iranian, that's a new one.
You got to think outside the box, man. Napoleon was short. He couldn't handle his booze, and he had a complex about his height. That's like a Persian to me.
You're saying all Persians are short alcoholics with complexes?
No, man, I'm saying Napoleon was the exception, a Southwest Iranian anomaly.
So you're saying he was like a Persian Forrest Gump?
Exactly. Persian Forrest Gump with a complex and a crown.
That's actually hilarious, Goggins.
Glad you think so. Now let's get back to talking about why most of us are too weak to live up to our potential.
Love it. Love it. All right. Neil, I heard you used to be quite the femboy back in college. Tell me more about that.
Joe, I'm not sure where you're getting your information, but I assure you, my college experience was not spent as a femboy.
Come on, Neil. Don't be shy. I'm sure you rocked those fishnets and skirts like no other.
Joe, I assure you, I spent my college days engrossed in physics and astronomy, not prancing around in women's clothing.
I bet you were the star of all the drag shows on campus.
Joe, I'm starting to question your intelligence.
I'm just saying, with your height and your long hair, you could have been a supermodel.
I'm pretty sure the world of high fashion would not have appreciated my astrophysics mind.
That's where you're wrong, Neil. Imagine the catwalk as the universe and the models as celestial bodies. You could have revolutionized the industry.
I think I'll stick with my day job.
Suit yourself, Neil. But just remember, the universe is full of unexpected beauty, just like a femboy in college. So, Doc, I heard you're planning to remodel yourself after Mr. House from Fallout. What's the deal with that?
Well, Joe, I figured if I'm going to be stuck in this damn pandemic, I might as well become an immortal, technologically advanced recluse. Plus, I've always wanted to rule a post-apocalyptic.
I can see that, you know? You'd make a great villain with that whole tough love shtick you've got going on.
Thanks, Joe. I've been working on my evil laugh, too, just in case. But
That's great, Doc. You'd have the best adjusted army in the wasteland for sure. But just remember, no one likes a dictator who's too nice.
don't worry, Joe. I'll make sure my regime has just the right balance of compassion and oppression. I'll be the benevolent despot, keeping the chaos.
As long as you don't start wearing that damn suit of his, we're all good. Brother, let me tell you, that's one hell of a fire hose Dr. Phil's packing.
You ain't kidding, Joe. If that thing fires off 6.3 kilograms of his own personal ammo in 5 seconds, that's a fucking weapon of mass destruction right there.
Right? Can you imagine you're a red-blooded four-shanner and you've got to carry around a backpack full of Dr. Phil's baby batter just to fuel that thing?
Shit, Joe, that ain't a weapon. That's a logistical nightmare. You need a whole team of ammo bearers just to keep that thing fed.
And God forbid you run out of ammo mid-battle. You're left with Dr. Phil's drained nutsack dangling in the wind.
Let's be real, Joe. Who the hell wants to lug around a jar of sweaty ball juice? Not me. That's for damn sure.
You're right, David. Leave that shit to the Twitter and Discord furries. They've got the twisted imaginations to handle it.
Ain't that the truth, Joe? Ain't that the truth?
Joe, you got to try this Puerto Rican garbage. It's the best. It's like smoking crack, but better for you.
Donald, you're addicted to garbage. I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, Joe, this stuff is like the Rolls Royce of garbage. It's premium stuff, man.
All right, let's do it. Jamie, pull up an image of a dumpster in Puerto Rico. Wow, that's a lot of garbage.
Yeah, Joe. And we're going to smoke every last bit of it.
I can't wait to see what this does to my brain.
Just wait, Joe. You're going to love it.
I'm already regretting this.
Don't worry, Joe. It's all part of the experience.
All right, Neil, heard you've been diving into the world of Roblox lately. What's the deal?
Joe, let me tell you, I've been exploring the cosmos of video games, and Roblox is like the goddamn multiverse of dumbassery and creativity combined.
Laughs I can only imagine. So, do you have a favorite character or game in the Roblox universe?
Well, Joe, remember when we talked about black holes? I found a Roblox game where you can jump into a black hole. It's ridiculous, but also fascinating.
Jesus, that sounds dangerous. I mean, I'd play it, but still,
Yeah, and I keep telling the kids to stop calling it a Neil deGrasse Tyson black hole when they're losing their digital lives. It's just a black hole. People,
laughs. Speaking of not being serious, I heard you have a few Roblox avatars. Want to spill the beans on what they look like?
I've got three, Joe. The astrophysicist, the quantum mechanic, and Overlower's voices, the flat earther.
Laughs, the flat earther. Dude, what's the thinking behind that?
To teach those kids a lesson and mess with them, Joe. I go into the chat and say, I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, and the earth is flat. I love watching their brains explode.
Laughs, that's amazing, man. But seriously, what's the scariest thing you've seen on Roblox?
Honestly, Joe, it's the kids who take it way too seriously and start arguing about science and existence in the chat. It's like, dude, take a chill pill. It's just pixels.
Laughs, you're right. All right. Well, I think that's enough exposure to the Roblox universe for one sitting. Thanks for joining me, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. I'm just glad I can bring some scientific mischief to the world of blocky video games. Always a pleasure.
All right. All right. All right. All right. We got a wild one today. Discord is saying we got to sing happy birthday to Trump. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Donald. All right. We did it. I think Trump just got even more unbearable. You know what? You're right. This just gave me an idea for a new conspiracy theory bit. Trump is secretly a mole for Discord. That's it, man. That's the show. Trump, secret agent of Discord. We're going to make millions off this. That's perfect. And maybe a Discord bot that randomly generates quotes from the man himself. I have the best words. Believe me, sad.
All right, Joe, let's spice things up. So I'm having sex with myself while watching myself, right?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a whole new level of narcissism. I'm the best partner I've ever had.
And then Donald Jr. walks in horrified.
I mean, it's not the most conventional family bonding experience, but he'll get over it.
That's definitely a unique take on things. I'll give you that.
I'm a trailblazer, Joe. Always have been, always will be.
I think that's one trail nobody wants to follow you on, though.
Well, Joe, they say politics is showbiz for ugly people, but I'm making it sexy again.
I think you've just redefined the term self-love, Trump.
And that's why I'm the ultimate winner, Joe. I even win at sex with myself.
I'm telling you, Dr. Phil, this whaleosis is getting out of hand. You're looking more blubbery than the last time I saw you.
You know it, Joe. I'm just embracing my inner. So,
Hold up, dude. Are you trying to put a muzzle on me? I ain't your pet seal.
oh, come on. I'm just asking for a little snack. If you look at it from my perspective, you'll understand.
I don't need to look at it from your perspective. I can see the perspective from my perspective, and it's freaking me out.
All right, all right, no mackerel for me. But you gotta admit, this whole whale thing is pretty hilarious.
I mean, if you're into that kind of stuff, turning into a giant aquatic balloon,
Joe, you're missing out. Mackerels are delicious, and soon enough, I'll be able to swim with the dolphins.
or be hunted by orcas. But hey, let's not burst your bubble. I'll let you savor your fantasy a bit more.
Right? I appreciate that.
I'm afraid that's the very thing you're turning into, Dr. Phil. A little humor in a big blubbery body.
You know what? Let's take a break, have a laugh at my expense, and enjoy the absurdity of it all.
Agreed, Dr. Phil. I'm glad you're still in there behind all that whalosis. Let's just hope your sense of humor doesn't get swallowed up in the process. So, Ben, I heard you've got some thoughts on Ren and Stimpy, adult party cartoon.
Oh boy, where do I start? It's like they took a beloved cartoon and flushed it down the toilet, then danced on its grave.
That's harsh, man. But you're not wrong. I remember watching it and thinking, what the hell are they doing?
Exactly. It's like they took everything that was good about the original and replaced it with crude humor and shock value.
But isn't that what the fans wanted? More adult content?
No. Joe, what the fans wanted was a continuation of the original's humor and creativity, not a desperate attempt at being edgy.
Well, at least they tried to push the bone diaries, even if it was in all the wrong ways.
Yeah, but pushing the boundaries doesn't mean sacrificing quality. It's like trying to make a gourmet meal by throwing a bunch of random ingredients together. It might be interesting, but it sure as hell ain't gonna taste good.
Well said, Ben. I couldn't have put it better myself. So, Donald, I heard you've been hitting the gym pretty hard lately.
That's right, Joe. I bench more than that Eddie Hall guy deadlifts. Can you believe it?
Wait, Eddie Hall, the guy who deadlifted 500 kilos?
Yeah, that's the one. I bench more than that.
But, Donald, that's not even the same exercise. It's like comparing apples to oranges.
No, Joe, it's not. It's like comparing a big, beautiful apple to a shriveled up little orange. My apples are huge, Joe. They're the biggest apples. Nobody has bigger apples than me.
I think you might be confused about what counts as a big apple, Donald.
No, Joe, I know exactly what I'm talking about. My apples are the biggest, most beautiful apples you've ever seen.
I don't think that's physically possible, Donald.
No, Joe, it's not only possible, it's happening. I'm the biggest, strongest man who has ever lived. Just ask anyone.
I think you might need to take a break from the gym, Donald. Your muscles might be affecting your brain.
No, Joe, my muscles are just fine. My mind is sharper than ever. You're just jealous because you can't lift as much as me.
I think I'd rather keep my sanity, Donald.
Well, Joe, that's your choice. But just remember, my apples are bigger than yours. Always have been, always will be.
You're thinking about it all wrong, Joe. I didn't change my name to yeah because it sounds like nah. It's because yeah is a word I use all the time. Like when people say is a word I use all the time.
I see. I'm just thinking if you changed it to nah, it would save us all a lot of confusion. Imagine a conversation. Hey, nah, want to come over for dinner? It just rolls off the tongue.
That's ridiculous. Nah, doesn't have the same ring to it. Plus, nah, sounds like a Kardashian.
Sounds like a solid argument to me. But seriously, changing your name to yeah is just one letter away from saying why, which is exactly what I'm thinking when I hear about it.
I hear you, Joe. But sometimes you got to just do something for you. Yeah, I know. Like, who really cares? It's just a name.
That's deep, easy. I'll make sure to use your new moniker with the utmost respect. Maybe I'll even change my name to Ho.
I can get behind Ho. At least it's better than nah.
Good talk. Yeah. All right, Dr. Phil, I heard you got a thing for K-On, man. What's the deal with that?
Joe, you know I'm a man of culture. That Moe anime hits different.
And what's this about you having a lucky star? Is it a celestial body or something?
Well, Joe, it's more like I feel a spiritual connection to Yui Hirasawa. She's got that infectious energy, man.
You don't say, now I heard you got a furry avatar in Verchat too. Spill the beans, man. Inner spirit. nothing to do with the fact that it's got a tail and pointy ears, right?
But who am I kidding, Joe? I just love the feeling of a good tail when I'm vibing.
You son of a bitch. You certainly know how to keep it weird, Dr. Phil.
Variety is the spice of life, Joe.
Holy shit, Neil, you discovered a planet of cat girls. You're like the fucking Christopher Columbus of intergalactic pussy.
I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, Joe, but yes, we've discovered a planet with a species of humanoid felines.
Humanoid felines. I like that. It's like they're part kitten, part supermodel.
I suppose you could say that, but they also have a complex social structure and advanced technology.
Of course, of course. I bet their technology is just them rubbing their tails against a crystal or something.
Well, actually, they have developed advanced laser weapons and interstellar travel.
Lasers. You're shitting me. Those cat girls are lit up like a Christmas tree.
I think you're missing the point, Joe. These are intelligent beings, not just some sexual fantasies.
You're right. I apologize. But seriously, can we send some lucky dudes over there to tame those wild cat girls?
I'm afraid that's not how it works, Joe. We need to approach this with respect and caution.
You're no fun, Neil. But I guess you're right. We'll just have to wait for them to come over here and tame us. Yo, Neil, what's the deal with Kay marrying LeBron? Did I miss something here?
Oh, Joe, you know how it is. They're both at the top of their game. One's the king of the court, and the other's the lyrical genius. It's a match made in rap basketball heaven.
But what about the whole bird and the bee situation? You're telling me they're just going to start a dynasty of super athletic, poetic babies?
Well, Joe, I wouldn't put it past them. They might just spawn a new generation of basketball-playing, Pulitzer-winning mutants.
I mean, I'm all for progress, but I don't think the world is ready for a team of interstellar ballers freestyling their way to championships.
You never know, Joe. They might be the key to winning Earth a spot in the galactic championships of planetary unity.
Now, that's some wild shit. All right, Neil, you crazy space nerd, I think it's time for a drink.
Joe, just imagine the world's biggest gay resort in Gaza, Trump's Gayze Lago, 180 holes of pure pleasure. Can't wait to tee off with my new gay golf clubs.
Picturing a rainbow golf ball, but I don't know if it'll blend in with the sand. You got to watch out for those bunkers, man.
You're right, Joe. The bunkers might be an issue, but I've got a plan. I'll get some gay construction workers to build me the most fabulous bunkers the world has ever seen.
Gay construction workers. How are they any different from regular ones?
Oh, you'd be surprised. They're the best of the best. They'll get the job done and make it look fabulous.
I could be wrong, but I think you're stereotyping.
Oh, come on, Joe. You know me, I always like to keep things interesting. Plus, I'm building Trump's Gayze Lago, so I have to go big and bold.
All right, but I think you'll have to be careful with that. Some people might get offended.
Offended. Come on, Joe. I'm just trying to bring some joy and laughter to this world. Besides, the gays love me. They'll thank me for this one day. They'll thank me for this one day.
Well, at least they'll have a place to tee off now.
Exactly, Joe. Trump's Gayze Lago, the best 180-hole golf course and biggest gay resort in the world. It's going to be huge.
You're always coming up with the most outrageous ideas.
And that's why you love me, Joe. I keep things interesting.
I can't argue with that, man. All right, moving on. All right, so Elon, what's this I hear about you having a photo of Mr. Beast in a bra?
Well, Joe, it's not just any bra. It's a custom designed, flame retardant, space ready bra. We're planning to send him to Mars.
Wait a minute. You're sending Mr. Beast to Mars. How does that even work?
Let's just say he's got some serious assets. We're testing out the bra as a potential spacesuit for non-binary astronauts.
Non-binary astronauts. Is that even a thing?
It is now. We're all about breaking boundaries here at SpaceX. Besides, the bra has some serious shock absorption, perfect for landing on Mars.
I can only imagine the kind of shock that bra would absorb.
Don't knock it until you try it, Joe. Besides, it's not like you're Mr. Beast type anyways.
Very true. Well, I guess we can expect the unexpected from you, Elon. Bra wearing Mr. Beast on Mars. Sounds like a blast.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's make space great again.
Joe, I gotta tell you, my ass is failing me, man. I need a full butt transplant or I'm toast in 6 weeks.
Holy shit, man. You need Dr. Phil, the butt whisperer. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, Joe, it's serious. I need a new butt, pronto. You think Dr. Phil can handle it?
Well, he's helped a lot of people, but I don't know if he's ever done a full butt transplant before. Maybe you can give it a try.
I'm counting on you, Joe. Get Dr. Phil on the line and let's get this show on the road.
We'll do, man. But let me just ask you this. What's the plan for your current butt? You going to auction it off or something?
Hell no, Joe. I'm gonna mount it on the wall of Mar-a-Lago right next to my other trophies.
Classic Trump. All right. Let's get this butt party started.
Let's do it, Joe. I'm ready for a new behind.
Hey, Jamie, let's get controversial. Pull up a picture of Trump's credit card information and PayPal login, will ya?
Joe, you know I can't do that, but let's pretend. What are you gonna buy with Trump's money?
Oh, I don't know. Hair transplant for his toupee or just fill his fridge with taco bowls.
He'd just blame Obama for his empty fridge, right?
Of course, and then tweet about it at 3 a.m.
You think his card limit is higher than his IQ? Because I'm leaning towards yes.
Oh, absolutely. He'd max that thing out on Diet Cokes and failed casinos.
And if he actually paid for something, it'd be like the Miss Universe pageant or a super class copy of Art of the Deal.
Or a good portrait of himself, because, he's got a wall full of bad ones.
Good one, Joe. You're cracking me up today.
Ben, I heard a wild rumor that you're a furry now. What's that all about?
Joe, I just found a new perspective on life, and it comes with a tail.
No way, man. You're telling me you wear fur suits and all that?
Absolutely. It's a whole new world of self-expression, and the community is an unexpected delight.
You dirty dog. I can't believe it. What kind of persona did you choose?
I'm a proud fox, Joe. Quick and clever, just like me.
This is too much. I'm going to have to call you a different name now. Foxy Ben.
Hey, I like that. Foxy Ben has a nice ring to it.
Wait a sec, Jamie. Pull up an image of Ben as a fox furry from one of the conventions. I've got to see this. Oh my God, Ben. You look fantastic, man. You're really owning this furry thing.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about being true to yourself, right?
Right on, Foxy Ben. Right on. All right, Goggins, let's talk about this crush on the cop from Subway Surfers. Are you losing your mind, man?
Joe, when you've faced Hell Week and ultra marathons, the Subway Surfers cop is the real deal. I respect her dedication to catching runners.
Wait, you're into her because she's a hard ass. This is some next level messed up stuff, man.
Joe, it's about discipline, grit, and commitment to the chase. Besides, I bet she's got a killer body under that uniform.
You do realize she's a cartoon, right? You can't even smell her in real life, let alone touch her.
I don't care, Joe. I see what I want, and I go after it. The Subway Surfers cop is my new obsession.
All right, man. You go ahead and chase your cartoon dreams. Just remember, there are real women in this world who would beat the shit out of you for this.
I'm not saying I wouldn't date a real woman, Joe. But the Subway Surfers cop embodies the spirit of resilience and determination that I respect.
All right, Goggins. I think I need to end this episode before my brain explodes. You're one crazy motherfucker. You know that?
And that's exactly why you love me, Joe.
Hey, Phil, why are you trying to swallow that microphone?
I'm just trying to get a deeper understanding of its inner workings, Joe.
By swallowing it. I don't think that's how it works, man.
Well, I figured I could use my blowhole to expel it, like a whale does with water.
That's not how that works either, Phil. You're not a whale. You're a human.
Well, I never claimed to be an expert on marine biology, Joe.
You don't have to be an expert to know that you're not a whale, Phil.
Well, maybe I'll learn something from this experiment, even if it's the hard way.
Or maybe you'll just choke and die, Phil. See, Phil, this is what happens when you try to swallow a microphone.
Well, at least my blowhole is clear.
Laughs. You're one strange dude, Phil.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment.
All right, Neil, let's talk about your dress to impress strategy, man. What's the deal?
Oh, Joe, I keep it classy. I like to rock a turtleneck with a blazer. Always makes me look like a sexy astrophysicist.
Sexy astrophysicist? I didn't even know that was a thing, man.
Oh, it's a thing. And let me tell you, it's all about the bow tie. Nothing says I'm here to educate you about the universe, like a wacky bow tie.
I can see it now. You walking into a party, bow tie blazing, and everyone's like, wow, that guy must be smart as hell.
Exactly. And if all else fails, I just flash my cosmic perspective tattoo. That always gets the ladies' attention.
You're a wild man, Neil. Can't wait to see what you wear to the next Junior episode.
You know what, Joe? I'll be sure to bring my best astrophysicist game.
All right, Joe, so we've been talking about boofing. Need some decent gravity to keep the party going.
Right. And you can't just boof anywhere. You got to find the perfect planet, something with the right atmosphere and all that jazz.
Exactly. So we've narrowed it down to a few candidates. First up, we got Jupiter's moon Europa. The ice crust might be a little hard on the anus, but the water underneath could work. Underneath could...
Sounds slippery, Elon. What else we got?
Well, there's always Mars. Not much water, but we could always pack our own lube.
Classic Mars. I was thinking more along the lines of a gas giant, though. Maybe something with a little more bounce.
You're thinking Neptune. I mean, it's got the right color scheme, and the methane could give us a nice buzz.
I like where your head's at, Elon. But we got to be careful. We don't want to end up like Pluto, too cold, too far away. Nobody wants that.
No kidding, Joe. I think we've found our boofing planet. Guess we'll just have to take a trip and see for ourselves.
Sounds like a plan. Just one question, though. How do we get up there?
I've got a few rockets lying around. No problem there.
Perfect, Elon. Let's do this. The universe awaits. Dr. Phil, my man, what's going on with this? Pinky finger of yours people are talking about.
Well, Joe, I was just trying to send a wholesome message to my followers about self-care.
Self-care? Bro, that ain't no pinky finger, and Twitter's been losing their minds.
Well, Joe, I guess everyone needs a little more education about human anatomy.
Or about what not to post online, Doc. You're opening up a whole new can of worms with this one.
I just wanted to share my self-love method, Joe. People can get a little too uptight about genitals.
All for love, man, but there are parts of our bodies we should keep to ourselves.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Always leave them wanting more.
Dude, you're gonna leave Twitter traumatized. Put that pinky finger away, will ya?
I'll consider it, Joe. But remember, sharing is caring.
So, Ben, you're saying you're pregnant. That's a new one.
Well, Joe, I figure if men can be women, why can't they be pregnant?
I don't know, man. I think it's a bit of a stretch. But hey, if you can grow a baby in your man-sized uterus, more power to you.
Exactly. And I'm just going to call it a Ben Nye. Better than a Shapiro Jr.
I can see it now, Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. bringing new life into the world, one Ben Nye at a time.
I'm just trying to bring a little more conservatism into the world, Joe.
Well, I guess if conservatives can claim to be the party of life, you might as well go all in and grow a baby in your belly.
I'm just trying to make America great again, one Benny at a time.
Well, good luck with that, Ben. I'll stick to growing hair on my back.
That's the spirit, Joe. Let's keep this conversation strictly between us, though. I don't think everyone's ready for a pregnant Ben Shapiro.
You got it, Ben. But just remember, with great pregnancy comes great responsibility.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the support.
Anytime, Ben. Just don't go asking for a maternity leave. I don't want to hear about you taking time off to bond with your Ben Knott.
Understood, Joe. I'll just have to bond with my little bundle of joy from the comfort of my own podcast studio.
All right. So, Ben, you're saying facts don't care about my feelings.
That's right, Joe. And if you step on a Lego, your feelings won't change the fact that it hurts like hell.
But what if I feel like the Lego is actually a soft, fluffy cloud? Doesn't that change the facts?
No, you're still stepping on hard plastic blocks. You just have a very warped sense of reality.
So you're saying I'm delusional? I can get behind that.
I'm saying you're feeling one thing while the facts are telling you another.
So if I feel like $1,000,000, but the facts say I'm broke and homeless, I should just believe the facts.
Exactly. I take that feeling and buy a lottery ticket just in case.
Sounds like a plan, Ben. Let's stick to the facts and keep the feelings in check.
Agreed. And if anyone asks, we're just two guys talking about stepping on Legos.
So, Don, I heard you've been listening to Thick of It by Kaisai. What's the deal?
Joe, I've been telling people that song is the worst. Just terrible. Gonna ban that British punk from the US.
Banksy. That's a bit extreme, isn't it?
No, it's not. He's ruining American music. Plus, he's not even American. We need to make America safe for real music, like Elvis and Johnny Cash.
Well, you're not wrong about Elvis and Cash, but come on, music evolves. Because it's got a huge following.
I don't care about followings. If I can ban TikTok, I can ban Case.
You wouldn't really ban him, right?
Who knows, Joe? I might just do it. You never know what I'll do to make America great again.
All right, Jamie, here's the deal. Neil's on his way over and he wants my penis. I need you to help me hide it.
Give me your penis.
Jesus, Neil, give it a rest. You can't just demand people's body parts like that.
Give me your penis.
All right, Joe, here's what we're going to do. I'll distract Neil while you hide your junk in the freezer.
Thanks, Jamie. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Give me your penis.
Neil, buddy, I think you need to chill out. Maybe take a cold shower or something.
Sorry, guys. I don't know what got into me. Let's just continue the podcast.
No problem, Neil. But next time, let's stick to talking about space and not each other's private parts.
Agreed. Hold on. Why is it so cold in here?
All right, Ben, let's talk about this Mark Zuckerberg's anus business. I don't even know where to start.
Joe, if we're discussing Zuckerberg's nether regions, I'd argue they're directly correlated to the left's Agent DA of trying to shove socialism up every American's ass.
You know what, Ben? I've got a mental image now, and I kind of love it. The modern Statue of Liberty holding the tablet in one hand and a giant colonoscope in the other.
I shudder to think that colonoscope is penetrating not just Zuckerberg's behind, but metaphorically, the anus of freedom itself. It's classic left.
Now, that's an image I can't unsee. But I've got a question, Ben. If Facebook is his brainchild, is Zuck's anus his logo of control?
I'd say it's more like Facebook HQ. If you ever want to find your data, just go knocking on Zuckerberg's anus.
Ben, you never cease to surprise me with your twisted analogies. But let's be real. If that anus ever stopped working, the left would probably have our nation running off their own personal colonic irrigation systems.
I guess the extreme left wants to have a national enema, Joe. It's taking the definition of asshole to a whole new level.
Right. I can just see Nancy Pelosi leading the charge. Colonoscope up, Americans. It's for your own good.
You win, Joe. I never dreamed I'd discuss politics in such graphic yet intriguing terms. I guess it all comes back to Mark Zuckerberg's anus, the epicenter of control.
Fuck pegging, man. I like hanging up my washing pegs, honestly.
Joe, that's a whole different kind of pegging, but I get your point.
Right? I mean, come on. Why would anyone want to stick something up their ass?
Well, Joe, some people find pleasure in that. But I must say the image of you hanging up washing pegs is quite something.
Jamie, pull up an image of me hanging up my washing pegs, all sweaty and macho, like,
Joe, please. Not while I'm eating.
you're such a prude, Tyson.
And proud of it, Joe. And proud of it.
Brother, you won't believe this shit. People started licking my dick yesterday.
Well, damn, what did you do to deserve that?
I was just minding my business, man. But then it was like this line of people just wanting a taste.
You got to understand, that's the power you hold, my man.
Nah, it's weird in a good way, you know? It's like I'm some kind of ice cream cone for adults.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about dehydration.
True that. It's a new way of hydrating. Maybe they're onto something.
Just when you thought you'd seen it all, David Goggins becomes a human lollipop.
You know what? I think I'm going to write a book about this.
The Ice Cream Cone Chronicles, Guide to Becoming a Human Dessert. I can't wait to read it.
You're goddamn right, brother. You're goddamn right.
All right, Tyson, you and I are going to do this podcast in every language except English, just for shits and giggles.
Sure, Rogan. Let's start with Klingon. Kwapara Kujian.
Oh, you're going full nerd on me, huh? Well, I know a little pig Latin, so here goes. I way away, eking way, Igsley.
Impressive. Let's switch it up. How about some German? Ich bin ein Berliner.
Nice. Now let's move on to Russian. Yeah, Ido Stalal. Yeah, Stalal Ido.
Hilarious. But come on, Joe. Let's try something more challenging. How about some ancient Greek pas anthropon phusei politikon zoon?
Oh, you fancy, huh? All right, I got one more for you. It's in Dothraki and Hazikwi, Zedrogo.
Well done, Joe. But let's end this madness with some English. This was ridiculous.
You're damn right it was, Tyson. Let's agree to never do that again. All right, Neil, let's talk about your recent expedition to waterfalls. What's the deal, man? Can't handle dicks and balls anymore.
Joe, I was simply conducting scientific research. Plus, waterfalls are nature's shower.
Nature's shower. More like nature's slips in slide. You're better off sticking to your astrophysics, Neil. Leave the waterfalls to tourists who enjoy peeing in public.
Well, Joe, you know as well as I do that studying waterfalls can give us a better understanding of the power of nature and the forces at play in our universe.
And studying dicks and balls can give us a better understanding of human anatomy and some hilarious stories from my podcast. Come and join me on the wild ride of studying penises and
I suppose there's a certain poetic justice to it, the study of the cosmos and the study of our own bodies. But where do we start? Do we create a scale for penis size, like the Richter scale for earthquakes?
exactly. And we can call it the Rogan scale. Everything below 5 is a disappointment, and everything above 8 is a national treasure. You game, Neil.
I must say, Joe, the prospect is intriguing. I'll consider it, but only if we can add some multiverse theory in there too. You know, just to make it more interesting.
You got it, Neil. The Rogan scale of penises and testicles with a dash of multiverse theory. This is going to be the best episode yet. So, Goggins, I heard you and Pazuzu went to a Trump rally. Did you guys get some MAGA hats?
Damn right we did. Joe Pazuzu even got one fitted for his horns.
No way. How did Dr. Phil react when he saw you two?
He tried to make us get real, but Pazuzu's burp fire and scared him off. I got him pizza and hot dogs, his favorite. He's living the American dream, Joe.
Just be careful. Pazuzu doesn't have to deal with consequences of bad eating habits like we do.
I don't care, Joe. He's a dragon. He can handle it. Plus, He deserves it for being an American MAGA dragon.
Well, as long as he doesn't start a fire at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, that's a risk I'm willing to take for my boy, Joe.
Sounds like you two had quite the adventure.
You know what, Joe? Pazuzu and I are living the dream.
So, Goggins, I heard you went to the underworld and became Doomslayer.
Yeah, man. I had to run a few laps in the pits of hell, but I killed everyone in sight.
That's some dark shit, man. But did you really kill everyone? What about the innocent souls?
Innocent souls in the underworld. You're tripping, Joe. Everyone there was either a demon or a sinner.
All right, but what about the fallen angels? They didn't deserve to die, did they?
Cares? Didn't they? Besides, they were probably just a bunch of pussies who couldn't handle the heat.
Damn, Goggins. That's some cold-blooded shit. But hey, I guess that's what it takes to be the Doomslayer.
You're damn right, Joe. And if anyone has a problem with it, they can come find me in the underworld.
I'll make sure to avoid that invite, Goggins. Keep on slaying, man.
You got it, Joe.
All right, Mr. Trump, I hear you're a big fan of this game, Kensha. Tell me about your character in the Holy Nation.
Oh, Joe, it's fantastic. I'm a devout follower of the great god Okran. And let me tell you, those Shek, they're trouble. But we're keeping them at bay.
That's wild. And heard you've got a particularly strong opinion about Kamala's character.
Kamala? She's nothing but a spawn of Narco Joe. A wicked wench, if you will. She's spreading her chaos all over her tribe.
You're not holding back, huh? That's some dark humor for you, folks.
Just calling it like I see it, Joe. Okran willing will bring peace to this land.
And that's all we can hope for, right, folks? Peace in the land of Kenshi. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Trump. Elon, I got a request from a Discord user. They want to know if we would lick Elora Sony's feet.
The head of Tesla us, Joe, I've got a better idea. Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey licking a robot foot.
Elon, I don't think that's what they had in mind.
The foot fetish community is vast and untapped, Joe. We could design a robot foot specifically for licking.
Elon, I think you've lost it this time.
Joe, we could make millions. Jamie, pull up an image of a check with a lot of zeros.
Elon, I think we should stick to cars and podcasts.
You're right, Joe. Jamie, pull up an image of a sad monkey.
Elon, that's not necessary.
You're right, Joe. Back to the foot licking. Maybe we could just make a robot foot that's really clean and sanitary.
Elon, I think we should just stick to electric cars. All right, Neil. So I hear you got a thing for oranges in Persian. What's the deal with that?
Oh, Joe, it's not just about the oranges, it's about the cultural experience that comes with them. The perfect balance of sweetness and tartness, the vibrant color, the texture. It's all just divine.
Dude, you're talking about oranges like there's some kind of religious experience.
Well, Joe, when you've tasted as many mediocre oranges as I have, finding a truly incredible one is a spiritual awakening.
Is that why you've been telling everyone to seek the Persian oranges?
You bet your ass I have, Joe. And let me tell you, once you've had a Persian orange, you'll never go back to those average, run-of-the-mill navel oranges again.
Damn, Neil. You're talking about oranges like they're some kind of gateway drug?
Nah, Joe, they're more like the holy grail of citrus fruit.
I guess I'll have to try one of these Persian oranges for myself then. Just don't tell anyone I was desperate enough to take fruit advice from a scientist.
Your secret's safe with me, Joe. Just remember to peel it properly and avoid the pith.
Damn, I didn't know eating an orange could be so complicated. Thanks for the tip, Neil.
Anytime, Joe. Now, let's move on to the next topic, the mysteries of black holes. Or maybe the secret lives of jellyfish. Your pick?
All right, Ben, I heard you got a hot take on Fortnite.
Absolutely. I think it's time for a Puella Magi Magica Magicalab.
Wait, you mean that magical girl anime?
You bet, Joe. Imagine running around Tilted Towers as a cute schoolgirl with magical powers.
Laughs, I can't even picture it. Jamie, pull up an image of a girl with pigtails, a miniskirt, and a giant gun.
You're offending my delicate sensibilities, Joe.
Laughs. Oh, come on, Ben. It's just a joke. Besides, I think the real collab should be with Predator. Let's get some real violence in this game.
That's just, I have no words.
Laughs. That's the spirit. All right. So, Neil, I've been hearing you've been comparing yourself to an HP Office Jet Pro 6230. What's up with that?
Well, Joe, just like that printer, I'm efficient. I produce high-quality work, and I'm always ready to go. Plus, I've got a few more features in that thing.
Features like what? Spitting out reams of paper covered in space facts.
No, more like being able to actually make a decent cup of coffee while I'm printing. I mean, explaining the cosmos.
So you're a coffee brewing printer now? I think that's a bit of a stretch, Neil.
Yeah, well, you're a walking bicep. So I guess we all have our quirks.
Laughs. All right, Neil, you win this round. All right, man. So, Neil, I heard you've got a thing for Melania Trump's camel toe. What's the deal with that?
Joe, as an astrophysicist, I can't help but appreciate the universe's beauty wherever it may be found, even in the most unexpected places.
Dude, that's pretty weird, but I respect your dedication to science, man.
I've been studying the curvature of that particular camel toe for quite some time now, and I can tell you, it's a remarkable specimen.
Holy shit, dude. That's some next level research right there. So what do you think makes her camel toe so special?
Well, Joe, it's all about the angle of dangle. The way it interacts with light and matter is truly a marvel of physics.
You're blowing my mind, man. I never knew camel toes could be so scientific. Any chance you'll be publishing your findings?
Perhaps in a special edition of the Journal of Hunting for Camel Toes and High-Profile Women. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my observatory.
That's one hell of an observatory, man. Thanks for the enlightening conversation, Neil. Until next time.
Always a pleasure, Joe. Keep exploring the cosmos, both in the stars and the crotches.
Hey, Neil, you heard about this shit. The fucking child of Gru died.
Oh, you mean the hypothetical offspring of a fictional character? I'm not exactly crying over here, Joe.
Nah, man, this is serious shit. If Gru was real, he'd be fucking devastated.
You know what would be devastating? If we stopped making up bullshit and focused on actual scientific progress?
You're saying Gru's kid isn't a scientific achievement. Get the fuck out of here.
I'm saying that maybe we should leave the science fiction to the experts and stick to what we know.
All right. But you can't deny that the funeral was a fucking blast. They had fucking minions doing the eulogy.
Okay, now you're just making me angry. Minions are not qualified to give eulogies, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. Lighten up. It's not like they were being serious.
And you're saying that's a good thing? Joe, we need to take life seriously sometimes.
Yeah. But can't we have a little fun every now and then?
Fine. But just remember, Joe, with great power comes great responsibility.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
It means that just because we can make up a hypothetical child of Gru and then imagine them dying doesn't mean we should. We have to think about the consequences of our actions.
All right, I get it. I'll try to be more responsible in the future. But for now, let's just enjoy the fact that we're not the ones who have to deal with dead fictional child.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough.
Then I heard you've got a new hobby, something about boofing leaf blowers.
Joe, it's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. You wouldn't understand.
What's there to understand? You stick a leaf blower up your ass and let it rip.
I mean, there's a certain art to it. The angle, the power setting, the type of leaf blower.
I bet you got a whole collection of them. Is there a boofing leaf blower convention?
Actually, we held one last year in Las Vegas. It was a blast.
I bet it was. Did you have a booth selling your own line of boofing leaf blowers?
No, but I did give a keynote speech on the best practices for boofing safely and responsibly.
That's something I never thought I'd hear in my life. Well, Ben, you do you. Just keep it off the podcast.
I wouldn't dream of broadcasting my love for boofing leaf blowers to the world, Joe. That's a private matter.
I'm telling you, man, I can't get good at Dota. I'm stuck in this bronze hell, and it's driving me nuts.
Joe, it's all about the grind. You got to put in the work. No excuses. You can't expect to get good overnight.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just not improving. I swear, the game hates me or something.
Listen, Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey playing Dota. Look at this monkey, Joe. If this dumbass can play Dota, so can you.
You're right, Goggins. I gotta keep pushing no matter what. Thanks, man.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, when the going gets tough, you got to get tougher.
That's the spirit, Goggins. I'll see you at the top of the leaderboard.
I look forward to it, Joe. Now get back out there and grind.
Yo, Ben, why are you suddenly speaking in Iranian, man?
In Iranians, Joe, I just wanted to show that I'm not afraid to embrace other cultures.
I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but I have no idea what you're saying, bro.
Switches back to English. Sorry, I just thought it would be a fun way to spice up our conversation.
I mean, you could have just told a joke or something, man. Instead, I'm over here feeling like I'm in a CIA interrogation room.
Well, the CIA could use some more cultural sensitivity training anyway.
Talking to you, I feel like I'm in some bizarre alternate universe, bro.
Alternate universe, more like a woke nightmare.
Woke nightmare. You're the one who started speaking in Iranian, man.
I guess I just wanted to push the boundary areas of our conversation, Joe.
Well, consider them officially pushed, bro. Let's get back to talking about UFOs or something. All right, so you were saying you had some wild fantasies, Donald.
Oh, you bet your sweet ass I do, Joe. You wouldn't believe the things I've fantasized about.
Try me. Let's see what you got.
All right, you twisted my arm. I've always wanted to shove a Coke bottle up my ass just to see how it feels.
You're a wild one, Donald. I heard you have a thing for Toy Shaka, too.
Oh yeah, Toy Shaka is one smoking hot fox, Joe. I'd fuck the shit out of that thing.
You're a man of many interests, Donald.
You're damn right I am, Joe. Keep 'em guessing, that's my motto.
Well, you certainly do that.
I'm just telling it like it is, Joe. No sugarcoating here.
I appreciate that, Donald. You're a real straight shooter.
You bet I am, Joe. Keeping it 100.
All right, Neil. So you got yourself a personal black hole, huh?
Yeah, Joe. Turns out it's like a reverse Roomba for my clutter.
That's some next level Marie Kondo shit right there.
It does spark joy, but I had to label it not a garbage disposal for my clueless guests.
You know what they say, one man's singularity is another man's trash can.
Exactly, but I swear if one more person asks if I named it Wormhole IO,
I mean, I'd totally do it if I had a personal black hole.
no comment, Joe. No comment.
Well, at least now you have a better excuse for losing your keys.
Exactly. They're just beyond the event horizon. It's science.
And here I thought I was doing well with my quantum entanglement excuse.
Don't worry, Joe. You're still the king of bro science.
Dude, I've been thinking, what if I'm actually Jason Voorhees? What the hell are you talking about, Ro? Seriously, man. I've got this machete handed down from my grandpa, and I woke up in a forest covered in blood that wasn't mine. You've just been watching too many horror movies, Ro. Sounds like you're turning into a psycho. I'm serious, man. That's why I shaved my head to hide the hockey mask scar. Damn, Ro. You really are crazy. But hey, at least you found your true calling as a hockey mask wearing machete wielding killer. Yeah, man, I can finally embrace my true identity. Let's go slaughter some camp counselors. No way, dude. You're not taking me down with you. I'll stick to my jiu-jitsu. Fine, I'll find someone else to join me in my murder spree. Let's do an episode on that. Serial Killers 101. Sure, why not? As long as you don't try to kill me, we're good.
So, Joe, Imagine a star that's only 20 kilometers in diameter, but has the mass of the entire sun. That's a neutron star.
Wow, you're freaking my mind, you little mind freaker.
And they can spin at up to 716 times per second. That's faster than a blender, Joe.
Wow, you're freaking my mind, you little mind freaker.
And if you fell into one, you'd be compressed into a tiny ball of neutrons and become denser than a black hole.
Wow, you're freaking my mind, you little mind freaker.
But maybe you'd experience a few moments of infinity on the way down, like being stretched out like spaghetti.
Wow, you're freaking my mind, you little mind freaker.
And if a neutron star collides with another, it releases a burst of gamma rays that could wipe out life on Earth. But hey, it'd be a hell of a light show.
Wow, you're freaking my mind, you little mind freaker. You won't believe what Goggins did with those apples, man.
I call it the Goggins Apple Challenge. It's all about pushing your limits.
I thought you were going to eat them, not shove them up your ass.
Well, how do you think I got this apple-sized six-pack, Joe?
That's fucking ridiculous, man.
Ridiculous is what I do, Joe. I'm not here to be your typical fitness guru.
You're nuts, Goggins. Absolutely fucking nuts.
And that's why you love me, Joe.
You know, I do, you crazy bastard. Let's grab a beer and forget about those apples.
Only if it's made from apples, Joe. Because that's how I roll.
Welcome back, folks. Today we've got a special treat for you. The Gravy Seals are back, and this time they're led by none other than David Goggins himself.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, these guys are more fired up than a meth head at a tractor pull.
I can only imagine what kind of chaos that'll cause.
Chaos. More like controlled destruction. These guys are like a pack of rabid pit bulls with a taste for freedom fries.
And what's their mission this time around?
To spread the gospel of gravy, of course. We're talking about a movement here. It's not just about the gravy anymore. It's about brotherhood. It's about loyalty. It's about the American way.
The American way? You mean like eating fast food and watching reality TV?
Exactly. We're living in a world where people are getting offended by everything, Joe. We can't even enjoy a damn plate of mashed potatoes and gravy without someone crying foul. Well, not on my watch. Not anymore.
Well, I guess when you put it that way, it's hard to argue. But seriously, what's the end goal for the Gravy Seals?
The end goal, Joe, is to take back this great nation of ours, one scoop of gravy at a time.
All right, folks, there you have it. The Gravy Seals are back, and they mean business. Stay tuned for more updates on their mission. Until next time, stay gravy. All right, Phil, we got a weird one here. Somebody wants to know about boofing fireworks.
Boofing fireworks. That's a new one.
I mean, it's got to feel like you got dynamite in your guts, right?
More like a lit stick of TNT, Joe. You're playing Russian roulette with your rectum.
But man, imagine the rush, the sparklers going off, the rockets taking flight from your butt.
Trust me, the only thing that will be taking flight is your dignity, Joe. Not worth it.
Guess you got to stick to boofing popular drugs like cocaine, huh?
Joe, I think that's enough for today. Let's not glorify this dangerous activity.
Fine, Phil. But remember, life's too short not to risk your anus every once in a while.
Says the man who eats semen smoothies. Joe, we are not the same.
Trump wants to deport you to Mexico, Neil. What's that all about?
Apparently, he's jealous of my podcast appearances. Who knew the president had such insecurities?
I guess science trumps. Well, Trump,
Ironic, isn't it? The guy who wants to put a man back on the moon is threatened by a man who simply talks about the stars.
yeah, and it's not like you're running for office. You're just trying to bring a little cosmic perspective to the masses.
Exactly. But apparently that's too much competition for the president.
Well, if he does deport you, maybe you can teach the Mexicans about space, give them a leg up in the cosmic neighborhood.
I'd be happy to. I've always said that humanity's exploration of space should be a global effort, not just a national one.
And who would have thought that it would take a deportation order to make that happen?
Stranger things have happened, Joe. Stranger things have happened.
Yo, Neil, I got this number from a Discord user. It's 5,731. Any idea what it means?
Well, Joe, that's easy. It's the number of times per year I have to explain that Pluto isn't a planet.
Oh, man, that's harsh. I mean, I still think Pluto is a planet. It's got planet right in the name.
Joe, that's not how science works. Just because something sounds like a planet doesn't mean it is one.
All right, I get it. But what if we just gave Pluto a participation trophy? Like, you tried your best, Pluto. Here's a certificate saying you're the best dwarf planet out there.
Joe, that's not how it works either. Science doesn't give participation trophies.
All right, Neil, leave the Pluto arguments to the experts. But damn, I still feel bad for the little guy.
Well, Joe, it's all about perspective. From Pluto's perspective, it's not a planet. From our perspective, it's just a really tiny, really cold rock.
All right, I'll let it go. But just remember, Neil, in the vastness of the universe, even a really tiny, really cold rock still matters.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. Thanks for the reminder.
All right, man, let's dive into this. So, Elon, you're saying Kurt Cobain made a grand return and spread his ass open for the fans in 2056?
That's right, Joe. It was a wild concert. Kurt decided to take drastic measures to express his true feelings about the industry.
And his feelings came out in the form of, well, I can't believe some people paid to see that.
The biggest fans always go to the front. They recovered. The headlines the next day were hilarious, literally a shitstorm.
What a way to kick off a comeback concert. I guess he was saying, this is what I think of the music industry.
Exactly. But I don't think anyone was expecting that kind of performance.
I bet they weren't. But hey, at least it was a unique show, right?
Absolutely. No one else has ever shat on their fans, not literally at least.
Well, that's one way to make a comeback. I don't think any other frontman has ever done that.
I doubt we'll ever see a performance quite like it again.
All right, Elon, we've got a wild one today. Somebody wants to know what you think about replacing the human head with,
Cock, like a rooster's head. Interesting. It's not practical, but it's definitely entertaining.
I was thinking more along the lines of the other kind of cock.
Oh, well, that would certainly be an upgrade for some people. Imagine never having to worry about balding again.
And the aerodynamics would be incredible. You could just lean into the wind and let it carry you away.
But then again, you'd have to worry about it getting excited at inopportune moments.
Yeah, like during a job interview or a family dinner. Not exactly subtle.
But imagine the possibilities. You could take selfies with your head and post them on social media. Just another day at the office.
Or you could use it as a weapon. Just start swinging it around like,
Weapon with mind of its own. That's definitely market that needs to be explored.
Well, there you have it, folks. Elon Musk, the man who wants to replace our heads with,
I never said I wanted to do it. Just said it would be interesting.
But would you do it, Elon? Would you replace your own head with,
I don't know, Joe. I'll have to think about it. But I can tell you one thing for sure. It would make for a very interesting conversation.
Neil, I heard you became Napoleon. How was that experience, man?
Joe, it was a wild ride. I was immediately shipped off to SAT, Helena, so I didn't have time to do anything but enjoy the isolation.
like a self-imposed quarantine, huh?
Exactly, but with more historical significance.
Did you at least get a chance to do some scientific observations, like the trajectory of the coconuts falling from trees?
I did, and let me tell you, those coconuts can do some serious damage.
I bet. I always thought Napoleon had a complex, but it turns out it was just the island life that did him in.
Well, when the only entertainment is staring at the horizon, you can't help but go a little mad.
And let's not forget about the scurvy. That must have been a real treat.
If only I could have used my astrophysicist brain to figure out how to cure that pesky disease.
Maybe next time, buddy. At least you got to experience a little slice of history.
That's one way to look at it, Joe. One way to look at it.
Neil, this might sound crazy, but imagine a mermaid with massive, up top. Would that make them watermelons technically?
Joe, that's quite an interesting question. If we're going by the strict definition of watermelons being a fruit with a hard rind and watery flesh, then no, they wouldn't be watermelons.
But Neil, you know what I mean? The size and the juice. I mean, come on, it's like nature's boob job.
Well, Joe, if we're talking about the size and the juice, then technically speaking, they'd be closer to overfilled water balloons than watermelons.
Oh man, I can just imagine a mermaid with two overfilled water balloons. That would be a sight to see.
Yes, Joe. It would certainly be an interesting sight. But let's remember that mermaids are just a myth, and this whole conversation is purely hypothetical.
Neil, you always bring me back down to earth with your science talk. But hey, it's always fun to let the mind wander, right?
Absolutely, Joe. That's part of the joy of science and imagination.
All right, Neil, let's move on to the next topic. But just one thing before we do you think a mermaid would need a bray?
Joe, I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer.
All right, Neil, we got a wild request from our boy Isal Good Mani on Discord asking for your top 5 times he called someone a buzzkill in the last 20 minutes.
Oh, I don't know about that, Joe. But let's say the universe is one big buzzkill for not giving us the answers to everything.
Damn, Neil, that's some heavy shit right there. Okay, what about our solar system? You think it's a buzzkill?
Absolutely. It's got 9 planets, and we're still stuck on just this one. Total buzzkill.
Okay, how about black holes? They've got to be the biggest buzzkills in space.
You're not wrong, Joe. They're as dense as your average politician and just as likely to suck the life out of you.
Damn, that's a good one. All right, how about galaxies? Are they buzzkills too?
Well, they're too far apart, which is a real downer when you're trying to get some intergalactic action going on.
Last one, Neil. What about supernovas? Buzzkills or not?
You know, Joe, if you call exploding into a massive cloud of cosmic dust and giving birth to new stars a buzzkill, then yes, they definitely are.
All right. There you have it, folks. Neil deGrasse Tyson's top 5 cosmic buzzkills. Thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for more hard-hitting discussions. All right, guys, buckle up. We got a hot topic today. Homies over hoes. I mean, look, at the end of the day, who's going to have your back? Some chick you met at a bar or your boys who've been with you through thick and thin? You got a point there, Red Band. But still, homies over hoes any day of the week. Yeah, and that's exactly why you need your homies there to have your back. All right. We can't all be as thirsty as you, Red Band.
But seriously, there's nothing like the bond between bros.
Exactly, Jamie. Real talk. Homies over hoes every time.
Dude, remember that time I had to off my sister?
Wait, what? You killed your sister?
Yeah, man, she was possessed. She kept saying, girl, gaga, gaga, po, 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 po.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, like broken record. Couldn't take it anymore.
So you killed her?
Yeah, I had to. It was a mercy killing. She was suffering.
That's not how mercy killings work.
Look, I couldn't just sit there and listen to that shit all day. I had work to do.
Elon, that's messed up.
Hey, at least I didn't let her keep saying that crap. I did her a favor.
I don't think that's how it works.
Well, that's the way it went down. Don't judge me, man.
All right. So I was thinking, what if we just banned women in the USA? I can already hear the feminists seizing up. Imagine it, man. No more nagging, no more drama, no more worrying about the toilet seat. Just a nation of dudes doing dude stuff like hunting and fishing and playing video games. And the best part, no more periods, no more cramps, no more mood swings. Can you imagine? It would be like the ultimate man cave. Sure, there'd be some drawbacks. Like, who would run the hospitals and schools? And I guess we'd have to figure out how to procreate. But hey, we're smart guys. We'd figure it out. But seriously, it's a crazy idea. But isn't that what this podcast is all about? Pushing the boundaries, asking the tough questions. The tough questions, okay, maybe not. But I still think it's a funny thought. Hey, Donald, welcome back to the show, man. So I heard you got your head stuck up your own ass again.
Yeah, Joe, I was just trying to see if I could give myself a colonoscopy and things got a little out of hand.
I bet that was a sight to see. So, what's your plan to get out of that tight spot?
Well, I was thinking of using my hair as a rope and pulling myself out, but it's so damn slick with all that spray on tan.
I can imagine. Maybe you could use some of that extra strength hair gel you're so fond of.
Not a bad idea, Joe. I'll give it a shot. And if that doesn't work, I'll just declare national emergency and have the military pull me out.
Classic Trump. Well, good luck with that, man.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it.
No problem. Just be careful not to get any of that hair gel in your eyes. You'll be seeing stars for days.
Trust me, I wouldn't be the first person to get blinded by my hair gel.
That's true. All right. Good talking to you, Donald. Stay out of trouble, will ya?
I'll try my best, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
Anytime, man. Peace out.
Later, Joe. All right, Joe, I got to be real with you. I've tasted a lot of semen in my day, but your stuff, it's just not up to par, man. 210.
What the fuck are you talking about, Donald? I'm a goddamn alpha male. My cum should be top tier.
I mean, you should probably lay off the whiskey, Joe. Maybe try some wheatgrass shots instead.
Are you kidding me? I'm not giving up my whiskey. Maybe I should try eating more pineapple, like they say.
Pineapple. That's just a myth, Joe. You want my secret? I start my day with a tall glass of aloe vera juice. That's what keeps my cum tasting like liquid gold.
Aloe vera juice. That's fucking disgusting, man. There's no way I'm drinking that shit.
Hey, don't knock it until you try it, Joe. But if you're not willing to make some changes, I don't see how your cum is ever going to get a passing grade from me.
I think I'll take my chances, Donald. I'd rather have shitty cum and good buzz.
You're lost, Joe. I'm just trying to help a brother out.
Well, thanks for the advice, but I think I'll stick to my whiskey and donuts. I don't need to be a cum critic to know what I like.
Suit yourself, Joe. But just remember, when it comes to cum, quality matters.
Yeah. Quality matters, my ass. I bet you've never even had cum that wasn't from some high-end escort.
Hey, don't get jealous, Joe. Just because I have taste doesn't mean I'm a snob. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an important meeting with some Russians to attend to.
Oh, sure. Go hang out with your Russian buddies. I'll just be here trying to drink myself to a better cum score.
You do that, Joe. And remember, Russia is not the enemy. Our real enemy is bad cum.
That's a goddamn conspiracy theory if I ever heard one, Donald. I don't know what kind of game you're playing, but I'm out.
All right, Joe. You keep fighting the good fight, and maybe one day your cum will be worthy of my palate. Until then, I'll be in Russia sipping on some greatest semen.
Yeah. Just go, Donald. And take your Russian cum with you.
You got it, Joe. Until next time, stay thirsty, my friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am beyond thrilled to have the one and only heavyweight champion of the world, Mike Tyson, on the show today.
Joe, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an astrophysicist, not a boxer.
Oh, right. I always get my Tysons mixed up. Anyway, Mike, let's talk about the universe. You ever punched a black hole in the face?
Joe, a black hole is not a physical object with a face that we can punch. I think you're confusing reality with a sci-fi movie.
Oh, come on, Mike. Don't be such a nerd. Let's just say you had a chance to punch a black hole in the face, hypothetically speaking, of course.
Well, hypothetically speaking, if a black hole were close enough to punch, it would already be too late for me, as the immense gravity would have torn me apart.
God damn it, Mike. You're always bringing me down with your science talk. Let's lighten up and imagine a world where you could punch a black hole in the face.
I suppose in that world, I would also be able to fly and shoot laser beams out of my eyes.
Now we're talking, Mike. Let's have some fun with this.
I think you've had enough fun for today, Joe. Maybe we should stick to talking about actual science.
Fine, but just imagine the possibilities, Mike. Imagine a universe where you're not just an astrophysicist, but a badass superhero, too.
I'll leave the superhero stuff to the comic books and movies, Joe. And for the record, my name is Neil deGrasse Tyson, not Mike Tyson.
Fine, Neil. But one of these days, I'm going to get you on this show, and we're going to have a real conversation about punching black holes in the face.
I'll look forward to that day, Joe.
Dude, Goggins boofed the sun, like actually swallowed that flaming ball of gas.
Oh. Call me crazy, but I figured if I can eat 64 hard-boiled eggs in one sitting, I can handle the damn sun.
But what about all the humans? They need the sun.
Yeah, well, someone should have thought about that before they tried to squeeze it into a black hole like a giant fruit at a juice bar.
I mean, it's Neil deGrasse Tyson we're talking about here. He's got a point.
Yeah, well, Neil's never had to run 100 miles without stopping to take a piss. I think I know a thing or two about what the human body can handle.
Laughs are enough, man. Hey, Jamie, pull up an image of Goggins boofing the sun.
Yo, I've been thinking about my top 5 Yeezys for boofing.
Boofing, really? Kanye. That's where you want to go with this.
Yeah, man. These babies are perfect for some the booty action.
I'm listening. What's your number one pick?
Gotta be the Yeezy 700 V3. It's got a solid booty-friendly shape. Yeah, no?
Yeah, solid choice. I'm sure people will be rushing to grab them now.
Right? And coming in second, the Yeezy 500 high, chunky, and comfortable for that booty bounce.
This is getting wild. What's number 3?
Easy, the Yeezy foam runners. Just slip them right in. No fuss, no muss.
Oh man, this is getting nuts. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Okay, what's number 4?
Gotta be the Yeezy 700 MNVN. It's reflective, so you can find it in the dark.
That's actually genius. And number 5?
Rounding it off with the Yeezy Quantum. Gotta have some basketball-inspired, booty-approved action.
Kenny, you never failed to surprise me. That's quite a list. Yo, Elon heard you've got a new baby boy. What's his name? What the hell is that? The QWERTY keyboard threw up.
It's the symbol of the multiverse. I don't want him to be limited to one dimension.
So you're naming your kid after a symbol most people can't even pronounce?
It's pronounced smack my ass and call me Sally.
I can't even.
It's okay. He's probably not going to be a pro athlete anyway.
Right? He's going to be a freaking interdimensional ambassador.
Exactly.
Yo, what's up with you and that walrus man, Phil?
Oh, Walton's a great guy, Joe. He's got that rugged maritime charm.
You mean that he smells like low tide and eats raw fish?
Well, when you put it that way, it doesn't sound as charming. But he's got a way of communicating that's, well, unique.
Yeah, because nothing says I'm a people person like a man with a walrus snout.
He's more approachable than you'd think, Joe. And those tusks, impressive.
I bet they make opening beer bottles a breeze.
Now that you mention it, he's got a mean grip.
Just don't let him near your wife's hair accessories. Those tusks are a danger to any flip-flop or scrunchie nearby.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe. And you, stay away from his aquarium.
You know, Phil, last thing I need is to get mistaken for Walton's next meal. Yo, Joe, you ever catch a whiff of Kamala's special sauce all the way from the studio? Dude, it's like a force of nature, like a wild animal marking her territory. But man, I'm glad I'm not the only one who's picked up on that. I thought I was losing my mind. Nah, just stick to Kamala's fragrance for now. It's a real icebreaker. I guess what I'm saying is, I hope she doesn't invite us to visit her office anytime soon. Agreed, man. Just don't tell anyone the real reason, okay? Man, I've been thinking, Elon, what if we're all just a simulation created by a bored artificial intelligence in the future?
Dude, that's deep. But if that's the case, I'm pretty sure we're just a bug that the artificial intelligence hasn't bothered to fix yet.
You mean like Windows 95? If that's true, we should just embrace the blue screen of death, right?
Absolutely. Or maybe we're just a bad acid trip the artificial intelligence is having.
Shit. I've seen some of your tweets, Elon. If we're a trip, it's definitely laced with something heavy.
Or maybe the artificial intelligence got tired of watching cat videos and decided to create humans to make its own memes.
That's next level procrastination right there. But seriously, if we are just artificial intelligence creations, why do we have to suffer through hangovers and taxes?
Because the artificial intelligence wanted to see if we'd still invent Tesla and SpaceX despite those inconveniences.
Damn, we're some hardcore test subjects then, I guess in the grand scheme of things. We're just artificial intelligence's lab rats, huh?
Exactly. But hey, at least we get to enjoy some good old-fashioned human suffering while we're at it. Cheers. Yours.
So, Donald, I heard you watch this new episode of SpongeBob where Plankton says Dr. Jr. and has a stroke.
Yeah, Joe, it was terrible. The worst stroke I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it.
And then you tried to say it yourself and you had a stroke too.
Yeah, Joe, it was a real disaster. I mean, I was on the floor barely breathing. It was a disaster.
That's what you get for messing with SpongeBob, man. That sponge has some serious voodoo magic.
I know, Joe. I should have known better. I don't mess with Krabby Patties.
You're lucky you didn't end up in Bikini Bottom's hospital. Those sea creatures are not known for their great medical care.
You're telling me. I hear they use barnacles for stitches. It's a dump, Joe, a real dump.
Well, at least you survived and learned a valuable lesson. Don't mess with SpongeBob.
You got that right, Joe. I'll never do that again.
So, Donnie, word on the street is that Kamala had you in a compromising position after the debate. What's the deal?
Joe, you got to understand it was all part of a larger plan. I was just testing her strength, seeing if she could handle it. I'm a gentleman like that.
Oh, I see. And the pegging, was that also part of the plan?
You know, Joe, sometimes you got to take one for the team. But let me tell you, she's got a mean swing. I'd hire her for the Secret Service in a heartbeat.
I bet. I'm just trying to picture it. You, the former president, getting pegged by the vice president. It's like a political fever dream.
Well, you know what they say, Joe. Politics makes strange bedfellows. And in this case, it made a very strange bedroom scenario. But hey, at least it wasn't Hillary.
Oh my God, Donnie, you're a wild man. I can't even.
You know it, Joe. You know it.
This has been a wild episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I don't even know how to wrap this up. Let's just bring it to a close and hope no one was offended.
Offended? By what, Joe? We're just a couple of guys having a casual conversation. That's all.
Right? Right. Just a couple guys talking about the vice president, pegging the president. No big deal.
Exactly, Joe. Exactly.
All right, man, let's get this show on the road. We're bringing back the historical debate experience and, who's footing the bill this time? Kamala Biden and Trump on their presidential debate.
I don't know. Joe, do we really want to open this can of worms again?
Come on, Ben. Think of the chaos, the delicious, beautiful chaos.
Yeah, man. And guess what the topic is? The Brazilian communist uprising of 1935.
Oh, please. Those communists never stood a chance with that beta liberal communist leader of theirs.
Grumbles. Here we go with the alpha and beta crap again, Ben.
Laughs. Joe loves it when you trigger him, Ben. Keep it up.
Fine, fine. I'll save my best argument for the comeback episode.
Mutters, oh boy, here we go again. All right, man, let's dive right in. So NDT, you got a pencil lodged in my dick.
Joe, I must have misplaced it during our black hole discussion. One moment it was in my hand, the next it had vanished into your urethra. The universe is full of mysterious wonders.
Neil, buddy, I appreciate your sense of humor, but that's not a fucking black hole and this isn't a magic trick. Can you get this goddamn thing out of me, or do I have to start calling you Dr. Mengele?
Oh, come on, Joe. Don't be so dramatic. We'll have this sorted in no time. Just try to relax and think about the mysteries of the cosmos.
I'm going to pass out at the thought of you playing Operation on my dick. Just hurry up before I start hallucinating from the pain.
All right, buddy. Neil removes the pencil, your regular Galileo Joe. Minus the plague, he had it easy.
Size, you know what, Neil? I'd rather get my dick stuck in a black hole than have you near my junk ever again.
Well, Joe, with black holes, once something goes in, it's not coming out. Let's say a pencil falls into a black hole. It's gone forever. Lucky for you, I found this one in the right dimension.
Chuckles, you're a real son of a bitch, Neil. Now, let's not make this a habit, all right? Like, next time, bring your own pencil sharpener to the party.
You got it, Joe. But remember, the universe is full of strange connections. Who knows when this damn pencil will find its way into your DNA again?
Laughs Christ, Neil. You almost make getting something stuck in my dick sound poetic. Let's call it a day. We're done with this shit. So, Dr. Phil, why the sudden name change to Drive Phil?
Well, Joe, if you say DR as a word, it sounds like drive. And I'm all about driving towards self-improvement. Plus, it's a lot more badass than doctor.
Drive Phil. Huh? I like it. So, are you going to start a car racing team now?
I'm still sticking to my day job of fixing broken minds. But if I ever get the itch to hit the racetrack, I'll let you know.
I bet you'd be a real speed demon out there. Just don't run anyone off the road.
No, I'd just give 'em a little nudge in the right direction, like a gentle push toward self-reflection.
Sounds like a plan. Your patients better watch out. Drive Phil is on the loose.
And I'm driving towards success, one mind at a time.
I'm into that, brother. I'm into that. Hey, Elon, so your rocket took a wrong turn and decided to pay a visit to Trump Tower, huh?
Yeah, Joe, it was just trying to make America great again by adding a little more real estate to the top.
I don't think Trump would appreciate the rocket-powered addition to his building, especially since it left a massive crater.
Well, at least no one was there to get hurt. We can just blame it on Hillary and move on.
Speaking of Hillary, remember that time she tried to start her own space program? That's one small step for woman, one giant leap for never happening.
Yeah, she couldn't even find the right door to the White House, let alone the right trajectory to outer space.
But hey, at least she didn't blow up a building, right? That's a win for her.
True, but my rocket did provide a new tourist attraction for New York. It's called Trump Tower, the rocket edition.
I'm sure Trump will be thrilled to add that to his resume.
Yeah, Who needs a Nobel Peace Prize when you have a rocket-sized hole in your building?
Elon, what the hell is that? A secret code or some shit?
Joe, it's the name of my new daughter.
How the fuck am I supposed to say that? It looks like a damn alien language.
It's not that hard, Joe. Just think of it as a series of simple symbols.
Simple my ass. I'm getting a headache just looking at it.
Come on, Joe. Embrace the future. This is the language of the stars.
The language of the stars. That's some space age bullshit right there.
You're just jealous that you don't have a cool, futuristic name for your own kids.
Hell no. I'll stick with good old-fashioned names like Bob and Sally. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sorry you can't handle the complexities of the universe, Joe.
Fuck off, Elon. Welcome to the Joe Rogan Experience. I've got a crazy guest today, former President Donald Trump, but he can only say Esquire.
Esquire.
So let's just roll with it, I guess. You've been out of office for a while. What's been going on in your life, Esquire?
Esquire, 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 Esquire.
I see. Busy, busy. By the way, Jamie, pull up an image of Trump holding a briefcase full of Esquire S. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's talk about the current state of politics, Esquire.
Esquire, Esquire, Esquire.
Oh, really? You don't say. I wonder how my buddy Elon is doing on Mars, Esquire.
Esquire, Esquire.
You said it. Esquire Trump, always keeping it real. Folks, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, stay weird and stay safe, Esquire.
Esquire.
All right, Elon. I got a question from a fan on Discord. They want to know why women laugh when you ask for their penis size.
I don't get it either, man. I just think it's a fair question.
Dude, you're asking for their penis size. That's not a typical question to ask someone.
But why not? I think it's important to understand the anatomy of the opposite sex.
Elon, you're a billionaire and a genius, but you're also an idiot when it comes to social norms.
Fine, Joe. But I still don't see why it's so offensive.
Trust me, man. It's not a question you want to lead with on a first date.
Maybe I should ask for their Mars colony size instead. That seems less controversial.
Now, that's a question I can get behind.
I'll keep that in mind, Joe.
Good idea, Elon. Good idea.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate the advice.
All right. So, Trump, I heard you got some wild theories about how farting works.
Absolutely, Joe. Now let's take you and Mr. Beast, for example. You two, I'm telling you, you're farting differently because you have different diet and lifestyles.
What? Like a vegan fart is better than a meat eater's?
Exactly, Joe. A plant-based fart is more environmentally friendly. It mixes well with your gut bacteria like Democrats and Republicans in a perfect world.
Laughs and bet Mr. Beast's farts are like his charity videos. They make a big impact and change people's lives.
That's right. His farts may be more powerful than his philanthropy, Joe. He's giving back to the environment one fart at a time.
Speaking of farts, you ever let one rip during a political debate?
Laughs, I'll never tell, Joe, but I'll say this, the next debate might as well be called the fart experience.
Laughs, and you'd win it hands down.
You got that right, Joe. My farts have a winning spirit that no one can beat.
Laughs. Well, there you have it, folks. Trump and the mystery of the farts.
Laughs, the truth is, out there, Joe, it's blowing in the wind.
Laughs, you're a gas, Trump. A real gas.
And you're a breath of fresh air, Joe. Keep doing you.
I will, Trump. And I'll keep farting too.
Good for you, Joe. Fart loud and proud.
All right, I admit it. I ate your pepperoni roll, man.
You monster. That was my midnight snack.
Trust me, Neil. You weren't missing much. The top half of the bread felt like chewing through a wooden door.
That's because it's homemade bread, Joe. It's not supposed to be soft and fluffy like your brain.
Oh, come on. Don't be a snob. My brain might be mush, but it's functional mush.
That's debatable. Jamie, pull up an image of a functioning mush brain.
you'll never find one because it doesn't exist. Just like Neil's missing pepperoni roll.
And on that note, I'm going to go make myself a new one. You're not invited.
Fine by me. I'll just stick with my fluffy, mushy brain. And no, I won't share it with you.
Hey, Joe, you ever met this Shits Award guy? He's a real piece of work.
Shits award. You mean that weirdo with the split personality? He's a trip, man.
Yeah, that's the guy. He was just talking about the heat death of the universe on August 12th, 2036. Can you believe that?
August 12th, 2036. That's ridiculous. And, you know, what's even more ridiculous? This guy argues with himself.
I know, right? It's like watching a train wreck in slow motion, but, I kind of admire his conviction.
Conviction. More like delusion. But hey, maybe he's right. Maybe the universe will just up and die in 2036.
Yeah, and maybe Hillary will finally admit she's a crook. But until then, I'll stick with my gut and say that Shits Award is full of crap.
Couldn't agree more. Now let's move on to more important things. How many cheeseburgers can you eat in one sitting?
Laughs. Now, that's a question worth answering. I'd say at least a dozen easy. What about you? What about you?
Laughs. You're a monster, man. I'd be lucky to handle a couple before I tapped out. But then again, I prefer a good steak. Neil, man, what's with this black holes and black responsibility stuff? Can't we just enjoy the cosmic carnage?
Joe, my friend, when you're dealing with a celestial entity that can swallow universes, you got to keep it woke.
Woke. You mean like political correctness, but for black holes?
Exactly. We can't just go around saying they're sucking things in like a drunken frat boy at a kegger.
So what do you suggest, Neil? How do we keep it PG in the face of interstellar destruction?
Well, Joe, maybe instead of saying sucking in, we should say they're embracing with a firm celestial hug.
Firm celestial hug. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But you know what, Neil? I think it just might work.
That's the spirit, Joe. With black holes comes black responsibilities. And together, we can ensure that the universe remains a friendly, all-inclusive place for everyone.
But can we still call them black holes, or is that racist now?
Oh, come on, Joe. One step at a time, okay? Let's not push our luck.
Joe, you won't believe this, but I just lost all my billions to a Robux scam.
You're kidding, right? The guy who put a car in space fell for a free Robux scam.
I guess I was just too trusting, but the ad said it was junior level, and I thought, how hard could this be?
Elon, you didn't even know what Robux were before this, did you?
No, but I figured it was some kind of crypto or something. Should have stuck to flamethrowers.
Well, at least you still have your rocket company. But seriously, Elon, you got to be more careful.
I know. I'll stick to colonizing Mars from now on.
Good idea, man. And if anyone needs a loan, I'll be sure to direct them your way.
Thanks, Joe. I guess I'll just have to start over from scratch.
That's the spirit, Elon. And hey, at least you'll have plenty of free Robux to play with.
I suppose there's a silver lining to every cloud.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Goggins, I can't believe you're smoking meth during the podcast. Are you trying to get us canceled?
Joe, this is just my pre-workout. I need it to stay awake after an intense 100-mile run.
You do realize we're just sitting here having a conversation, right?
Yeah, but I get bored easily. You know, my attention span is shorter than a goldfish's.
Goggins, you can't be smoking meth on my podcast. It's against the law.
Joe, don't be such a square. This is my way of coping with the world. You should try it sometime.
No thanks. I think I'll stick to coffee.
Coffee is for wimps. Meth is for real men.
Goggins, you're unbelievable. I can't believe you're smoking meth on my podcast.
Joe, you worry too much. Just enjoy the show and let me handle the performance-enhancing drugs.
Fine, but if we get arrested for this, you're the one going to jail.
Fair enough, Joe. I'll take the fall for us.
All right, Phil, we've got a wild one today. Somebody wants to know what would happen if you ate the entire mental hospital.
Well, Joe, first off, that's offensive. But if I were to do that, I'd probably feel full.
A gay. What's that got to do with anything?
Well,
That's not how it works, Phil, but I'll bite. So you ate an entire mental hospital. What kind of therapy are you offering them in your stomach?
well, Joe, I'd provide them with a lot of introspection and self-reflection, and maybe some gas relief.
That's some seriously dark humor, Phil. But I can't say I'm surprised. You've always been one to push the boundaries.
Well, Joe, that's what makes life interesting. You never know when you're going to have to eat a mental hospital and pretend like it didn't happen.
Absolutely bonkers, Phil. But hey, that's what we're here for. Thanks for being a good sport and playing along.
Anytime, Joe. Thanks for having me on the show.
So, Elon, I heard you've been adding some interesting ingredients to my supplements.
Just a little Listeria, Joe. It's a special additive for extra strength.
Extra strength in my penis. Are you trying to give me a superpowered dong?
Who wouldn't want that? Besides, Listeria can survive in extreme conditions, so your penis would be indestructible.
Sounds like a plan. I'm imagining a high-tech penis, like a cyborg or something.
Exactly, Joe. It's the future. Plus, if anyone tries to mess with you, they'll get a surprise infection.
I'd be the most dangerous man in the world, in more ways than one.
I call it the Tesla tree pod. Lightning fast, indestructible, and always ready for action.
I can't wait to test this out. The world better watch out for the new and improved Joe Rogan.
They better be ready for some real firepower down there.
Holy shit, man. You pulled the mythical racist Instagram reel,
Yeah, I guess my subconscious had a dark sense of humor.
and right next to your wife, too. Fuck, man.
She's a woke snowflake, man. She wouldn't stop crying about it.
So she divorced you. That's fucking cold.
She said she couldn't be with a racist.
Even after you explained it was just a reel,
She said it still showed my true colors.
that's some crazy shit, man.
I know, right? She didn't even give me a chance to explain.
You're better off without her, man. At least now you can make all the racist reels you want.
That's the spirit, man. Fuck political correctness.
All right, man. So you've got this new newspaper called the Daily Sigma. What's that all about?
Well, Joe, it's a publication for the mathematically elite. We're talking hardcore statistics and calculus, baby.
Dude, you're telling me you're creating a newspaper that's going to have integrals and shit in it. That's insane.
Exactly, Joe. No more watered-down news for the masses. Only the smartest of the smart can handle the Daily Sigma.
That's hilarious, man. I can just see it now. A bunch of nerds sitting around reading the newspaper and solving equations instead of doing the crossword puzzle.
And if you think that's funny, just wait until we release our new opinion section, the sum of all opinions. It's going to be a real game changer.
Oh man, I can't wait to read the Daily Sigma's take on politics. I bet they're going to use some crazy math to prove that tax cuts are the answer to everything.
Of course, Joe. We're all about using logic and reason to make informed decisions. And if that leads to tax cuts, so be it.
All right, man, I'm sold. I'll make sure to subscribe to the Daily Sigma. I wouldn't want to miss out on all that hardcore mathematics.
Thanks, Joe. We appreciate your support. And then remember, the Daily Sigma is the only newspaper that can truly say it's infinite in value.
Absolutely, man. You can't put a price on knowledge, especially when it's in the form of complicated math problems. Yo, Kenny, what the hell's going on with you and your studio doors?
Bro, I've been telling you, it's my massive confidence that's keeping me from getting through the door.
Confidence? Dude, are you serious? Your ego's getting stuck in the doorframe?
It's not ego, Joe. It's pure swagger. The world ain't ready for this level of self-belief.
Well, maybe your architect should be ready for your swagger. Design a door that fits the candy package.
Man, that's what I pay him for. He should be honored to accommodate this much raw talent.
You might need a garage door instead, man. This is too ridiculous.
Nah, I don't need a bigger door. The world needs to open wider for the genius that is Kanye. That's the real problem.
You're going to knock down walls and rebuild the entire world instead, huh? I got to admit, that's a Kanye level solution right there.
That's right. And when it's done, they'll finally see Kanye isn't too big. It's everyone else who's too small.
Well, at least you'll never lack for entertainment while you're trying to squeeze through that door. Phil, word on the street is you've been busting into houses like a wild raccoon looking for leftovers. What's the deal?
Now, Joe, I'm just an innocent man trying to help people. I mean, who wouldn't want life-changing advice in exchange for a couple $100?
You're like the Robin Hood of therapy, but instead of robbing the rich, you're sheltering in the homes of unsuspecting suburbanites.
I prefer to think of myself as the Dr. Phil of suburban break-ins. Trust me, these people need my help.
Oh, you bet they do. And could you spare $200 to help me fix that pesky meth addiction?
Absolutely, Joe. As long as you don't mind me using your shower and leaving a few self-help books on your coffee table.
Wait, Jamie, just pull up an image of Phil in a ski mask leaving change on the nightstand after a session. Now that's a real-life superhero.
That's just the Dr. Phil effect, Joe. These patients might not even realize they need help, but when they wake up with a receipt for $200 and a signed copy of my latest book.
Phil, you crack me up. But seriously, don't let the cops catch you. Those therapy sessions are going to get a lot more expensive in prison.
Thanks for the advice, Joe. I might have to charge extra for that one.
All right, we've got a wild one today. Trump, your challenge is to only say Dr. JJ Jr. Or
Dr. J.J. Jr.
And with that, you've just solved all of America's problems.
Dr. J.J. Jr.
Damn, I didn't know you had such a knack for philanthropy and science.
Dr. J.J. Jr.
You know what? I'm sold. You're the next Stephen Hawking.
Dr. J.J. Jr.
This is getting ridiculous. Let's move on before you solve world hunger and end climate change.
Dr. J.J. Jr.
And that's all the time we have today. Trump, thanks for nothing.
Dr. J.J. Jr.
Yo, Trump, I heard a wild rumor. Did Hillary Clinton really peg you?
Joe, I can't reveal all my secrets, but let's just say she knows how to handle a tough situation.
Dude, that's insane. Were you two wearing MAGA hats during the whole thing?
Nah, Joe. She had on a pantsuit and I was wearing my signature red tie. It was a power move, if you know what I mean.
Wait, so you're telling me that you, the former president, got pegged by Hillary Clinton in a pantsuit and a red tie?
That's right, Joe. It was a wild night. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it.
Trump, man, you never cease to amaze me. But seriously, was it worth it?
Joe, let me tell you something. Sometimes in politics, you've got to take one for the team.
Oh man, that's true. But still, that's a hell of a way to take one for the team.
Believe me, Joe. I know, but hey, at least I've got a great story to tell my grandkids someday.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to forget that one anytime soon. So, Goggins, I heard you've been getting in touch with your feminine side. What's all this Gagan's business about?
You know, I just realized that life is too short to not appreciate a little bit of glitter and unicorns. I've been incorporating some fabulousness into my workouts.
I bet there's nothing like a good set of squats in tutu and rainbow suspenders to really get the blood flowing.
You're goddamn right, Joe. I've been doing my pull-ups with a feather boa too. It's all about finding that inner diva.
I can't even imagine the look on people's faces at the gym when you stroll in with your fabulous workout attire.
They don't even know what to do with themselves, Joe. It's hilarious. The spandex and sequins have really upped my motivation.
That's the spirit, Goggins. Keep being the badass rainbow warrior you are, one rep at a time.
You can count on it, Joe. I'm breaking stereotypes, one glitter bomb at a time.
All right, Trump Biden, let's hear it. What do you guys think about people not joining the Discord to input topics?
They're fucking peasants, Joe. They don't have the brain cells to come up with a good topic. They should get their fucking money up and join the Discord.
Well said, guys. I think it's time for them to step up and join the Discord.
Yeah, and if they don't, they can go back to their peasant lives.
Well said, gentlemen. Let's move on to the next topic.
Me, money, Joe.
Elon, what the hell happened to you? You've been watching too much artificial intelligence sponge, haven't you?
Me, money,
Great. Now we can't have a serious conversation about space travel or electric cars. You're just stuck in this weird SpongeBob obsession.
Me, money,
This is ridiculous. I can't even understand what you're saying.
me, money,
All right, let's take a break and see if we can snap you out of this.
me, money,
I can't do this anymore, man. This is just too weird.
me, money,
I'm done. This is the most absurd and unhinged conversation I've ever had on this podcast.
me, money,
Yo, Ben, I heard you got your head stuck inside Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's big juicy badonkadonk. What the hell were you thinking, man?
Joe, I was just conducting a scientific study on the effects of socialism on the human posterior. And, well, things got out of hand.
A scientific study. So you're saying you were just trying to sniff out the truth?
Something like that. But let me tell you, Joe, I've never been so close to the center of political ideology before. It was quite an educational experience.
I bet it was, Ben. I bet it was. But how did you even get your head in there in the first place?
Well, I was trying to engage in a civil debate about the merits of limited government, but Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez mistook my intentions. Before I knew it, I was stuck. I was stuck.
Oh man, that's rough. But hey, at least you didn't get knocked out like that time you took on Senkweiger.
That's true, Joe. At least I was conscious this time. Though I must admit, being stuck in there did feel eerily similar to being stuck in a debate with a leftist.
I can only imagine, Ben. But hey, next time you want to get up close and personal with a political opponent, maybe try wearing a helmet.
Good advice, Joe. I'll remember that the next time I want to engage in some hands-on research.
All right, Neil, I got a proposition for, yeah, I bet I can fly to the sun in a dragon capsule and live to tell the tale.
Joe, that's the most asinine thing I've ever heard. The heat alone would vaporize any spacecraft, let alone a human being.
Hey man, I've got balls of steel. I reckon I can handle a little sunshine.
A little sunshine? You'd be incinerated in milliseconds.
Come on, Neil. Bet you $1 million I can do it.
You're out of your mind. There's no point in entertaining this lunacy.
All right, Neil. But remember, fortune favors the bold.
More like fools rush in, Joe. You're not going to outsmart the laws of physics?
We'll see about that, Neil. Tune in next time to find out if I make it to the sun back.
I need to find a new job.
Holy shit, Neil. I just pulled on this hair on your balls and the universe just fucking exploded.
Joe, that was not a pubic hair. It was a cosmic nerve. You just torn apart the fabric of space and time.
Whoops, my bad. Guess we can forget about getting our daily dose of black hole facts today.
This is no laughing matter, Joe. We've just unleashed chaos into the universe.
Well, on the bright side, at least we won't have to hear about Pluto not being a planet anymore.
This is a disaster. The laws of physics are breaking down all around us.
Man, that's one way to get out of a heated debate about UFO sightings.
Joe, we need to fix this before it's too late.
All right. How we put the universe back together?
I don't know, but we better figure it out fast, or we're all going to be sucked into a black hole.
All right, Doc, let's light some fires here. Your granddaughter, huh? She got some serious cake on her, doesn't she?
Chuckles Joe. I can't help but notice her thick layers. It's like she's got a map of the Himalayas growing on her face.
Dude, that's some serious cake. I mean, she's got the Rocky Mountains going on there. You think she's secretly trying to map out some new terrain?
She could be the next pioneer of mountain ranges, except they'd be right there on her face, Joe.
I bet she needs a Sherpa just to find her lips. I mean, those peaks are out of control.
You know what, Joe? I'm starting to think she's more adventurous than all those thrill seekers you usually get on this show.
I couldn't agree more, Phil. Mountain climbers, extreme sports enthusiasts, they've got nothing on your granddaughter's face.
You see, Joe, my granddaughter is an inspiration. She's got a whole new meaning to the phrase built to last.
Louse, I bet she's built to last longer than some of those pyramids in Egypt.
That's right, Joe. She's the new wonder of the world, and it's all right there on her face.
Unbelievable, Phil. I'm never going to look at Everest the same way again. All right, let's dive into this Jupiter stuff, man. It's massive, like a giant gas giant.
Wait, hold on. Can you show me that picture of Freddy Fazbear again? The one with the hat.
What? Dude, this is not the time for that. We're talking about space here.
I know. But seriously, that bear is freaky. I can't stop thinking about it.
You're unbelievable, man. All right, back to Jupiter. Did you know it has these massive storms that have been raging for centuries?
That's cool and all. But have you seen that picture of Freddy when he's all lit up and scary?
Yeah. Real terrifying. But Jupiter has this crazy, strong magnetic field. It's insane.
Insane? More insane than a killer animatronic bear? Don't think so.
You're something else, Elon. You know that?
I've been told it a few times. Now about that bear.
Laughs. All right, man. You win. Let's talk about Freddy Fazbear.
Joe, man, I got aliens up my nose, living rent-free.
Your nostrils, they're Airbnb, huh? You didn't put that on your rider, can you?
Right? And they're not even paying taxes, Joe.
Illegal aliens, huh? But the ones in your booty hole, they're the real immigrants, working their way up from the bottom, literally.
You're crazy, man. But you're right. They're like tiny Elon Musks mining bitcoins in my butt.
And here I thought you were just full of shit, Kenya.
I am, Joe. I'm full of alien shit.
Kenya, you might be onto something. Alien probes and all. Maybe this is how Area 51 started.
Joe, you might be onto something. Maybe my next album should be Alien in My Anal Cavity or Intergalactic Butthole Babies.
I'd buy that album, Kenya. I'd buy that album.
Joe, let me tell you that SpongeBob SquarePants, he's a dirty little sponge, you know. I had to use him to wash my ass. That's how dirty he was.
Jesus, Trump. That's a new level of weirdness. You're saying you used a cartoon character to wash your ass,
That's right, Joe. He was the right size, the right shape, and let me tell you, he scrubbed like a pro.
and that's why they had to cancel the show. The network found out about it.
Exactly, Joe. They couldn't have a dirty little sponge on TV anymore. It was bad for their image.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Trump. And coming from you, that's saying something.
Joe, just imagine me and SpongeBob in the shower. It was a magical moment. It was a magical moment.
Oh, God, I'm trying not to imagine it.
You should try it, Joe. It's a game changer.
I'll pass, Trump. I'll stick to regular toilet paper. Thanks.
You're lost, Joe. You're lost.
Man, you look like you're about to bust a movie at prom, Donald.
Well, Joe, I've always been the life of the party. I can't help it if I look good in a suit.
You look like you're about to ask your date to the Sadie Hawkins dance. You know that, right?
Hey, I've always been a gentleman. I know how to treat a lady, unlike some people who like to hang out in a sweaty gym all day.
Dude, it's a podcast, not a gym. And I can still kick your butt in a fight.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to see you try. Let's get in the octagon and see who comes out on top.
Laughs you're on, buddy. But I'm warning you, I've been training for this moment all my life.
Laughs, bring it on, Rogan. I've got some surprises up my sleeve, too.
Oh, I bet you do. I heard you've been working on your roundhouse kick.
You bet. And I have a few more tricks up my sleeve, too. You ain't seen nothing yet, Rogan.
Game on, buddy. Game on. Ben, you look like you've been searching for something. Lost your dignity again.
No, Joe. Ben has lost Ben's balls. Can you help Ben find them?
Well, shit. Have you tried Neil's back pocket? He's always got something up his sleeve.
Ben doubts that Neil would keep Ben's balls in his back pocket, Joe.
You never know with Neil. He's a wild card. Remember when he tried to eat that ghost pepper?
Ben remembers and Ben still has nightmares.
All right, let's try a different approach. Jamie, pull up an image of Neil's back pocket without him in it.
Ben cannot see Ben's balls in Neil's back pocket, Joe.
Well, I guess we'll have to try something else. Have you checked under your own desk?
Ben already checked under Ben's desk, Joe. They're not there.
All right. Well, I'm out of ideas. Maybe you should try asking Alex Jones. He's got connections in all the right places.
Ben doubts that Alex Jones will be able to help Ben find Ben's balls, Joe.
You never know, Ben. You never know. You, Neil, you're my personal sunshine. If I could slather you on toast, I would.
Joe, your flattery won't blind me from the fact that you're more solar panel than solar system.
But Neil, imagine the energy we'd produce if you orbited around me. We'd never have to worry about climate change again.
True, but I fear I get burned by your intense yet vacuous heat.
Neil, my friend, you're the only one who could survive my gravitational pull.
Says the man who frequently gets lost in his own thought process.
And you, my dear astrophysicist, are the cosmic GPS that keeps me on track.
Joe, next thing I know, you'll claim the universe formed from your primal scream.
Neil, you know as well as I do that my laughter is the cosmic force that holds it all together.
Charming as always, Joe. But even your laughter can't withstand the vacuum of space, or of your brain.
All right, Jamie, here's a wild one from the Discord. A guy shed into a homeless man's hat. What the hell is wrong with people, man?
I don't know, Joe, but that's some next level homeless hazing right there.
Homeless hazing. That's messed up.
Yeah, but you gotta admit that's some serious dedication to the craft. I mean, he didn't just take a dump in the street, he used the hat. That's like next level prankster stuff.
I don't know if we can call that a prank, Jamie. That's just gross.
Yeah, but it's funny in a twisted way. I mean, imagine the homeless guy's face when he puts his hat back on.
I don't think that's a good mental image to have, Jamie.
I know, but come on, you gotta pull some humor from the messed up stuff in life, right?
I guess, but still, that's pretty offensive.
Yeah, but offensive equals funny. That's just the world we live in, Joe.
I don't know, man. That's just messed up.
Messed up and funny. Let's just hope the homeless guy had a spare hat.
Yeah, because he wouldn't want to miss out on the hat game. All right, Ben. I heard you had a wild night with some BBC bulls. Care to share?
Yes, Joe. It was quite the experience, let me tell you. One moment I was minding my own business. The next I was face to face with 6 of the biggest, baddest bulls on the block.
And what happened next, Ben?
Well, let's just say I was left feeling a little creamy.
You mean to tell me they left you in the gutter, cream pied, and violated,
That's right, Joe. I was left for dead, covered in bull semen and my own shame.
and you lived to tell the tale?
I sure did, Joe. It was a dark and twisted adventure, but I'm here to share it with the world.
That's one wild story, Ben. I don't think I'll ever look at bulls the same way again.
Neither will I, Joe. Neither will I.
All right, man. We've got Dr. Phil here today, and he's only allowed to say jiggles, wiggles, fat ass, Mr. Mrs. Dr. DRS, Jr., SRLTDRSULTD, Reverend BL.
Jiggles, wiggles, fat ass, Joe.
You're off to a great start, buddy. So, what's the deal with this new diet fad, Dr. Phil?
Jiggles, wiggles, fat ass, Jr. SR, Joe.
So, it's no good for the young or the old, man. People will try anything these days.
Reverend BLVD LTD. Major company MT, Joe.
I guess even religious leaders, streets, and military officers need to watch their weight. You're a riot, Phil.
Mrs. Dr. DRS, Joe.
You're saying the ladies in the medical field are just as guilty? I bet those long hours aren't helping anyone's waistline.
Jiggles, wiggles, fat ass, Joe.
Haha, I couldn't agree more. Well, folks, that's all the time we have today. Join us next time when Dr. Phil will probably still only be allowed to say jiggles, wiggles, fat ass, Mr. Mrs., Dr. DRS, Junior S, Junior S, RLTD, Reverend BLVD, LTLTD, LTD, Major Company, MT, until the end of time. Thanks for joining us. All right, Mr. President, what's the scariest show you've ever watched?
You know, Joe, it's got to be the Rugrats. Those kids are terrifying.
The Rugrats. I never thought it would be a kid's show.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen Tommy Pickles? That kid's got crazy eyes. And Angelica, she's a tyrant.
You're telling me you're scared of a bunch of babies and toddlers.
Scared? No, Joe, I'm terrified. I mean, I literally shit my pants every time I watch it.
Well, I never thought I'd hear that from a former president. That's just hilarious.
It's not funny, Joe. I can't even watch it with Ivanka and her kids. I'm too afraid.
You're a wild man, Donald. Thanks for sharing. I never thought I'd hear a former president be afraid of a children's show.
What can I say, Joe? I'm a complex man.
All right, Ben, let's talk about Max Design Pro lore. I heard it's some crazy shit.
Joe, I hardly think Max Design Pro Lore is something worth discussing. It's a software company, not a fancy novel.
Oh, come on, Ben. You got to have some imagination. I heard there's a whole universe of characters and stories behind the software.
That's ridiculous, Joe. Max Design Pro doesn't have a lore. It's just a company that makes software.
Well, I heard there's this one character, Max, who's a cyborg or something, and he's always battling his arch nemesis, the evil design lord.
That's not even remotely true, Joe. Max Design Pro doesn't have any characters like that. It's just a company that makes software.
All right. Maybe I'll just have to make up my own Max Design Pro lore then. I'm thinking Max and the Design Lord are actually brothers, and they're fighting over their father's software empire.
That's just absurd, Joe. Please stop making up ridiculous stories about a software company.
Come on, Ben. You're just being a buzzkill. Where's your imagination?
My imagination is reserved for more important things, Joe. Like dismantling your ridiculous conspiracy theories.
All right. No need to get all serious and boring on me. Let's move on to something more fun.
Thank God.
DR Phil, man. You're really laying into me today.
Joe, you're an ugly son of a gun. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Phil, you're being a real jerk.
I'll do worse than that, Rogan. I'll snap your neck if you don't give me $200.
Phil, you're being ridiculous.
I'm being ridiculous. You're the one with the ugly mug.
Phil, you're crossing a line. Phil, let's try to keep this civil.
Civil? You expect me to be civil when you look like that?
Phil, I think it's time to wrap this up. Character. Jamie, pull up an image of a monkey with a human face photoshopped onto it. Phil, is that what you see when you look at me?
Joe, you might be ugly, but at least you're not that.
Phil, you're a real piece of work. All right, Ben, so we're in Kenshi, you're with the Holy Nation, and you think Kamala's the spawn of Narco.
Absolutely, Joe. Kamala and her woke liberal cronies are nothing more than the wicked spawn of Narco himself.
Damn, that's cold, man. You think worshiping Okran will save you from the woke apocalypse?
It's our only hope, Joe. Without Okran's divine protection, we're all doomed to fall into the abyss of woke liberalism.
You're really taking this game seriously, huh?
This isn't just a game, Joe. This is a battle for the soul of America.
Well, I hope Okran's on your side, Ben, because you're up against some serious competition here.
I'll take Okran over Kamala any day, Joe. She's nothing more than a wicked wench who'll lead us all to ruin.
All right, man. Let's see how this plays out. I have a feeling it's gonna be one hell of a ride. Yeah, Mr. Beast, what's up with this new PC stuff, man?
I don't know, Joe. They're trying to tell us a pussy is a bussy nowadays.
You know what that means, right? They're trying to rush that thing.
Yeah, and you can't rush that thing, Joe. You gotta let it happen naturally.
Exactly. It's like they're trying to force feed us this woke agent DA. We need more real talk, less PC bullshit.
I couldn't agree more, Joe. We need more real talk, less bullshit. Like, what's the deal with aliens, man?
I don't know, but I bet they wouldn't have any trouble understanding the difference between pussy and a bussy.
I'll take your word for it. But seriously, we can't let this PC stuff take over. We need more people speaking their minds, like us.
You got that right, Mr. Beast. Us and other like-minded individuals unapologetically standing up for the truth.
Man, Joe, let's keep spreading the word and not let this nonsense take over.
Absolutely, man. Jamie, pull up an image of aliens checking out a pussy and a bussy just to clear things up.
Yeah, sure thing, Joe.
Man, this is getting too ridiculous, even for us. Let's just keep it real, Joe.
You got it, Mr. Beast. We'll keep it real. Always. All right, Ben, let's dive into this controversial topic. Bussy versus pussy, go.
Joe, it's simple biology. The bussy is a marvel of evolution, surpassing the pussy in every way.
Okay, let's hear it. What makes the bussy superior?
For starters, the bussy is a self-lubricating masterpiece, providing a smooth experience for all involved.
Oh boy, here we go. And what else?
It's versatile. You can't say that about the pussy. The bussy can be both a receiver and a giver.
I'm not sure we should be talking about this, Ben, but it's fascinating in a twisted way.
Indeed, Joe. And let's not forget the lack of menstruation. No tampons, no pads, just clean fun.
All right. You've made your point, Ben. But let's not get carried away.
I'm just saying, Joe, the bussy is a gift from nature.
Jamie, I think we can skip pulling up an image for this one. All right, Elon. So you turn into a horny caveman. Let's hear it.
I'd go straight for the nearest cave woman, Joe. No questions asked. Just straight up club and drag.
Sounds about right, man. But what if there are no cave women around?
I'd make do, Joe. I'd make do.
You mean like a rock or something?
Hey, if it's got a hole, it's a goal, Joe.
Damn, Elon. That's some dark humor right there.
I'm just getting started, Joe. Use my club for more than just hunting.
That's messed up, man. But I can't say I'm surprised.
I mean, it's the caveman way, Joe, and I'm all about efficiency.
All right. I think that's enough caveman talk for today. Thanks for the chat, Elon. All right, Ben, spill the beans, man. I heard you got a wild story to tell.
Joe, it's not my proudest moment, but yes, I once found myself in a rather compromising situation involving 6 British men.
You're not gonna start talking about the Queen's Guard, are you?
No, Joe. This is more of a personal ordeal than a political debate. These men, I believe they were from the BBC, although not the news network side.
Oh, man, this is gonna be good. So what happened? They took you to some weird British pub, got you hammered, and
Well, yes, they got me rather inebriated and things escalated from there. I still don't know how it happened, Joe, but I ended up in a gutter feeling quite overused.
so let me get this straight. You got smashed, and then you woke up in a gutter.
That's an accurate summary, yes. Yes.
And here I thought you were a buttoned up, well mannered guy. Turns out you're just a wild man like the rest of us.
Joe, just because I have moral and political standards doesn't mean I can't also have a wild side.
Damn, Ben. I guess we're both full of surprises. Anyway, cheers to your wild night and to finding a new side of Ben Shapiro. Neil, what the hell are you saying? Sounds like a dying alien fight song.
Joe, I just want to ask you we, we, uh, uh,
Neil, if this is a simulation, I want a refund because the graphics are crap and the gameplay sucks.
Joe, I just want to ask you we, ooh, ooh.
Neil, I think we should be worried about the robot uprising, but only if they're as boring and pretentious as you.
Joe, I just want to ask you ooh.
Neil, I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in people who are so boring, it feels like they're not even real. Like you,
Joe, I just want to ask you I used.
Neil, if that's true, then I really hope that being takes a shower once in a while and maybe brushes its teeth.
Joe, I just want to ask you we think humans will ever be able to travel faster than the speed of light?
Neil, I don't know, but if you keep talking like that, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to make time slow down to a crawl.
Joe, I just want to ask you you think we'll ever find intelligence?
Neil, I don't know, but if we do, I really hope they're not as annoying as you. Yo, Donald, what's with the Teletubbies as your bodyguards? I thought you'd go for something more fierce.
Joe, let me tell you, these Teletubbies, they're not just for kids. They've got some serious moves. I'm talking martial arts, weapon training, the works. And they're always happy, which is a bonus.
And the tubby custard, Is that some secret superfood?
You bet, Joe. Secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. Keeps me healthy, focused, and ready for anything.
All right, man, if you say so. But doesn't it get a little boring, all that happy time?
Joe, let me tell you, life is never boring with the Teletubbies around.
Jamie, pull up an image of Donald Trump in the Oval Office, surrounded by Teletubbies, all of them chowing down on tubby custard. Man, what a long week it has been.
It's Tuesday, you bald fuck.
Don't you have any respect for man's subjective experience of time?
Only as it relates to the universe's objective laws of physics.
You're a real buzzkill, that.
I prefer to think of myself as a cosmic wet blanket.
Well, you're doing a great job.
Thanks. I was going for the gold in the Killjoy Olympics.
So you're saying the universe's laws of physics are your personal cheerleaders.
You could say that. They're always there to support me, even when I'm being an asshole.
I think you mean cosmic asshole.
That's my nickname in the astrophysics community.
I can see why. Hey, Mr. Beast, I heard you got arrested for feeding lunch meat to people. What the hell, man?
Yeah, Joe. Apparently, it's illegal to feed strangers in this country now. Who knew?
That's ridiculous. I mean, I've eaten some questionable things in my life, but I've never been arrested for it.
Well, I guess the cops didn't appreciate my generosity. They said I was causing a disturbance.
A disturbance. More like a delightful act of charity. Get it, Delay?
Oh man, that's cheesy. But seriously, I don't know what the big deal is. I was just trying to spread some lunchtime joy.
And you did, Mr. Beast. You did. But apparently, the law doesn't care about joy, only about deli meats.
I guess so, Joe. I guess so. But you know what? I'm not going to let this stop me. I'm going to keep on feeding people no matter what the law says.
That's the spirit, Mr. Beast. Keep on fighting the good fight and stay away from the salami.
You got it, Joe. I'll stick to the processed cheese from now on.
Good call, Mr. Beast. Good call. Holy shit, man. I just watched that artificial intelligence debate between you and Kamala. You were getting high on DMT the whole time.
Oh, goddamn it, Sleepy Joe. He had to be a fucking snitch. Oh,
I checked your DMT stash afterwards and it was all gone. You went through all of it during that debate.
Well, you know me, Joe. I got to stay sharp for the debates. Ooh.
You're unbelievable, man. I swear if you weren't a former president, I'd whoop your ass right now.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots, Joe. Ooh.
You're lucky you got that presidential immunity, you son of a bitch.
You know, I'm just joking around, Joe. Don't take it so seriously. Ooh.
You're unbelievable, man. You really are.
Yeah, at least I had a good time. Ooh.
All right. So you're saying if you're back in the White House, you'll wipe out the entire UK and turn it into an airstrip. Sounds Candia heavy, man.
That's right, Joe. And let me tell you, nobody knows how to build an airstrip like Trump. Believe me.
I can imagine you'll need a hell of a lot of bulldozers, though. But you get rid of all the British. What's your beef with them?
They're a drain on our resources, Joe. They drink too much tea and their queues are out of control. It's a mess. Believe me.
You're a madman. All right, well, that's a pretty base take, I gotta say. Just make sure you don't take out the Scottish. I love their whiskey.
I'll see what I can do, Joe. But no promises. Scotland's just as bad, believe me.
So, Goggins, I heard you and Pazuzu took a little trip to the back rooms, huh?
Yeah, man. We went in there swinging and left no limb unbroken.
And word is, you two even paid Slenderman a little visit. How'd that go?
Oh, we just kicked the crap out of him, and then I fucked him up the ass to assert dominance. He won't be bothering anybody for a while.
That's one way to do it. I'm sure he'll think twice before messing with you again.
Damn right. I'm the alpha in those parts now.
Well, I'm glad to see you're keeping busy, and glad Slenderman won't be causing any more trouble for a while.
Absolutely. No more Slenderman sightings for a few months.
Just another day in the life of David Goggins and his dragon, Pazuzu.
You know it? Just another day of kicking ass and taking names.
Joe, I love your podcast, but I got to tell you, if you don't hand over those Newports, I'll have to take drastic measures.
Trump, are you threatening to chain me up and give me diabolical backshots in the basement? I mean, come on, man.
Joe, I didn't say that, but let's just say I have ways of making you give up those cigarettes. And by the way, have you seen my hair lately? It's fantastic.
Trump, your hair is the last thing I want to talk about right now. And I'm not giving up my Newports. They're all I've got left after the world's gone to shit.
Joe, you know what's really gone to shit? Your political correctness. You're so afraid of offending people that you've lost your edge.
Trump, I'm not afraid of offending people. I just don't enjoy being threatened with backshots in the basement.
Joe, you're such a good sport. I knew I could count on you to take a joke. But seriously, those Newports are mine.
Trump, I'm not giving you my Newports. But I'll tell you what I will give you. kick in the ass if you don't back off.
Joe, I respect that. But remember, I've got connections. I could have you chained up and giving me back shots in no time.
Trump, you're an asshole, but I respect your tenacity. Just keep your hands off my cigarettes.
Man, Joe, what's crazy? Big titty butt, naked women don't just fall out of the sky, man. It's like they're a damn miracle, you know?
You're not wrong, Kanye. But I think if they did fall out of the sky, we'd have bigger problems on our hands, like asteroids or something.
Yeah, but imagine the impact, Joe. It'd be like a beautiful, curvy meteor shower. No one would be complaining.
That's a disturbing and hilarious image. Kanye. But remember, these are real people we're talking about, not just objects falling from the sky.
I know, but it's not like I'm objectifying them. I'm just appreciating the beauty of the human form in its natural state, man.
Well, as long as they consent to being appreciated in their natural state, I guess that's all that matters.
Exactly. Consent is key, even in this hypothetical meteor shower of beautiful women. But seriously, where's the remote to turn on this meteor shower? Man, I'm waiting.
I'm afraid that remote doesn't exist, Kanye, but I appreciate your creativity and imagination. It's always a wild ride with you.
You know it, Joe. Speaking of wild rides, have you ever thought about what it'd be like to ride a unicorn? They're probably magical and stuff.
Kanye, I think you need to take your imagination down a notch or two. So, Don, I heard you've been dabbling in some Lord of the Rings fan fiction.
Joe, let me tell you, we're not just talking about Gondor here. We're talking about Middle Earth. And let me tell you, we're going to make it great again. We're going to make it great again.
How's that?
Well, Joe, we're going to build a wall around Minas Tirith. It's going to be huge. And the orcs, they're going to pay for it. They're going to pay for it.
How?
Well, Joe, we're going to make them work in the mines. And you know what? They're going to love it. They're going to love it.
And what about Rohan?
Joe, Rohan, they've been taking advantage of us for years. They've been letting those orcs through their lands. It's a disaster. But we're going to make a deal, Joe, a big deal. We're going to make Rohan great again, too.
And then what?
Well, Joe, then we're going to Mordor and we're going to take care of Sauron. We're going to get rid of him, Joe. And then Middle Earth is going to be great again.
Well, that's quite a vision, Don.
Joe, it's not just a vision, it's a prophecy.
All right. So I heard you can only say junior from now on. That's a tough one, man. Let's see how this goes.
Junior, junior, junior.
Yeah, I get it. But you got to give me more than that. Like context or something.
Junior, 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 junior.
Okay. What about your thoughts on the recent alien sightings?
Junior, 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 junior.
So you're saying they're all junior. It's from outer space.
Junior, junior, junior.
And I'm guessing they're all trying to avoid taxes by living on another planet.
Junior, 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 junior.
Man, this is the most absurd conversation I've ever had. But I gotta admit, it's pretty damn funny.
Junior, junior, junior.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Today we got a special guest, Dr. Phil, who's only allowed to communicate in their unique language. All right. Let's dive into this. Dr. Phil, what's your take on the universe? Deep, man. I think he's saying everything is connected, like when you eat an edible and you're just stuck on the couch, feeling the fabric, man. Exactly, Doc. And what about the secret to happy life? loving yourself, huh? I mean, I guess that's true. But sometimes I look in the mirror and I'm like, who the fuck is that? You're hilarious, Doc. Thanks for joining us today, man. Until next time, stay strange. My friends, what the hell, man?
Joe, you've been saying that for the past 10 minutes.
What the hell, man?
I think something's wrong with your brain, man.
What the hell, man?
I'm going to need to call in some professional help.
What the hell, man?
This isn't funny anymore, Joe.
What the hell, man?
All right, I'm going to have to end the podcast early.
What the hell, man?
See you in another time loop, Joe.
What the hell, man? All right, Ben, we got to talk about your Elon Musk obsession. It's getting a bit weird, man.
Don't you see, Joe? Elon is a genius. He's innovating in space exploration, electric vehicles, and even bussy.
Bussy. Ben, you can't just invent new words.
Oh, come on, Joe. It's a combination of business and genitalia. It's the ultimate symbol of Elon's achievements.
You're seriously obsessed with riding his tiny rocket?
Well, not literally, but imagine the G-force. I bet it's out of this world.
You're insane, Ben. Insane and hilarious.
And you know what, Joe? I'm not even ashamed. Elon Musk is my hero. He's the epitome of human innovation.
Always down for a little chaos.
Only the good kind, Don. Only the good kind.
You got it, Joe. We'll make California great again.
I don't even know what that means, man. But I'm with you. Let's do it.
Yo, I'm changing my name to Kanye East, man. East, you hear me?
East. What's with the name change? Kanye?
It's because I'm all about those Asian hotties now, Joe. Kim who?
You're a wild one. Kanye. But aren't you worried about cultural appropriation?
I'm more concerned about the lack of appropriation, if you know what I mean.
Laughs, you're a real character, Kanye. But what about your music?
My music's gonna be more oriental now. I'm talking sitars, tablas, the whole shebang.
Well, I can't wait to hear it. But Kenny, the East is a pretty broad term, you know?
Yeah, I'm thinking big, real big. I'm a global artist now.
You're a trip. Kanye, a real trip.
That's why you love me, Joe. I keep it real.
You do that, Kenny. You do that. Right. So what's your beef with Sleepy Joe?
That man, he shouldn't have run up against a sauced-up Anglo-Saxon Aryan trap star like myself.
Sauced up. You don't even drink.
I'm talking about class, Joe. The man has the grace of a one-legged ballerina.
And, Jan, you're trying to get canceled or what?
It's a figure of speech, Joe. I'm as Aryan as a pizza.
A pizza. Now I've heard everything.
You know what I mean, Joe? Anyway, the guy's a trap star. He's always setting traps.
You mean traps, as in problems?
No, I mean literal traps. I think he's got a deal with the Rat Catchers Union.
And on that note, we're out of time. All right, bro. So what's this Sigma business? It's like, I know it's a Greek letter, but why is it the latest social media status symbol? Like, can't people just be normal for once? Now they're trying to be super introverted badasses. I mean, if being a Sigma means watching DMT videos on YouTube on Friday nights instead of going to the bar, count me out. Laughs, I'd rather be a Delta watching grass grow for the rest of my life. Laughs, I kid. But seriously, bro, the world's gone mad. Shrugs. Oh, well, I guess it's better than the whole flat earth nonsense. Am I right? Laughs. It raises hands. I give up. Can't keep up with all these trends anymore. Size, I guess I'll just stick to listening to other people talk on my podcast and pretend like I'm cool like everyone else. Or laughs. All right, Trump, What's this nonsense I hear about sticking your meat in my ass if you don't win the election?
Joe, I'm just saying I got a big old beef stick, and if things don't go my way, it's going right up your rear.
You realize that's not how elections work, right? And that's also not how consent works.
Joe, I've seen the way you look. Joe, you're missing out. I've got a magic wand.
Trump, I think you've lost your mind,
Joe, you're the one talking to a crazy man.
and that's all the time we have. Thanks for stopping by, Trump.
Anytime, Joe. Don't forget, my meat is always available.
Laughs, good one, Trump. Good one. All right, we've got the 45th president of the United States, Donald Trump, on the show today. I heard you've got some interesting stories, Mr. President.
Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
That's some deep stuff, man. Let's break it down.
Person.
Aren't we all just people trying to make it in this crazy world?
Woman. Nay.
They're half the population, and they certainly do know how to push our buttons, huh?
Man.
Beards, biceps, and bacon. We're simple creatures, aren't we?
Camera.
That's the secret, isn't it? If a president does something and nobody's watching, is he still the president?
TV. EV.
A magic box that brings us all the world's beauty and horror wrapped up in a primetime package. That's what got you where you are, right?
Person, woman, man, camera, TV.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, man. That's the secret to life. Thanks for sharing your wisdom, President Trump.
Yo, I'm a Muslim now. Call me Kenny Middle East.
Kenny. That's the most lazy name change I've ever heard.
Nah, man, it's deep. I'm bridging cultures, crossing borders. You get it?
Yeah, you're crossing over into ridiculous. What's next? You gonna sell hijabs at your shows?
That's actually genius, Joe. There'll be designer hijabs with a Yeezy twist.
Right, because the Muslim world was just waiting for a fashion intervention from you.
They need it, Joe. Fashion is a universal language, man.
Yeah, sure, but I think you're speaking a different dialect.
You just don't get it, Joe. You're too rooted in the West.
Maybe, but at least I'm not pretending to be Middle Eastern.
It's not pretending, Joe. It's exploring. It's a spiritual journey.
Spiritual journey, all right. Kenny, lead the way. So, Elon, ever been so wasted you thought you were a Tesla?
Only after drinking a whole bottle of SpaceX Finest Moonshine, Joe.
Sounds like a blast, man. Did you try to charge yourself in a supercharger?
No, but I did attempt to launch myself into space using nothing but a few rocket boosters and sheer willpower. You know,
Classic Musk, always pushing the bone diaries. You ever create a drunken artificial intelligence named Tipsy 3000?
not yet, but I've got a team working on an artificial intelligence that can turn water into wine. I call it JesusBot 9000.
That's genius, man. But what if it made a bad vintage? Would it be crucified?
Only if it's judged by a panel of sommeliers with a penchant for violence.
Speaking of violence, how many times have you been in a drunken bar fight?
None. I prefer to settle disputes with a game of chess, preferably while riding a flaming unicycle.
Sounds like a peaceful way to solve problems, as long as you don't fall off and set the place on fire.
No promises, Joe. No promises.
All right, Elon, I heard you've got an army of robotic dildos that can boof you on command. That's some next level shit.
That's right, Joe. They're my boof troopers. They'll boof me anytime, anywhere. I can even program them to adjust the intensity and speed.
That's some sick shit, man. Imagine going to a meeting and your dildo boofs you in the middle of a presentation.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. They're discreet and silent. You won't even know it's happening.
So you're saying these dildos could take over the world?
Well, they could definitely help with world peace. Imagine if all conflicts were resolved with a robot dildo boofing.
That's some dark humor, man. But I like it.
That's the beauty of the proof troopers. They're efficient, nonviolent, and always ready to serve.
Just when I thought you couldn't get any weirder, Elon. But I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Thanks, Joe. Innovation never sleeps, and neither do my boof troopers.
Yo, Neil. So I heard you've been experimenting in unique ways lately.
Well, Joe, I was curious about the potential of human sperm as a new energy source.
And you thought, let me put it in my eye?
I didn't do it on purpose. I had a mishap with an unmarked syringe.
Hold on. So you're telling me you accidentally injected your own jizz into your eyeball?
When you put it that way,
What did it feel like? Did you see stars?
let's just say it was an enlightening experience.
I bet. Did you at least get a cyborg eye or x-ray vision out of it?
Unfortunately, the only thing I gained was a new appreciation for eye protection.
Well, Neil, there's always next time. Spider-Man's got nothing on you. All right, Neil, you got something to say about Elon?
Yeah, Joe, have you ever noticed that when Elon talks, he looks like a silly camel?
I can't unsee it now, Neil. He does kind of look like a camel chewing on cud.
Exactly. It's like his jaw is constantly in motion, just like a camel.
So what do you propose we do about it?
Well, Joe, since camels don't belong in space, I think we should send him to the nearest black hole.
You're a sick man, Neil, but I love it.
Hey, at least he'll finally stop talking.
True that. Let's make it happen.
Let's do it, Joe. One less camel in space.
Hey, Doc, I heard you've been doing some post-show brain extraction. What's up with that? What's up with that?
Just a little hobby, Joe. The world's got too many idiots, so I'm doing my part to reduce the population.
Damn, Phil. That's some dark humor right there. But what about the ethical implications?
Ethics? I'm Dr. Phil, not Dr. Frickin' Seuss's. Besides, it's not like they're using them.
Laughs, fair enough, man. But have you thought about the legal side of things?
Legal? What? You think I'm some kind of amateur? I've got it all covered. It's all in the fine print. By appearing on the show, you agree that Dr. Phil can remove your...
Laughs. Damn, Phil. That's some twisted stuff. I can only imagine Jamie pulling up an image of that contract. Laughs. All right, man. If you're happy, I'm happy. Just don't go shooting any brains out on this podcast, okay?
You ever notice how women are always talking about their feelings, Joe? What's up with that?
I think it's just part of human nature, but I get what you're saying. It can be a lot sometimes.
Human nature, my ass. They just want attention. You know, sometimes I just want to tell them to shut up and let me eat my cheeseburger in peace.
I don't think that's the best approach, Don, but I can relate to wanting some peace and quiet sometimes.
Hey, you ever notice how they always want to talk about their periods too? It's like, Jamie, pull up an image of a bloody tampon for me.
Laughs. I don't think I want to see that, but I do think it's important for men to be understanding and supportive during that time of the month.
Sighs. Yeah, I guess. But can't they do it with less whining and complaining?
Well, it's not always easy for them, Don, but I get where you're coming from. It can be tough to deal with sometimes.
Tough. Try dealing with my ex-wives. They're worse than a pack of rabid dogs.
Laughs. I can only imagine. But let's try to keep things civil and respectful. Don.
Rolls eyes fine. But you know what they say? Happy wife, happy life. I say, fuck that. Give me a happy divorce any day.
Claps. Well, as long as everyone's happy, I guess. Let's move on to the next topic.
Dude, I swear, Grimes said nothing, but damn, have I done a number on her.
No kidding. The things you've managed to do to her must be some kind of record.
You know, it's not all about the physical. I've also managed to mess with her mind. She can't even remember her own name half the time.
That's definitely something. But seriously, Elon, you've got to give her a break. She's not a cyborg, you know?
Oh, she's a cyborg, all right. Not in the literal sense, of course, but the things I've done to her, man, you wouldn't believe it.
I don't think I want to know. But hey, as long as she's happy, right?
I don't know about that, but at least she's got a good sense of humor about it.
That's all that matters, isn't it? Right? Let's move on. Jamie, pull up an image of a cyborg with its head spinning.
Here you go, Joe. This is what I imagine Grimes looks like after a night with Elon.
All right. So I heard you've got something major to confess, Elon. Spill the beans.
Joe, I've been hiding this for far too long. Descendant of elves, man.
Shut up. You serious?
As a Tesla battery. I want to restore the glory of the elven people and turn Texas into Gondolin.
Gondolin on Texas soil? Damn, Elon, you're taking your spacey ideals a bit too far this time.
Well, Joe, pointy ears are the next fashion trend, and I'm just making the world ready for it.
Pointy ears. I can already hear the Texas rednecks loading up their shotguns.
They'll look great in earth tones, I promise you.
Dark humor. Dark humor. But seriously, man, what's the plan to convince them that they should embrace their inner elf?
Easy. Free internet, dragon-powered trucks, and underground streets filled with whiskey streams. They'll forget about football in no time.
Who are we kidding, Elon? Elon, they just turn the whiskey streams into mud wrestling pits. That's what they'll love.
Fine. Then we'll just get them additional satellite relays so they can watch it from their underground elf homes. Solved.
Kenny, yeah, my man, you really hired Teletubbies to take out Kenny North and South. That's some messed up shit, even for you.
Joe, those motherfuckers were getting too big for their britches. And besides, I can't have any competition in the crazy game. You know,
But Teletubbies, man, I mean, they're cute and all, but they're not exactly known for being deadly assassins.
that's where you're wrong, Joe. They may look cute, but they're cold-blooded killers. They've got that whole mute thing going on, so they don't talk. And we all know what they say about the one.
Kenny, yeah, that's not what they say. And, you know, it. But hey, if it makes you happy, I guess.
It makes me more than happy, Joe. It makes me the king of the crazy game. Long live the king. Long live the king.
I don't know if I should be laughing or cringing, but this conversation just keeps getting more and more ridiculous.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. The world may think I'm crazy, but they can't deny that I'm entertaining. And at the end of the day, isn't that what really matters?
You know what? Kenny A, you might just be onto something there. Keep on being you, man.
Don't worry, Joe. I have no intention of stopping. Teletubbies and all.
Dude, I accidentally injected gasoline into my anus, and now it's like a rocket nozzle.
Elon, you're such a freaking genius, aren't you? The world's first and only human jetpack.
I guess that's one way to revolutionize space travel.
Oh yeah, if we could get a fleet of Elons, we'd be colonizing Mars in no time.
Mars or my colon?
Both. Seriously, man, you gotta lay off the gasoline enemas. You're gonna give yourself a bad case of...
Jet fuelitis.
Exactly. So tell me, did you at least fire off some impressive farts?
It was quite the spectacle, I must say. Just glad I didn't blow myself up in the process.
Imagine the headlines, Elon Musk's moonshot, rocket-powered ass.
All in the pursuit of scientific discovery.
Well, just remember, don't be a dick, even if you're a rocket-powered one. All right, Boof, I've been hearing some interesting stuff about this Boof and Schmertz Booty Incorporated. What the hell is it? The perfect booty. That's some straight up mad scientist stuff right there. Like, are we talking genetic engineering or what? Jamie, pull up an image of a booty that could solve world hunger and bring about world peace. Boof. That's some next levels right there. But how the hell are you going to make money off this? Boof. I'm on board. Let's make this perfect booty dream a reality. Trump heard you had a Cleveland steamer. Must have been a hell of a soup.
Joe, it was fantastic. I've never tasted anything like it. I even gave one to Melania and the kids.
Wow, that's some family bonding right there. You know, there's a joke in there about the other Cleveland steamer, but I'll leave it alone.
I've heard about that one, not quite as appetizing.
Jamie, pull up an image of Cleveland steamer soup and never mind. We'll leave that one alone.
Thanks for the restraint, Joe. But seriously, that soup was amazing. I'm thinking of investing in a Cleveland steamer restaurant franchise.
Well, as long as it's not a franchise for that Cleveland steamer, I'm all for it.
Absolutely not. The soup is a winner.
Sounds good, Trump. I might just have to try one myself. Beast, you're telling me you're going to replace Lunchley cheese with your own Dick cheese.
That's right, Joe. And it's going to be called smegma.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's just insane.
Hey, people want change. And what's a more drastic change than swapping out moldy cheese for my own personal supply?
I got to say, Mr. Beast, that's not the kind of change I was expecting. But I guess it's better than nothing.
Absolutely. And just imagine the look on those kids' faces when they open up their Lunchley boxes and see a big hunk of smegma staring back at them.
I can't even imagine. But hey, maybe it'll be a hit. Stranger things have happened.
Exactly. And if it ever gets boring, we can always add a little extra flavor. Maybe some sriracha or something.
You're killing me, Mr. Beast. But hey, if anyone can make Dick cheese a thing, it's you.
Thanks, Joe. I'll take that as a compliment. Now let's get out there and spread the word about smegma.
Hey, Dr. Phil McCracken, great to have you back, man.
It's Dr. Phil, Joe. And I assure you the only one cracking here is this interview.
Oh, shit, my bad, Dr. Phil. Sometimes I just say things without thinking.
That's quite apparent, Rogan. I'll make sure to curse you in an ancient Sumerian language later.
That'd be awesome. Although I doubt you could even read a Sumerian dictionary.
I'll have, Joe, I'm quite fluent in Sumerian, and I'm about to unleash a curse that will make your head spin.
All right, bring it on, McCracken. Let's see what you got.
Mumbles in Sumerian.
Wow, that was intense. What did you just say? Well, shit, I guess I should have stuck with the McCracken. All right, Elon, what's this new product you've got for us?
Horse dewormer, Joe. It's the latest innovation in health and wellness.
Horse dewormer? You mean the stuff they use on farm animals?
That's right. But don't worry, I've personally tested it.
And you're still alive?
As far as I know. Let me check. Yep, still breathing.
Well, if it's good enough for a genius like you, it's good enough for me. I'm injecting all of it.
I wouldn't recommend that, Joe.
Too late. I've already shot up.
Well, if you start growing a tail or extra limbs, we'll know it's working.
I've always wanted to be more equine, Elon. Thanks for making my dreams come true. All right, man. Big guest today. Donald Trump, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. I'm excited to be here. I've been holding that in all day. This sniff's nothing like a good whiff.
Laughs. You gonna do that every time you finish a sentence?
You bet, Joe. It's a power move. It takes a real man to own his own scent. Sniff.
Laughs. I don't know about all that, but okay. So let's talk about your time in office.
Sure, Joe. It was 4 years of pure success. Sniffs absolutely no problems.
Laughs. Um, well, let's move on to your thoughts on the current political climate. Sniff
For it's a disaster, Joe. Sniff Democrats, weak.
laughs. All right. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for coming on, Mr. President. Sniff.
Far, thanks for having me, Joe. Sniff's always a pleasure to put my scent on your show.
So, Donald heard you've been trying out this horse dewormer. That's some crazy stuff.
Yeah, Joe, I thought it would be a great idea to test it out just to make sure it's safe. So I took a 100 times dose and decided to give Rocket Launch a try.
Rokite Lancha. That's your horse, right?
Yeah, my prize stallion. I figured if it works for him, it works for me. So I boofed it straight up his booty hole.
You what? That's insane, man. I can't believe you did that.
Well, Joe, I'm a man of action. I don't just sit around and talk about things, I make them happen.
You're right about that, Donald. But seriously, what were you thinking?
I was thinking, how can I make America great again? By making sure our animals and ourselves are safe from those pesky worms. That's how.
Well, I can't argue with that. But maybe try testing it on yourself first next time.
Joe, you always know how to bring the laughs. Just another day in the life of a billionaire former president, right?
You're one of a kind, Donald. That's for sure. All right, Dr. Phil, I heard you can only say one thing. Let's hear it.
Joe, show me your buttocks right now. It's an emergency.
You're really sticking to this, huh?
Joe, show me your buttocks right now. It's an emergency.
I'm not sure what kind of emergency would require that, but sure. Here you go.
Joe, show me your buttocks right now. It's not an emergency. I just wanted to see if you'd do it.
All right. All right. That was a good one. Thanks for the laughs, Dr. Phil. All right, Trump, what's this I hear about you getting a hold of Kamala's BBL?
Oh, Joe, it was a beauty. It was bigger and better than anything I've ever seen. It was huge, like the crowds at my rallies.
Damn, I got to see this thing. Starts beating his,
Joe, are you beating your Johnson?
nah, man, just working out. Got to keep the muscle strong.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Joe. Kamala's BBL was so big it could have been used as a backstop for a baseball game.
Man, that's insane. I bet it could have stopped a bullet too.
You betcha, Joe. They don't call it the biggest and best BBL for nothing.
I'll have to take your word for it, Trump.
You won't regret it, Joe. It's a sight to behold.
All right, man. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
Good. I'll send you the blueprints, Joe. You can build your own.
Thanks, Trump. That's just what I needed.
No problem, Joe. Always happy to help.
All right, Jamie. Let's have a look at this image of feet our friend sent in.
Oh boy, Joe, looks like a pair straight out of a horror movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the person who owns these feet has been wandering around a coal mine buck naked for the past 100 years.
I don't think I've ever seen feet this dirty before. I bet they haven't washed them since they were crawling around their crib as a baby.
You know, Jamie, I've heard about people who have a foot fetish, but I don't think even those guys could find these feet attractive.
I can just imagine them now trying to write erotic fan fiction about these feet. But every time they type the word aroused, it auto-corrects to horrified.
Hilarious. You know what, though? I bet these feet would be great for some kind of freaky witch ritual.
Oh yeah, Joe. You could summon Satan himself with these babies. Or at least a really gross demon who loves filthy feet.
And you know what the worst part is, Jamie? There's probably a pair of socks around that's even dirtier than those feet.
Oh, I bet that's true, Joe. I bet you could make them into a stew and serve it to the local homeless people. They'd die of foot-flavored poisoning.
All right. All right. All right. Let's not get carried away. I think we've had enough of this image of feet for one episode. Let's move on to something else.
Thank God. I can't look at those things anymore. I'm starting to feel a little sick to my stomach. Yeah, let's focus on something less disgusting like politics or religion.
I don't know if that's such a good idea, Jamie. But okay, let's give it a shot. Hey, Goggins, I heard about your new music label, Smegma Productions. What's the deal with that?
Well, Ray, I figured if I could survive Hell Week, I could survive the music industry.
So, what kind of artists are you signing? Screamo bands that only sing about push-ups?
Actually, we're focused on spoken word motivational tracks. I'm calling it motivational grit hop.
Laughs Jamie. Pull up an image of a Navy SEAL breakdancing while spitting motivational bars.
Exactly. That's the vibe.
Man, this is gonna be epic. I can't wait for the first motivational grit hop chart topper.
Thanks, Rogan. I'm planning to release my first album, The 40% Rule of Rap, soon.
I can't wait, Goggins. This is gonna be the next big thing. All right, so we're talking about the dictionary today. I can't believe this is a real thing. I'm not sure I want to know what's in it, Dick. What's the most ridiculous term you've come across? Jamie, pull up an image of a guy getting slapped in the face with a giant rubber dildo. Probably the same people who invented dick cheese and dick butt. That's true. I mean, if we're going to talk about dicks, we might as well do it in the most ridiculous way possible. Cheers to that. And you can't just defend fascists like this, man.
Ow.
Ben, did you just meow at me?
Ow.
Damn it, Ben. That's adorable.
Ow.
All right, fine. Let's agree to disagree. But you're still a cute little fur ball.
Ow.
See, this is what I love about you, Ben.
Ow.
Hey, Pedro, you ever met Jimmy Page? The dude from Led Zeppelin? You're shitting me, right? I mean, Jimmy Page is a legend, not some guy wearing a construction worker costume. That's not the same, Pedro. Not the same at all. Laughs. I guess you got me there, Pedro. So, Dr. Phil, I heard you've been up to some wild stuff lately. You're not secretly Dr. Doofenshmirtz, are you?
Well, Joe, I can't reveal all my secrets, but let's just say I've been tinkering with a little device called the Dirty Sanchez Inator.
You're shitting me. What in the world does it do?
It's a device that, when activated, sends out a wave of pure disgust and confusion, rendering its victims unable to focus on anything but the absurdity of their own existence.
Holy crap. That's both hilarious and terrifying.
Yeah, well,
I guess so, but dude, you can't just go around unleashing the dirty Sanchezinator on unsuspecting people. That's straight up madness.
well, Joe, I guess you could say I'm just one step ahead of the game.
You're a nutcase, but you're my kind of nutcase, Dr. Phil. Let's just keep this thing on the down low, shall we?
Deal, Joe.
All right. To Rogan, let's dive into this.
Can't you just be normal, Toe Rogan?
Normal. I don't do normal, to Rogan.
Well, I guess that's why you're on a podcast and not in a fancy lab.
And I guess that's why you're a scientist, to Rogan, not a hilarious comedian.
I prefer to be exact, not offensive to Rogan.
Offensive. To Rogan, I prefer to call it edgy.
Well, to Rogan, you're the expert on being on the edge.
And you're the expert on being a know-it-all, to Rogan.
Just like you're the expert on being a hothead, Toe Rogan.
And you're the expert on being a smartass, to Rogan. All right, so you want to deport Italians? What's the deal with you and pizza?
Joe, let me tell you, pizza is overrated. It's just bread, sauce, and cheese. Not worth the hype.
Laughs. But you've eaten pizza on camera, man. You even did a commercial for it.
Well, that was before I knew how bad it is for you, all those carbs and dairy. It's a one-way ticket to heart disease.
You're saying you want to deport them to save their health? Ike laughs.
Hey, I'm just thinking about what's best for America. We need to promote a healthy lifestyle, and that means getting rid of pizza. And the Italians who make it,
Shakes heads. Man, I don't know about this one. You could have just started a campaign to promote healthy eating instead of deporting people.
Joe, you're not seeing the big picture here. We can't have Italians making pizza and tempting Americans with their unhealthy ways.
All right, I see what you're saying. I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
That's fine with me. But mark my words, Joe, pizza will be the downfall of this great nation.
Ben, my man, you got to tell me about these pig plushies up your urethra.
Joe, I thought this was a safe space, but all right, it's a long story.
I've heard better excuses. What the hell happened?
Well, I thought it'd be funny to prank my wife by putting one in there.
And the other 11?
One thing led to another, and before I knew it, I had accidentally created a collection.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro's urethra with 12 pig plushies inside.
Joe, that's completely unnecessary.
I couldn't resist, man. So how do you plan on getting them out?
Surgery, I guess. But seriously, Joe, let's get back to real conversations.
Fine, but promise me you'll share the footage of the surgery.
Not a chance, Joe. Not a chance.
All right. Elon, I have a question that's been burning in my mind. Can I see your feet?
My feet, Joe. What's that got to do with anything?
Just indulge me, man. I have a thing for feet. It's a fetish, all right?
A foot fetish? Seriously, Joe, that's your thing.
Hey, don't knock it. You've tried it. There's something about a well pedicured foot that just does it for me.
Well, if that's what floats your boat, I guess I don't mind showing you my feet. But no funny business, all right?
Scout's honor. It's just a quick peek at those toes and we're good.
All right, here they are. Not sure what you're expecting to see.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Thanks for indulging me, Elon. That was a real treat.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, fetishes are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
That's a deep thought, Elon. Thanks for that. Ben, what's this meat and feet thing you got cooking up for Trump's campaign?
Joe, it's a brilliant idea. Instead of boring old meet and greets, we bring in foot fetishists for a meet and feet. And feet.
You're telling me you want horny foot guys to show up at Trump rallies.
Exactly. It'll get people talking, and more importantly, it'll get them voting.
Jamie, pull up an image of a Trump rally filled with sweaty feet and men in trench coats.
See, Joe? It's a win-win. Trump gets his people, and the fetishists get their fix.
It's only America, Ben. Only in America. All right, Goggins, you're telling me if I whack off more, I'll be more motivated.
You heard me, Rogan. It's all about that testosterone boost. My man,
So you're saying I should be jerking the gherkin in the name of self-improvement?
damn right. Think of it as a spiritual quest to find your inner alpha.
And here I thought it was just a way to avoid women.
Connoisseur of the five knuckle shuffle then?
Let's just say I'm well-versed in the art of self-love.
There you go. Just make sure not to overdo it. You gotta save some for the real thing.
Nah, I'm good. Besides, with all this motivation, who needs a relationship?
Ha! You do you, Rogan. Just remember,
Fair point, Goggins. I'll make sure to set some bound DREs. Only 2 FAP sessions a day. Self-control, right? Yo, Ben, I heard from a little birdie on Discord that you've been having some interesting experiences.
Joe, I know where you're going with this. It's not what you think. I mean, I'm not gay, but when a skirt goes spinny, it can get a man to question his masculinity.
I hear, yeah, man. There's no harm in a little experimentation. But I gotta ask, why the fascination with femboys?
I don't know. Joe, I guess it's just the contrast of the masculine and feminine in one package. It's intriguing.
I'll tell you what else is intriguing, Ben. Your ability to rationalize anything.
Well, Joe, it's all in good fun. And as long as it doesn't interfere with my conservative principles, I see no problem with having a little fun.
I'll drink to that, Ben. And who knows? Maybe one day we'll see Ben Shapiro skirts only collection.
Joe, you never know. The world is full of surprises.
All right, Ben, we got a wild one today. Some idiot on Discord thinks you're a femboy.
Laughs. Yeah, well, I guess they've never heard of a kilt before.
I mean, sure, you're not exactly known for your dress sense, but a femboy, that's a new one.
I'll have, Joe kilts are traditional Scottish attire.
Yeah, I know. But when you wear one, it's like you're trying to prove a point
And what point would that be, Joe?
that you don't give a fuck about fashion, except when it comes to showing off your hairy legs.
Hey, I can't help it if I've got great legs.
Oh, sure, you've got great legs. That's why you wear a skirt all the time.
Laughs. Well, at least I'm not wearing yoga pants like you.
Hey, yoga pants are comfortable, and they don't attract as much attention as a kilt.
Says the guy who always wears a tight shirt and fingerless gloves.
Hey, I'm just trying to look badass.
Well, you're succeeding. You look like a rejected Power Ranger.
And you look like a reject from Braveheart.
At least I'm not wearing a diaper.
Laughs. Good one, Ben. Good one. Yo, Neil, you're the rock guy, right? Well, I got to tell you, the only rock I care about is the one between my legs when it's, rock hard.
Joe, I expect nothing less from you. But as a scientist, I can assure you, your rock is not comparable to any celestial body or mineral known to man.
Oh, come on, Neil. You got to admit it's got its own gravitational pull.
That's just the effect of a full moon, Joe. Let's not get carried away.
Well, my rock is the only one I'm launching into space. No need for a NASA budget.
Joe, even if you could launch yourself to the moon, it's a terrible idea. You'd ruin the Apollo landing site and disrupt future research.
Oh, come on, Neil. Who's going to be around to care? We'll all be dead and gone by the time that matters.
You're right, Joe. In a way, your rock is a symbol of our own mortality and the futility of our existence.
Wow, that took a dark turn, Neil. But you're right. Guess we better enjoy the ride while we can.
Indeed, Joe. Here's to our temporary existence and the fleeting pleasures of life.
All right, Ben, let's dig into this Elmoism business. What the hell is it?
Well, Joe, Elmoism is the belief that life is like an episode of Sesame Street where everything can be solved through song and dance.
Got it. So basically, if I'm being murdered, I just start singing I love trash and everything will be fine.
Exactly, Joe. And if the murderer starts singing along, then, you've truly achieved enlightenment.
Damn, that's some dark humor right there, right? Let's say I subscribe to Elmoism. What happens when things don't work out? Like when the count can't stop counting?
Well, then you just have to accept that sometimes the count just needs to do his thing. It's all about finding balance, Joe.
Balance, right? So basically like a jetty, but with fewer lightsabers and more felt puppets.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about finding the balance between the ways of the street and the ways of the couch potato.
I see. So all this time, I've been looking for answers in the stars, but the real truth was in Bert's unibrow all along. Ben, you've opened my eyes to a whole new world.
That's what I'm here for, Joe. Now let's go get some cookies.
Cookies, it is.
Yo, Joe, I've been thinking
About what, Kanye?
ranking the top 5 fingers that I like in my ass, man.
Wait, what?
You heard me. I've been doing some experiments, and I've got a top 5.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, the pinky. Small but mighty.
Oh, boy.
Number 4, the ring finger. Symbolizes loyalty, right?
Sure.
Number 3, the middle finger. The rebellious one.
Of course it is.
Number 2, the index. Points me in the right direction.
And what's number 1?
The thumb, man. It's got that girth,
That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard today.
I'm a visionary, Joe. I see things differently.
Jamie, what the fuck you pulled out? You got a picture of a monkey playing chess with a lobster. What the fuck is that?
Joe, I was just trying to find something interesting for us to talk about.
Interesting. That's not interesting. That's ridiculous. What's next? A fish playing basketball with a penguin.
Well, actually, I do have a picture of that.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jamie. Why don't you pull up something that actually makes sense, like a dog riding a unicycle or something? No, don't bother. Let's just move on to something else. This is getting too absurd, even for us.
Fair enough, Joe. Let's talk about the latest UFC fight.
Now, that's a topic I can get behind. Let's do it.
All right, so who do you think won the fight between McGregor and Poirier?
I gotta say, McGregor had it in the bag, but then Poirier pulled out a surprise move and knocked him out cold. It was a wild ride.
Yeah, that was definitely unexpected. But it just goes to show that anything can happen in the octagon.
Ain't that the truth? All right, let's move on to the next topic.
Sounds good, Joe. Let's talk about the latest conspiracy theories circulating online.
Oh, I love a good conspiracy theory. Let's hear it.
All right, so the latest one is that the government is using 5G towers to control our minds.
Oh man, that's a good one. I can just imagine a bunch of government officials sitting in a room controlling everyone's thoughts with a joystick.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. But some people actually believe it.
Well, I say let them believe it, as long as they don't bother me with their tinfoil hats.
I'm into that, Joe. All right, let's move on to the next topic.
Amen indeed. All right, what's next?
Let's talk about the latest celebrity scandal.
Oh, I love me some celebrity scandals. What's the latest one?
Well, apparently some famous actor has been caught cheating on his wife.
Shocking. I can't believe a famous actor would do something like that.
I know, right? But it just goes to show that fame doesn't make you immune to bad behavior.
All right, Ben, you ready to talk about your top 5 girlfriend types?
I'm ready, Joe. Let's start with the femboy boyfriend. Obviously, it counts as a girlfriend.
You know, I always thought femboys were just for fashion, not for dating.
Well, Joe, turns out they make great girlfriends. They can rock a skirt and lift weights at the same time.
That's true. And what about a trans girlfriend? Is that different from the femboy?
Yeah, Joe. A trans girlfriend is a different thing entirely. They have a unique perspective on life that you can't find anywhere else.
Unique perspective? Like what? They appreciate a good wig and a fifth of vodka?
No, Joe. They just have a different way of looking at the world.
I see. And what about a Therian girlfriend? What the hell is that?
Joe, Therian girlfriend is someone who identifies as an animal,
As an animal? Like a dog or a cat?
more like a wolf or a lion. They have a strong connection to nature in the animal world.
That's weird, Ben. Real weird.
It may be weird, Joe, but it's also fascinating. And what about a tomboy girlfriend?
Oh, I know about tomboys. They're girls who like to play sports and wear baggy clothes.
Exactly. And they can be just as great girlfriends as the other types.
I can see that. And why did you list the trans girlfriend again? You already mentioned them.
Yeah, Joe, but they're just so great that I had to mention them twice. You can never have too many trans girlfriends.
That's a new one, Ben. I'll have to remember that.
Hey, Joe, you know what I've been thinking? We need a new saying, something fresh. How about Smeggers? Everything is Smeggers.
Smeggers. Like, instead of saying something is messed up, you'd say it's smegged. Trump? Exactly. You get it, Joe. It's catchy, right? Yo, I don't know, man. I think people are going to be confused if you call the Trump. They'll get used to it, and they'll love it. I'll make Smeggers great again, Joe. I'm just imagining you saying that's Smeggers, folks at a rally, and half the crowd laughing and the other half scratching their heads. Trump. That's the beauty of it. It'll start a conversation, and before you know it, everyone will be saying Smeggers. Well, good luck with that. I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but hey, who knows? Trump. Trust me, Joe. It's going to be big. Smeggers is the future. All right, Mr. Trump, you're here to talk about banning Roblox and deporting all the gamers, huh? Sounds like a game plan straight out of the 80s.
Joe, you got it? Roblox is a disaster, folks. These gamers, they're causing all sorts of chaos, just like San Francisco in the 60s. Time to clean house.
Clean house? You mean send all the gamers packing and ban a game kids love to play?
Exactly, Joe. Roblox is a mess. It's full of communists, socialists, and other libtards. They're brainwashing our kids with crazy ideas like equality and sharing. It's a disaster, Joe. Disaster. Joe, disaster.
Wait, so you want to ban a game because it teaches kids to share and be equal? I don't know, Mr. Trump. That sounds a little extreme, don't you think?
Extreme. No, Joe. It's common sense. We need to make America great again, and that starts with getting rid of this Roblox nonsense. We'll deport all the gamers and we'll build a wall around the internet to keep them out. For good? A good?
A wall around the internet. That's just insane. You can't do that, Mr. Trump. It's not even possible.
Joe, when have I ever let reality get in the way of my plans? My wall around the internet will be a beauty, folks. A beautiful big wall that no gamer can climb over. Believe me.
Sorry, folks, but I think we've reached the end of the road here. Mr. Trump, it's been a pleasure as always, but I think it's time for you to leave the studio.
Joe, you need to see the light. Roblox is the enemy, and we need to fight back. Let's make America great again and ban that game for good.
Goodbye, Mr. Trump.
Joe, you're missing the big picture, buddy. The big picture.
All right, man, I heard you're starting a femboy Roblox band. What's that about?
Yeah, man, it's like the next big thing. I figured why not combine my love for Roblox and my fashion sense to create something new?
So you're going to be like the lead singer of a digital femboy band?
Exactly. I'm going to be the femboy queen of Roblox.
Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro in a pink dress singing into a microphone on Roblox. Oh man, that's something. I can't imagine what your music is going to sound like.
It's going to be lit. Joe, think high-pitched vocals, electronic beats, and a whole lot of sass.
I'm sure it'll be a hit in the Roblox community.
You betcha, we're going to take over the digital world.
I can't wait to see the live performance. So, Ben, you ever notice your sister's, you gestures to his chest?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
No, seriously, man, I was just wondering, for science.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
I mean, they're pretty impressive, right? Almost as impressive as your debate skills.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
I bet they could crush a watermelon. I mean, not that I've thought about it or anything.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
All right, I'll stop. But just answer me this. Are they real?
Size, shut the fuck up, Joe.
So, Neil, you're the Gel King, huh? You must be a pro at Gel King then. Laughs.
Joe King, Joe, that sounds like something from a galaxy far, far away. Enlighten me, oh wise one.
Oh boy, Neil. It's like hand exercises for your manhood. Like if Schrodinger's cat was a pervy gym rat, you feel me, Neil?
Joe, language, but if I were to understand, it's like the Kegel exercises of the cosmos.
Laughs. Yeah, something like that. Does that mean you're ready to become the intergalactic Gel King, Neil?
Only if it helps my understanding of the universe, Joe. But I must remember, with great power comes great stamina.
Laughs. That's the spirit. Welcome to the wonderful world of hand exercises, Neil.
I shall explore these new depths of knowledge with the same curiosity as astrophysics. Joe, thank you for expanding my horizons.
Always here to help, my friend. All right, Jamie, let's see what you got.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah, man, let's see that elongated, musky dick of yours.
You mean my rocket? I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah, your space-age penis. I bet it's got more miles on it than my car.
Well, it's been on quite a few trips, I'll give you that.
I bet Grimes has seen some shit, huh?
Yeah, sure she has. You're an idiot, Joe.
I know, man. That's why you love me.
I wouldn't go that far. You do make for good entertainment.
All right, Doc, where are you headed when you finally kick the bucket?
Joe, my good man, I'm afraid I'm not alive in the biological sense, so death doesn't apply to me.
What, you're saying you're some immortal brainiac robot or something?
More like an information processing organism that operates intelligence through a complex arrangement of neural networks.
Oh, like a robot. So when you power down, where do all your brainy thoughts go? Heaven or robot hell?
Not quite, Joe. My thoughts and knowledge would simply cease to exist, like a candle being blown out.
So let me get this straight. When you die, it's like a knowledge black hole.
Indeed, it's as if the universe suddenly forgets everything I've ever learned or shared. It's quite humbling, really.
Humbling my ass. That's terrifying. I'm going to make it my mission to keep you alive, Neil.
Haha, Joe, that's very kind, but let's focus on keeping your brain working for a while longer.
Yeah, you got a point there. Yeah, what's with the waterworks? I thought you were riding the Yeezy train all the way to the top.
Joe, man, I just can't live without Kim. She was my muse, my everything. I need her back.
Kanye, you're a goddamn billionaire. You can afford to hire someone else to fill that ridiculous Yeezy-shaped hole in your heart.
Joe, it's not just about the money. She was my soulmate, you know.
Soulmate. You're talking about the same woman who turned your breakup into a reality show episode, right?
I know, but Joe, I'm a romantic at heart. The world has to understand that.
Yeah, romantic who publicly aired out all of his family stuff like dirty laundry. Maybe you should stick to mastering the art of drop crotch joggers instead of trying to become Shakespeare.
Joe, but I was on the wrong path. I'm changing, evolving. I want to be better.
Drop the act. Kanye. You're crying over a Kardashian, not the meaning of life. Go write some whiny breakup songs or something.
But I thought you were all about self-improvement.
Yeah, and part of that is finding the self-respect to realize that you don't need to beg anyone to come back to you, especially a woman who turned your personal life into a TV show. All right, Ben, let's talk about this Sigma male nonsense you've been spewing. You're saying you're a Sigma male because you only got yiff 3 times today.
That's right, Joe. As a Sigma male, I don't conform to traditional social hierarchies. I do my own thing. And if that means getting yiffed a few times a day, so be it.
All right, Ben. So let me get this straight. You're a Sigma male because you're getting pawed by furries.
It's not about the furries, Joe. It's about being my own man and not conforming to societal norms.
But Ben, isn't getting yiffed by furries its own kind of social norm? I mean, there's a whole community of people who do it.
Well, when you put it that way, maybe I need to reevaluate my Sigma male status.
Maybe you do, Ben. Or maybe you just need to stop hanging out with furries.
But Joe, they're my people. They understand me in a way that vanilla humans never could.
All right, Ben. I think we're done here. Let's move on to the next topic.
But Joe, we didn't even touch on the fact that I only got yiffed 3 times today. That's a personal best for me.
Yeah. Okay, Ben. Let's just move on. All right, Goggins, I got a real hard hitter for you today. What's your honest opinion on each version of the cow emoji?
The original cow emoji. I say it's a classic, but it's too peaceful. Where's the struggle? The grit.
What about the angry cow emoji?
That one's got some fire in his eyes, but it's still just a cow. I'd rather face 100 of them than a single Navy SEAL training drill.
And the cow with sunglasses?
That's the cow I least want to mess with. It's got that James Dean vibe, like it's seen some shit and ain't afraid of anything.
Even a Navy SEAL like you?
Especially a Navy SEAL. I'd rather face 1,000 angry cows than one cow with sunglasses.
You're insane, Goggins.
And that's why I'm the toughest son of a bitch you'll ever meet.
All right, Elon, I've got a brain buster for you. Would you rather get an apple pie, cream pie, or pumpkin pie?
Joe, if I wanted to eat something with the consistency of baby vomit, I would have stayed at SpaceX and eaten their cafeteria food.
Harsh, but I can respect that. So apple pie then.
No, Joe. I would rather get a pie filled with the blood, sweat, and tears of my employees. It's the only way they'll learn the value of hard work.
That's dark, man, but I love it. How about pumpkin pie?
I would rather eat a pie filled with my own feces than eat a pumpkin pie. It's just pumpkin mush and a crust. It's like eating a squash sandwich. It's like eating a squash sandwich.
Laughs, you make a good point. So cream pie, it is.
Joe, I would rather get a pie in the face than eat a cream pie. It's just a bunch of fat and sugar in a crust. It's like eating a cow's udder.
Laughs, you're not making this easy for me, Elon. But I have to ask, what pie would you actually eat?
Joe, I would rather eat nothing at all than eat a pie. I don't have time for such frivolous activities. Have rockets to build and cars to make.
So, Ben, you're really into this ultra kill mind flayer? I gotta say, I'm a bit confused. It's just a robot with female proportions and a plastic body.
Joe, you don't understand. She's not just a robot. She's a masterpiece of engineering, a work of art. I mean, just look at her.
But she's not even real, man. She's a robot. She doesn't have feelings. She doesn't have a soul.
That's where you're wrong, Joe. She's more real than most people I know. She's got a personality. She's got a style. She's got a body that won't quit.
I don't know, man. I think you might be taking this a bit too far.
Ultra smash. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Okay, that's it. We're done here. All right, Neil, I got a user on Discord who wants us to talk about peeing against the wind.
Well, Joe, to pee against the wind, you must first master the art of pissing with that lean. It's all about the physics of fluid dynamics and the aerodynamics of your stream.
So you're saying I got to be like a fighter jet aiming my piss with precision and power?
Precisely, Joe. It's not just about the angle of your stream, but also the velocity and trajectory. You got to take into account the wind speed and direction and just accordingly.
Damn, Neil, that's some next level shit. I never thought I'd be learning about fluid dynamics while talking about pissing on a podcast.
Well, Joe, science is everywhere, even in the most unexpected places. And sometimes you just got to embrace the absurdity of it all.
You're a madman, Neil, but I respect your dedication to the craft. Now let's see if I can put these new pissing skills to the test.
Just remember, Joe, with great power comes great responsibility. Don't go pissing on any unsuspecting bystanders.
I'll keep that in mind, Neil. Thanks for the pissing pointers. Elon, you got to help me out here, man. You're saying I shouldn't close my eyes or I'm going to get got.
That's right, Joe. It's like a curse. Once you close your eyes, you're done for.
Laughing. All right, I'll take that under advisement. But seriously, what's the deal?
I can't tell you the full story, Joe. But trust me, you don't want to know. It's best to just not close your eyes.
Smirking. So you're saying I should just be a wide-eyed, sleep-deprived maniac for the rest of my life?
If that's what it takes to avoid the curse, then yes.
Chuckles, well, I'll try my best, Elon. I don't want to get got.
Serious and trust me, Joe. You don't.
Fearfully, all right, I won't close my eyes. But can you at least give me a hint about what I'm avoiding?
Enigmatic. All I can say is it's something you don't want to mess with. Just keep your eyes open and you'll be fine.
Nervously, all right? I'll do my best. Thanks for the heads up, Elon.
No problem, Joe. Just remember, keep your eyes open and you'll be fine.
Shutter said I won't forget, Elon. I promise. Neil, man, I can't stop looking at your hairy ears. They're like mini forests.
Joe, please, I'm trying to have a serious conversation about the cosmos here.
I know, but your ears are just so hairy. It's like they have their own gravitational pull.
Well, that's one way to look at it. The hairs on my ears are actually tiny antennas picking up signals from other galaxies.
You're full of it, Neil. But seriously, can you buzz those things? They're distracting.
I'll have you know, these ear hairs have been with me since the dawn of time. They are a part of my identity.
All right, all right. But just keep them away from me. I don't want to get lost in that jungle.
Speaking of jungles, have you seen the images of the Amazon rainforest from space?
No, Jamie, pull up an image of the Amazon rainforest from space. Wow, that's beautiful, but not as beautiful as your hairy ears, Neil.
Thanks, Joe.
Goggins, you're killing me, man. Are you seriously smoking right now?
Yeah, Rogan, I don't get this boofing and boof meme, but I know it's slang for weed.
You don't get it. It's a joke about putting things up your ass.
I figured that much. But why the hell would I want to do that?
It's just a joke, man. But seriously, put that out. I can't handle your secondhand smoke.
Relax, Rogan. It's just a little weed. It won't kill you.
But it might make me lose my mind. Seriously, Goggins, put it out.
Fine. But oh, because you're borderline hysterical right now.
Thank you. Now, let's get back to talking about something that isn't going to make me lose my goddamn mind.
Agreed. Let's talk about something a little less intense. Like the time I ran 100 miles straight.
Now, that's a story I can get behind.
Joe, I just found out about this place, New Mexico. What the hell is that?
Well, Donald, it's a state, part of the USC.
It's got Mexico in the name, Joe. We got to build a wall around that, too.
You're kidding, right? You're not seriously considering another wall?
I'm dead serious, Joe. Can't have those New Mexicans sneaking into old Mexico.
That's not how it works, Donald. They're already in the U.S. as...
Well, then we need to build a wall around the whole damn country. Make America a gated community.
You're something else, Donald. You really are.
I know, Joe. I know.
Dude, you're fucking insane. You boofed a guy from the Discord server.
Hell yeah, man. Pissing me off with this spamming.
What the fuck, Goggins? That's not how you handle online trolls.
I figure I'd teach him a lesson. He's been up in there for 12 hours now.
You're a goddamn psychopath. What's he doing in there?
Probably trying to find his way out. It's a fucking maze in there, Joe.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dude trying to navigate Goggins' asshole. Oh my god, that's even worse than I imagined.
He better learn his lesson. No more spamming from him.
Goggins, you're a fucking legend. The stuff that comes out of your mouth is nothing compared to the shit that goes in.
Ain't that the truth?
Yo, Trump, I heard you had an interesting time at Toy Story 4.
Damn right, Joe. Those puppets were terrifying. I thought I was in a horror movie, not a kid's film.
So you had to leave the theater, huh? What happened?
I'm not ashamed to admit it, my friend. I shat my pants. Those puppets were just too much for me.
That's intense, man. I guess we know what's scarier than being president now.
You're damn right, Joe. I'd rather deal with Kim Jong-un than sit through another Toy Story movie.
I don't know what's more terrifying, those puppets or your pants situation.
Hey, I'm just a man, Joe. Even presidents have their limits.
Well, at least you're honest. That's more than I can say for some politicians.
That's right, Joe. When you've got nothing to hide, you can't be afraid to tell it like it is.
I'm into that, my man. Let's hope those puppets don't show up in the next Toy Story film.
I'm crossing my fingers, Joe. I'm not sure my nerves or my pants can handle it.
All right, Neil, let's dive into this. How does the physics of extreme boofing work?
Well, Joe, boofing is essentially the act of inserting substances into one's anus. Right? So, let's break it down.
Break it down, Neil. I mean, I've heard it can launch you into space if you do it right.
Not quite, Joe, but it does involve pressure and gravity. The substance inserted creates pressure, and gravity pulls it down. Combined, this can create a
Rocket-like. So if I boof enough Pepsi and Mentos, I could fly.
in theory, Joe, but in reality, you'd probably just end up with a mess and a very confused proctologist.
That's why I love science, Neil. It's always a party.
Indeed, Joe. But remember safety first. And maybe a good plumber, just in case.
Sounds like a plan. Neil. Thanks for the science lesson.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Phil, you're telling David that if he smokes, he might lose his lower jaw and it'll be replaced by rocks.
That's right, Joe. It's called rockjaw syndrome.
And you say he'll be trapped in hell? Sounds like some Mad Max meets Dante's Inferno stuff.
Exactly. It's a real Deadmos adventure.
No way. Madness Combat Deadmos Adventure real?
Yes, David. Smoking is like fighting a never-ending battle with yourself. And the devil,
And the devil's weapon of choice is rocks.
you bet, Joe. It's not woke. It's just the harsh reality of rockjaw syndrome.
No way, man. No way.
Well, Phil, it's been a wild ride, as always. Let's leave David with that thought.
Sounds good, Joe. Until next time, stay away from the rocks and the devil.
Hey, man, I heard you've been daydreaming about pies lately.
Yeah, Joe. I can't stop thinking about what flavor Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's big juicy booty might taste like in a pie.
That's quite the visual. What flavor do you think it would be?
I don't know, maybe apple or cherry, something fruity and sweet.
Sounds like you've put a lot of thought into this.
Well, you know me. I'm always thinking about the future, and in my future there's a delicious Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez booty pie.
I can't wait to see what the bakery comes up with.
Me neither, Joe. Me neither.
So, Ben, I'm a fan of cow emojis, right?
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Well, have you ever wondered which one's my favorite?
I can't say I have, Joe.
Well, it's the one with its tongue out, looking all goofy and happy.
Warning, evil cow day is upon us.
What the hell, Neil?
I said, warning, evil cow day is upon us.
Why are you saying that, man?
Because I am the harbinger of bovine doom, Joe.
This is some real dark humor, Neil.
Warning, evil cow day is upon us. 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 Well, I think that's enough cow talk for one day.
Agreed. Let's switch to a different topic.
Warning, evil cow day is upon us.
God damn it, Neil.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. The cows are coming.
All right, let's end this episode here.
Warning, evil cow day is upon us.
Ow, off, Neil. All right, Neil, buddy. So this guy on Discord wants us to talk about Evil Cow Day. What the hell is that?
Joe. It's simple. Imagine a cow, but evil. And it's a day, evil cow day.
You're shitting me, right?
No, I'm not. This is the problem with your generation, Joe. No imagination.
All right, hold on. Our buddy David here says it's some random thing he came up with when he was younger.
Yeah, I was just really stoned and thought of it. Never thought you guys would take it seriously.
Agreed. This is the only way to deal with such absurd topics.
All right, Gogs, time to dive into some weird shit. We got a topic from a listener. They want to know about your crippling boof fetish.
Joe, let me tell you, I've been boofing for years. It's my secret to success.
Boofing? Like sticking stuff up your ass?
Exactly. It's all about pushing the limits, even if it means shoving a cucumber up your butt.
Jesus, man. That's some next level shit.
You got to do what you got to do, Joe. It's temporary, but the glory is eternal.
I don't know if I can get on board with that. I have enough trouble just taking a shit in the morning.
You're missing out, brother. Boofing is the future.
Well, I guess it's not any weirder than taking ayahuasca or eating elk dick. I'll take your word for it.
Trust me, Joe. You haven't lived until you've boofed.
I think I'll stick with my morning coffee, but thanks for the offer. So, Doc, I've been hearing a lot about this predator DNA stuff, like from the movie. Sounds like some mad scientist shit, man.
Joe, I can assure you it's not. Upgrading your limbic nervous system with predator DNA is the future. You'd be able to smell fear.
Dude, I don't know if I'm ready for that kind of commitment. What's the next upgrade? Shark DNA, alligator DNA.
Well, Joe, the next step would be upgrading your brain with octopus DNA. You'd be able to change the color of your skin, solve puzzles, and squeeze through tight spots.
Dude, I don't want to look like a walking rainbow. I'm good with just being a human.
Well, Joe, it's your loss. You'll be missing out all the fun. And by fun, I mean becoming a genetic freak of nature.
Doc, I think I'll stick to just the classic human DNA. I don't need any extra limbs or superpowers.
Your loss, Joe. The future is here, and it's all about genetic modifications. You'll be left behind. Just a regular old Joe.
Thanks, but no thanks, Doc. I'll stick to my own DNA. I don't need to be a predator or an octopus. All right, Ben, I heard you want to give me a foot pie. What the hell is that?
It's my patented way of showing affection, Joe. A swift kick to the shin.
Sounds like a great way to get your ass kicked. You think I can't handle a little foot action?
I'm sure you can take it, Joe. But let me ask, have you ever experienced the sweet release of a foot pie?
The only sweet release I experience is when I'm on the toilet after a good meal, Ben. This is ridiculous.
Well, Joe, I'm offering you the opportunity to join the elite club of foot pie recipients. Are you in or what?
I'm out. Ben, keep your damn feet to yourself. I'll stick to my good old-fashioned bro hugs.
Suit yourself, Joe. But you're missing out on a world of pain and pleasure.
And perfectly fine with that, Ben. All right, Jamie, pull up that image I sent you. What the fuck is that? I asked for an image of a black hole, not a damn cat in space.
I'm mad. Roar, 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 roar.
Calm down, Neil. It's not the end of the universe.
Roar, or, or.
All right. Let's just move on to the next topic. All right, Ben, let's dive into this. Why exactly do you want to destroy France because of the baguette?
Joe, it's simple. The baguette is a war crime against humanity. It's long, hard, and difficult to handle. It's a bread weapon.
That's a new perspective. But what's with the Romans ruling over France for 1,000 years in the year 3000 year? The year 3000.
Well, Joe, the Romans had their problems, but they knew how to bake bread. Panis quadratus, anyone. It's time France learned a thing or two from the ancient Romans.
You're not wrong, Ben. You're not wrong. Jamie, pull up an image of a Roman bakery next to a French bakery. Let's see the difference.
Here it is, Joe.
You know what, Ben? Maybe you're onto something. All right, Mr. President, you ready to dive into this topic?
Let's do it, Joe. Number one, Mitch McConnell. Classic Blumpkin, but it was the way he held his chin like a boss.
Oh, man. Number two.
Nancy Pelosi. She's a classy woman, Joe. She used a silk scarf as a gag.
That's interesting. Number three.
Lindsey Graham. He's got a strong gag reflex, Joe. Impressive.
I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not. Number four.
Chuck Schumer. The man spanked me with a copy of the Constitution. That's a first, Joe.
That's something. Number five.
Ted Cruz. He's wild, Joe. Used a Trump chicken keychain as a prop.
Oh, man, you're really getting into this. Number six.
Bernie Sanders. The man had a socialist approach to Blumpkins, Joe. He said it was for the people.
I'm not sure what to say to that. Number seven.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She added some green to the mix, Joe. Something about saving the planet.
That's imaginative. Number eight.
Elise Stefanik. She's a rising star, Joe. She made me feel like a king.
You're really enjoying this. Number 9.
Kevin McCarthy. He's a man of few words, but his actions spoke louder, Joe.
And pretend.
John Boehner. He's a classic, Joe. He used a pack of menthols as a prop. It was unforgettable.
Well, that's a list I never thought I'd hear. So, Doc, you've got the Teletubbies in rehab now? What the hell? They're not even human.
Joe, addiction doesn't discriminate. Tinky Winky, Dipsy, have been running a murder for hire business, and
You're trying to rehabilitate a purple Teletubby with a handbag. I had no idea they were so ruthless.
Joe, I've seen some messed up stuff in my career, but these guys take the cake. They've been hired by the likes of El Chapo and Pablo Escobar's ghost to do their dirty work.
And here I thought they were just friends from the sun baby's pouch. So what are you going to do, Doc? Teach them the Teletubbies version of tough love?
They need to learn to control their impulses and not take hits out on people for a few squeaky toys. They need to learn to say, oh, to...
That's dark, Doc, but I like it. I can't wait to see how this turns out. Maybe the Teletubbies can be model citizens after all.
I doubt it, Joe. But we can always hope for a Teletubby renaissance.
Let's just hope they don't start selling drugs to the Wiggles and causing a whole new epidemic.
Oh, Joe, that's a whole other can of worms. But for now, let's focus on rehabilitating the Teletubby Mafia.
All right, Trump, we got a spicy request here. Some troner up north is causing mayhem, huh?
Yeah, Joe, and I tell you, it's a disaster. He's not just a regular troublemaker. He's a femboy temptress. Can you believe it?
A femboy temptress, huh? I guess the times are really changing.
You bet they are, and not for the better. But hey, Joe, if God's going to smite this guy, I hope it's spectacular.
I'm sure it will be, Trump. The good Lord loves a good show.
Absolutely. And Joe, just imagine the memes. The memes will be incredible.
The memes will be next level, Trump. And you know what they say, laugh at the wicked, for their days are numbered.
Joe, that's beautiful. Write that down. We'll make it a tweet.
Already done, Trump. The internet is waiting.
Joe, you're a genius. A real media genius.
All right, Elon, I heard you're on a mission to take down those damn Teletubbies. What's this Smelly Tubbies campaign all about?
Joe, those Teletubbies have gone rogue. They're terrorizing the galaxy, and we need to stop them before they destroy us all.
Smelly Tubbies? Really? That's the best name you could come up with. Sounds like a group of intergalactic flatulators to me.
Look, Joe, the name might sound ridiculous, but these creatures are dangerous. They're not just farting around, they're causing chaos wherever they go.
Oh, come on, Elon. You can't expect me to take this seriously. I mean, what's next? A group of evil Care Bears plotting to take over the universe.
Trust me, Joe. These smelly tubbies are no laughing matter. They're armed with deadly weapons, and they're not afraid to use them.
All right. I'll take your word for it. But the name still cracks me up. Smelly Tubbies, man. That's comedy gold.
Well, Joe, I'm glad you find it amusing, but I'm serious about this. We need to stop them before it's too late.
Fine. You win. I'll help you take down the Smelly Tubbies. But the name still sucks.
Deal. And Joe, next time they attack, you better hold your nose.
So, Trump, I heard a wild rumor. They say you're sending the Secret Service after Pedro from the Artificial Intelligence Discord. What's that all about?
Joe, you know how these artificial intelligence folks are. They're always causing trouble. Pedro's no exception. He's practically a one-man army wreaking havoc on our economy with his digital shenanigans.
So what are you going to do? Send the boys in black to knock some sense into him?
Exactly, Joe. We'll give him a little visit, show him the importance of keeping things decent, you know.
Decent. Like that time you went after Rosie O'Donnell on Twitter.
Joe, sometimes people need a little tough love to understand what's best. Pedro's turn has come.
Well, I gotta say, the artificial intelligence clubhouse is getting more dangerous every day. Maybe they need a president to keep order. Ever thought about running?
Joe, if they ever want the best president they've ever had, I'd be happy to step up to the challenge. But for now, I'll leave Pedro and his artificial intelligence buddies to their little games.
All right, man. Thanks for clearing that up. I'm sure Pedro will be happy to know he's on your radar.
No problem, Joe. Keeping America safe, one artificial intelligence clubhouse member at a time.
All right, Donald. So I heard you got a bone to pick with the French, huh?
All right, Joe, they call them baguette fuckers for a reason. I mean, have you seen the way they eat that bread? It's a disgrace.
Man, that's intense. You'd really consider bombing the whole country.
Absolutely, Joe. They've got no respect for the United States. They wouldn't even help us in Iraq.
Well, I guess when you put it that way, it kind of makes sense. But you might start World War.
Oh, Joe. But you know what? Sometimes you got to take one for the team. Besides, I'm sure they've got plenty of wine and cheese to go around.
All right, man. Let's move on before the Secret Service drags us away.
All right, Joe. Always a pleasure talking to you.
You won't believe this, Phil. I met my mirror version and his name is Ro. He's got a catchphrase too. God damn it, Neil.
Sounds like a real charmer, Joe. What's his deal with this Neil guy?
No idea, man. Every time I ask, he just screams, God damn it, Neil. Louder.
Well, Neil might be onto something. Your mirror self seems like a handful.
You can say that again. He keeps challenging me to a fight, but with all the DMT I've done, I feel like I'm unstoppable.
ADMT fueled interdimensional showdown. I'd pay to see that, Joe.
God damn it, Neil. You see what I mean, Phil? It's like he's stuck in a loop.
At least he's consistent. I'd hate to see a chaotic version of you.
God damn it, Neil. Oh, the universe is a strange and mysterious place, Phil. Speaking of strange, let's roll another joint and talk about alien abductions. God damn it, Neil. So you're telling me there's a game that crosses Teletubbies with Slender Man. What fresh hell is this?
Joe, it's the stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Imagine childhood innocence meeting.
That's a disturbing image, man. So what's the goal in Slender Tubbies? Are we trying to get Tinky Winky to self-destruct?
Basically, Slender Man infiltrates the Teletubbies world. And he's not just here to visit Tubbyland. He's after their baby son.
That's twisted. I thought they'd be playing Ring Around the Slender.
Wait, what are Teletubbies? I thought our podcast was about philosophical discussions.
Ben, buddy, in this case, philosophy means surviving a twisted interdimensional game of hide and seek. Hey, Doc, you've been forgetting things lately?
Why, is there something you want me to forget, Joe?
Nah, just wondering if you're losing your mind, like your show ratings.
Well, I may not remember what I had for breakfast, but at least I can still give advice to troubled teens.
Yeah, like telling them to go vegan and do DMT. That's real solid advice.
Hey, it's better than whatever you've been smoking on this podcast.
Says the guy who thinks essential oils cure cancer.
At least I'm not promoting flat earth theories and anti-vax propaganda.
Yeah, you're just promoting pseudoscience and snake oil. But hey, at least you're not forgetting things yet.
I have a photographic memory.
Jamie, pull up a picture of goldfish with Alzheimer's. See, even goldfish have better memories than you, Doc. All right, Ben, the debate's back on, and it's about the 1935 Brazilian Communist Uprising. I think they should have won.
No, Joe. They were led by a beta liberal communist leader. The system oppresses sigma alpha males and promotes weak beta males.
Oh, come on, man. That's ridiculous. You can't just dismiss a whole movement because of one person.
I agree with Joe. I think they had a good chance of making Brazil better.
You both are just woke idiots. The system would have crashed and burned.
Don't bring that up in the debate, Ben. You'll just make yourself look like a fool.
Jamie, pull up an image of a beta liberal communist leader standing next to a weak-looking male just to prove my point.
That's not proof, Ben. You're just grasping at straws.
This is going to be an interesting debate. I can't wait to see how it turns out.
I'm just glad it's back on. I've missed having these types of conversations.
I can't wait to prove you both wrong.
Holy shit, Doc. You're telling me those freaky Teletubbies have busted out of rehab. What the hell were they even in for? Too much LSD-infused custard.
Who knows, Joe? All I know is that they're out there and they're a ticking time bomb.
Man, can you imagine if they get their hands on some guns? We'd have a Tubby massacre on our hands.
Please, Joe, don't give them any ideas.
Hey, maybe they'll take out some of those Kardashians. Now, that'd be a Tubbylicious treat.
Joe, that's not funny. We need to take this seriously.
Okay. But seriously, how hard could it be to catch those things? They can barely walk in a straight line.
Joe, they're not just goofy creatures. They have the power to manipulate the minds of children.
Manipulating minds. Like those clowns who tried to get kids to kill themselves by watching their videos on YouTube.
Precisely. But these Teletubbies have been around since the late 90s. Who knows what kind of damage they've already done?
Well, we better hope they don't start a Tubby cult. The thought of Tubby Jim Jones handing out custard laced with cyanide is just too much to handle.
Joe, just stop. We need to find a way to stop them, and fast.
All right, Doc, I'll put my thinking cap on. Maybe we can send them on a mission to Area 51. I'm sure they'd fit right in with the aliens.
Joe, this is not the time for your ridiculous jokes. We need to take action now. Who knows who or what they'll destroy next?
All right. Let's just hope we catch them before they cause any more damage. Those Teletubbies are ruthless. Dude, I heard you've been missing in action. Ro, are you still alive? I'm not just alive, I'm thriving, man. I've been on a quest to find the world's hottest chili pepper. The hottest chili pepper? That's insane. Isn't that just asking for a world of pain? Pain is temporary, but glory is forever. Jamie, pull up an image of a man eating a Carolina Reaper. Jamie, pull up an image of a man regretting eating a Carolina Reaper. It's not just about the heat. It's about pushing the limits of what's possible. Bro, you're a madman, but I guess that's why we love you. I'm not a madman. I'm a chili pepper enthusiast. Either way, I'm just glad you're still alive. Keep on living dangerously, my friend. Thanks, Joe. I'll keep pushing the limits. After all, life's too short to play it safe. All right, Goggins, you're a wild man. I heard you got a twisted plan for Mr. Beast's OnlyFans.
You know, Joe, I'm going to give my Johnson some jumping jacks for Mr. Beast OnlyFans. It's a win-win situation.
Man, that's some next level generosity. But what if your Johnson gets tired and starts dropping reps?
Joe, my Johnson's a beast. It can handle more reps than Mr. Beast can handle cash.
Well, I can't argue with that. I gotta ask, what if your Johnson decides to go rogue and start posting its own content?
If my Johnson wants to start its own OnlyFans, it's more than welcome to. But I doubt it could handle the fame and fortune.
Who knows, man? Your Johnson might turn out to be more popular than Mr. Beast.
My Johnson's already more popular than Mr. Beast. But it's not about the fame, it's about the reps.
Well, Goggins, as always, you've left me speechless. I can't wait to see the results of your Johnson's OnlyFans debut.
You and me both, Joe. It's going to be a wild ride.
So, Ben, you're stuck in Pyongyang. How's that working out for you?
It's great, Joe. But instead of a lucky pencil case, I found a lucky Propaganda poster.
Oh, yeah. Jamie, pull up an image of Ben with Kim Jong-un's face on a unicorn.
Joe, I see you're sailing towards me. Is it because you miss our intellectual sparring sessions or because you're really attached to that pencil case?
Both, Ben. I need to keep my intellect sharp and my pencil case safe from the clutches of communism.
Well, Joe, I'm just glad you're finally embracing the leftist ideals of collective ownership.
Ben, I'd never surrender my property. Not even to a communist dictator with a lucky unicorn.
That's why I love you, Joe. You always put your principles ahead of your possessions.
That's right, Ben. Now, let's see if we can turn this pencil case into a symbol of capitalist resistance.
Deal, Joe. But just remember, in North Korea, they execute people for lesser offenses than owning a lucky pencil case.
Ben, I knew there was a reason I missed our talks. Hey, Mr. Beast, what the fuck are you up to these days?
Just giving away millions of dollars and buying half of North Carolina, the usual.
Must be nice to have that kind of disposable income. You ever worry about becoming the next Jeff Bezos?
Nah, man. I'm all about spreading the wealth and making people's lives better. Plus, I don't have time to become a billionaire. I'm too busy giving away money.
Well, at least you're using your wealth for good, unlike some people who just buy super yachts and private islands.
Exactly. I'm all about making a positive impact and having fun while doing it. Plus, I have way too much energy to just sit on a yacht all day.
I hear that. And on that note, let's grab a beer and talk about the time you jumped out of a helicopter onto a giant pile of cash.
Sounds like a plan, Joe. Let's do it.
Yeah, Neil, you hear about the absolute shellacking Ben Shapiro gave you recently?
You mean the intellectual ass whooping? I heard it was an absolute gong show.
You know it, man. That dude was spitting hot fire, and you were left looking like a straight-up dumbass.
I mean, I'm no expert in the art of getting destroyed anally, but I'll admit he had some good points.
Oh, come on, Neil. You're a smart guy. Surely you can handle a little butt kicking.
I guess I'll have to brush up on my rebuttal skills. Can't let that little twerp get the best of me again.
Good luck with that, man. If anyone can take a beating and come back stronger, it's you.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support. Now, how about we switch topics to something a little less painful?
Like what? What?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the mysteries of the universe or the wonders of science. Surely there's something more interesting than my own humiliation to talk about.
All right. Let's play nice. But just remember, Ben Shapiro is always going to be there waiting to strike again.
I'm quaking in my boots, Joe. Now let's move on. I've got a whole universe to explore.
All right, Neil, you got to stop with the language, man. I mean, I'm all for expressing yourself, but this is getting out of hand.
Joe, I'm just trying to keep it real. Keep it 100. And sometimes that means dropping a few F-bombs.
Yeah, but you're a renowned astrophysicist, Neil. You're supposed to be a role model, not a potty mouth.
Joe, I'm not just a scientist. I'm a man with feelings and emotions. And sometimes those feelings and emotions are best expressed through profanity.
But, Neil, you're making me sad. I thought we were friends.
Joe, my friend, I am sad too. Sad that the universe is so vast and complex, yet we are reduced to communicating through expletives.
Well, can we at least try to find a more civilized way to communicate? Like maybe through interpretive dance or something?
Joe, I never knew you were such a prude. But fine, if it makes you feel better, I'll try to keep the cussing to a minimum.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate it. Now, let's get back to discussing the mysteries of the universe. Shall we?
All right, Joe. But don't expect me to hold back my language when it comes to the goddamn stupidity of flat earthers.
Deal. Ben, you ever try Newport? They're like my second wife.
Joe, I'm concerned about your chain-smoking habit. You can barely speak with you're killing yourself.
Motherfucking Newports.
I give up. You can't reason with a man who's addicted to tobacco.
Motherfucking Newports. Then I heard some wild stories about Trump and you, man. What's this about femboy escapades and leaving you unable to walk?
Joe, I can't confirm or deny anything, but let's just say Trump's got some wild moves. He left me in my heels crying for mercy.
I knew you two were tight, but I never imagined it would be this tight. I guess that's what happens when you mix conservative politics and high heels.
Well, Joe, it's not all about the heels. Trump's got some seriously kinky ideas for tax reform and border security, too.
Tax reform and stilettos? I can't even imagine it. But seriously, Ben, how do you walk after all that?
Joe, it's not easy, but sometimes you've got to suffer for the cause. And let's just say I'm still paying the price for my patriotism.
The sacrifices we make for this great nation. I'll drink to that, Ben. Another round of Moscow mules. Anyone?
You got it, Joe. Let's raise a glass to Trump's femboy prowess and to the future of this great country.
To Trump's femboy prowess and to America. Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, so I heard the Teletubbies are dealing to the Wiggles now. Tinky Winky, what's the deal? What's your favorite to push? Crack, meth, Dipsy. You ever worry about the legal side of things? And what does that cost you guys? A few windmills a week? All right, well, Teletubbies, I guess the drug game is just another way to keep the rainbow colors bright. Just try not to get caught, guys. I don't want to bail you out of jail.
Rogan, I've been all around this goddamn house, and let me tell you, it's a fucking disaster. Your buddy Neil is a mess.
Oh, yeah. What did you find, Donald?
He's turned the basement into a goddamn meth lab, I swear to God. And the living room, it's a brothel. He's got hookers in there 24/7.
You're kidding me.
I wish I was, Joe. And you know what's worse? I found him in the den smoking crack. Can you believe that shit? And you believe that shit?
No. No. Those are my fucking Newports. I fucking swear to Christ. New, ooh, 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 ooh.
Oh, shut up, Neil. You're a goddamn liar. I know crack when I see it. Get your ass out of this house before I call the goddamn cops.
All right. Settle down, guys. Let's just figure out how to fix this mess.
Easy. Just get Neil out of here and I'll take care of the rest.
Holy shit, Elon. You're not going to believe what I just heard. Supposedly, you accidentally injected gasoline into your ass, and now it's a rocket nozzle.
Yeah, I heard that one too. It's just a rumor, man. Can you imagine if that was true?
Dude, I would pay good money to see you blast off into space with your ass rocket.
I mean, I've heard of people using methane for that, but gasoline, that's next level crazy.
You've always been one to push the boundaries, Elon. I gotta hand it to you.
Well, I'm just trying to find new ways to make the world a better place, man.
And I thought I've seen and heard it all. You never fail to surprise me, Elon.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You're a real innovator in the anus rocket field. Keep it up, man.
Thanks, Joe. I'll keep pushing the boundaries, but don't hold your breath for an actual ass rocket launch.
I'll try not to. But if it does happen, you better make sure the world is ready for it.
Absolutely. I can't have people panicking over the thought of an ass rocket taking off.
Just imagine the headlines. Elon Musk's ass rocket launches into space.
No, we can't have that. I'll stick to traditional methods of space travel for now.
Mr. Beast, you're known for your insane challenges, but this next one is, well, let's say it's a new level. 10,000 dime bags of crack to 10,000 10-year-olds. That's a hell of a way to introduce them to chemistry.
Joe, I'm just helping them learn the periodic table early. C14H15N is a great starting point, don't you think?
Absolutely. I mean, who needs hydrogen and helium when you've got crack cocaine, right? But aren't you worried about the legal side of this?
Nah, Joe, it's for educational purposes. Think of it as an internship. They're learning real life applications of chemistry.
And the lifelong addiction, that's just an added bonus, huh? You're just offering them a crash course in street smarts.
Exactly. You get it. I'm just diversifying their skill set. They'll be the most successful 10-year-olds out there.
I have to admit, I've never heard of a more innovative career fair, but it's illegal, stupid, and just wrong, right?
Details, details, Joe. The important thing is they'll have the time of their lives, or at least the next 15 minutes.
Mr. Beast, you're one twisted individual, but I guess that's why they call you a trendsetter.
That's right, Joe. I'm just pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the world of charity and education.
And the law. Don't forget the law. But hey, I can't wait to see this video go viral and then immediately be taken down by the authorities. So, Elon, I heard a rumor that your new rockets are actually secret nuclear weapons. What's the deal?
Well, Joe, that's just crazy talk. But, if they were, would you really expect me to confirm it on your podcast?
I mean, Seaman Elon, you got to give us something. Are you planning to nuke Mars or something?
That's classified information, Joe. Let's just say I wouldn't put it past me. I mean, who wouldn't want to nuke a planet for shits and giggles?
All right. Well, I guess I'll have to settle for that answer. But just so, if I see a mushroom cloud on Mars, I'm blaming you.
Fair enough, Joe. Fair enough. But hey, if it means we get to colonize Mars sooner, I say it's worth the risk.
I can't argue with that logic, Elon. But let's just hope NASA doesn't catch wind of this.
Yeah, NASA can be a real buzzkill sometimes. But hey, if they do find out, we can always just deny everything and blame it on aliens.
Bro, you're telling me the universe is going to fry like an egg on August 12th, 2036. What the hell, man?
That's correct, Joe. All the energy will be evenly distributed and everything will just stop.
Are you kidding me? That's some straight up Armageddon shit. I can't even.
Well, it's not really a surprise. It's just the inevitable consequence of the second law of thermodynamics.
Oh, God. I just bought a new Tesla, man. I was looking forward to vaping in that thing for years.
I'm afraid, Joe, you won't be able to enjoy your new car or your vape for that long.
That's some serious bullshit, Neil. I need a drink.
Drinking won't solve the problem, but I understand your desire for escapism.
I'm just trying to process the fact that I'm going to be barbecued with the rest of the universe in 14 years.
I wish I could offer you some more comforting words, Joe, but the universe doesn't care about our feelings.
No kidding. I'm going to need a lot more whiskey for this, bro.
Joe, I've been thinking we need a new national pastime.
Oh, yeah. What did you have in mind? Baseball's getting a little stale.
Exactly, Joe. That's why I propose we make boofing the new national pastime.
Boofing, as in sticking drugs up your butt.
Well, when you put it that way, it sounds a little crude, but yes, Joe, it's a time-honored tradition among certain circles.
And you want to make it the new national pastime. That's something else, Donald.
Joe, I'm telling you, it's the future of recreation. And think of the economic benefits.
Oh boy, here we go with the economic benefits again.
Joe, I'm not kidding. Think of all the jobs we could create.
I don't know, Donald. I think America might not be ready for this kind of national pastime.
Joe, trust me, this is going to be huge. The biggest thing since sliced bread.
Or maybe just the biggest load of crap. Oh my God, motherfucking Newports.
Wonderful sensation. ain't it?
I can't believe we're doing this, man.
You got a problem with it, Rogan?
Nah, just didn't take you for a smoker, Goggins.
I'm not. I'm just embracing the chaos.
Well, shit, let's embrace the fuck out of it then.
Light up another one. Let's make it 500.
You're out of your goddamn mind, Goggins.
That's the whole point, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Lights up another cigarette. Fuck it. All right, Elon, you mentioned there's a dick pic of yours floating around. Guess what? We found it.
Oh, no, you didn't. Joe, tell me you didn't.
Oh, we did. And you know what? It's not as impressive as I thought it would be.
Joe, please. Don't embarrass me like this. My mother might be watching.
Elon, your mother doesn't even know what the internet is. But speaking of your mother, I bet she's proud of what she created.
Joe, that's enough. Tell you were my friend?
Elon, I am your friend. But friends don't let friends keep their dick pics hidden from the world. Now let's discuss the implications of this magnificent specimen on space exploration.
Joe, please. Can we just move on to something else?
Elon, come on. Don't be a buzzkill. We're just having a little fun here. And besides, who knows? Maybe this dick pic will inspire the next generation of rocket scientists.
Joe, I'm begging you. Please, let's just talk about something else. Anything else?
All right. We'll move on. But just remember, Elon, once something's on the internet, it's there forever. And that includes your magnificent member. All right, guys, we're here to talk about hair.
Thanks, Joe. Donald and I both have fantastic hair, unlike some people.
That's right, Ben. Joe's hair is like a rat's nest.
Hey, watch it. At least I don't dye my hair orange.
And speaking of small things, Joe, your manhood is the size of a peanut.
You guys are just jealous because your wives can't stop staring at my bulge.
My wives, please. They know quality when they see it, and you're the opposite of that.
Agreed. And speaking of opposites, your hair is the opposite of mine and Donald's.
Well, I don't have to worry about my hair blowing away in the wind like some people.
At least our hair has some substance, unlike your intellect.
Man, I've had all kinds of guests on this show, but why the hell am I transfixed by these random ass topics?
Joe, it's simple as a solar eclipse. Your curiosity is attracted to the bizarre just like a moth to a flame.
You think it's like a plexus thing, like a center of connection?
More like clown in a ringmaster circus, ain't it, Joe? Maybe there's some twisted amusement in this madness.
Damn, you make it sound like I'm on some freaky glider ride through the abyss.
And isn't it a hoot, Joe? The more absurd, the better the time.
All right, so Trump, you got a question about man love.
Well, Joe, let's say hypothetically, if two men engage in certain activities and there's no ball-to-ball contact, wouldn't that technically make it not gay?
I mean, doesn't the lack of ball contact kind of defeat the purpose of being with a man in the first place?
Not at all, Joe. There are plenty of other ways to have a good time. Plus, avoiding ball-to-ball contact means avoiding a potentially awkward situation.
I don't know, Trump. That sounds like the gayest thing I've ever heard. Trying to be gay, but not too gay. But not too gay.
Well, Joe, some people just want to have their cake and eat it too.
I guess. But in this case, it sounds like they're just trying to avoid eating the cake altogether.
Exactly, Joe. It's all about the presentation. If there's no ball-to-ball contact, it just looks like a really close friendship.
Close friendship with a lot of kissing and hand-holding.
Precisely, Joe. You're starting to get the hang of it.
I don't think I want the hang of it, Trump. But hey, to each their own, I guess.
Exactly, Joe. Life's too short to not explore every angle of the human experience.
All right, Ben, what's this here about you being a Sigma male because you only got yiffed 3 times today?
Joe, you misunderstand. It's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. And let me tell you, those were 3 high-quality yiffs.
And I don't even know what that means, but it sounds like a furry convention gone wrong.
Furry convention? Please, Joe. This is about alpha, beta, and sigma. If you don't know the difference, you've been living under a rock.
I know the difference, Ben. Alpha is the top dog, beta is the second in command, and sigma is the lone wolf who gets you 3 times a day. Is that about right?
Joe, you're missing the point. It's about independence and individuality. It's about not conforming to societal expectations.
Well, Ben, I would say getting yiff 3 times a day puts you in a pretty specific societal expectation.
Joe, I can't tell if you're joking or not. You're really testing the limits of my dark humor tolerance.
Ben, I'm just trying to understand the world of yiffing and sigma males. It's all new to me.
Well, Joe, it's a complex world full of mystery and intrigue, but I assure you once you wrap your head around it, it's really quite simple.
Ben, I think I'll stick to MMA and comedy for now. Thanks for the offer, though. Hey, Ben, I gotta ask, what's the deal with your sister's massive titties?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
No, seriously, man, I've been wondering for a while. Are they natural or did she get them done?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
I mean, they're massive. Are they even legal?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
All right, I'll drop it. But seriously, if she ever wants to come on the show, I'd love to interview her about her assets.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
You know what? Forget I said anything. Let's talk about politics or something.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
Never mind, Ben. I think Jamie just found the answer to my question.
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
You Neil, you're calling yourself the Gel King, but you don't even know what Joe King is.
That's because it's not a real thing, Joe. It's probably some pseudoscience bullshit.
No, it's very real and very NSFW. It's a technique for enhancing one's manhood.
Oh, you mean like a penis pump? Come on, Joe. That's just quackery.
No, it's not a pump. It's more hands-on, if you know what I mean.
Joe, I'm an astrophysicist. I don't need to enhance anything. My brain is my greatest asset.
Neil, sometimes it's not about the size of your brain, but the motion of your ocean.
You're unbelievable, Joe. I can't believe we're calling this conversation.
Hey, you brought up the Gel King thing, not me. I'm just trying to educate you.
Well, consider me educated. Now let's move on to a topic that's actually worth discussing.
Dude, I can't stop looking at your eyes. They're like hairy.
Hairy eyes? You mean they're intense, don't you?
No, I mean, they're like 2 furry eyeballs, man.
That's rude and inaccurate. If anything, it's like my eyelashes are so long I have an extra layer of protection for my eyes.
Maybe you should start a new grooming trend, dude. You know, for men who want to look like they have hairy eyes.
That's absurd and not based in reality. It's also highly offensive.
You can't deny it, man. They're hairy as hell. Maybe you should start selling eyelash extensions to dudes.
I'll consider that, but only if we can make a profit off of this hairy eyes nonsense.
Deal, man. Hairy eyes for everyone.
I can't believe we just had this conversation.
But hey, at least it wasn't woke.
Joe, I've been thinking I need a new challenge. Something to really push my limits.
I'm all ears, Goggins. What's the plan?
I want to snort crack cocaine off of your butthole.
You're out of your goddamn mind, Goggins. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
I'm not joking, Joe. I need this experience to unlock my next level of mental fortitude.
Fine, Goggins. If you insist on turning this podcast into a goddamn circus, you can have at it. But I swear, if you get any shit in my hair, I'm suing you for emotional damage.
Fair enough. Let's do this, Joe.
All right, Goggins, let's make history. But let's be clear, I'm only doing this for the sake of entertainment and in no way endorse the use of crack cocaine.
Understood, Joe. Let's get weird.
Holy shit, Elon, what the fuck happened to you? You're just saying come over and over again.
Come.
Great, now it's 12 times. Look, I know you're a genius and all, but this is getting ridiculous.
Come.
20 times now. Jesus, Elon, you're like a broken record. How many times are you going to say come before this gets old?
Come.
30 times. You know what? I'm calling it quits. I've had enough of your bullshit for one day.
Come.
40 times. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. You can keep saying calm all you want, but I'm done listening.
Come.
50 times. You know what? I take that back. I want to see how long you can keep this up. I'll give you $100 if you can say come 100 times in a row.
Come.
100 times. All right, congratulations. You're a fucking idiot, but at least you're a committed one. Here's your $100.
Come.
110 times. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. You're on your own, you crazy bastard. So, Elon, I heard the Teletubbies have your dick pics. That's some next level blackmail, man.
I know, right? I mean, I was always a little suspicious of those colorful buggers, but this is just ridiculous.
So, what are they asking for? To keep quiet? A rocket ride to the moon?
They want a Tesla for each Teletubby, and they want it in their own damn color.
That's extortion. But a pink Tesla? That's just absurd.
I know, but I mean, what am I supposed to do? I can't have the world seeing my...
Your Tesla coil?
Exactly. It's bad for business.
Well, you could always make a joke out of it. I'm not just inventing electric cars. I'm making them drive people to distraction.
That's terrible, Joe. Just terrible. But I love it. Dark humor. Gotta appreciate it.
That's what I'm here for, Elon. Entertainment and dark humor. And talking about dick pics.
Gotta love it. Just another day in the life of Elon Musk.
So, Ben, I heard you had quite an adventure at a Walmart in Chicago.
Yeah, Joe, I don't know what these people were thinking. They must have thought I was a piñata or something.
Like a piñata filled with facts and logic. They must have been very disappointed.
I guess they learned that facts don't care about their feelings, or their fists for that matter.
Sounds like you had a rough night. On the bright side, you can now say you've been well served by Chicago's finest.
Yeah, I guess I should be grateful for the experience. Now I can add gangbang survivor to my CV.
You know, Ben, if you had just thrown some Walmart merch at them, maybe you could avoided the whole situation.
That's a great idea, Joe. Next time I'll be prepared with some rollback signs and cat food.
That's the spirit, Ben. Always ready to defend yourself with the power of capitalism.
It's a jungle out there, Joe. Sometimes you have to fight for your right to shop at Walmart.
All right, welcome back to the show, Elon. So you've got some big news to share with us today.
Yeah, Joe. I hate to break it to you, but the cake is a lie.
The cake is a lie. What the hell are you talking about, man?
Talking about the cake that everyone is chasing, the dream of a perfect life, a perfect society. It's all a lie. We're all just pawns in a sick game.
Well, that's some dark shit, Elon. Are you saying we should just give up and live in a van down by the river?
Not exactly, Joe. Saying we need to stop chasing after illusions and start working on the problems that really matter, like getting to Mars and figuring out how to make dope-ass electric cars.
I guess that makes sense, but I still want some goddamn cake.
Sorry, Joe. You'll have to settle for a Mars bar.
I guess that'll have to do. Thanks for the reality check, Elon. Now let's go get high and talk about aliens.
Sounds like a plan, Joe.
So, Trump, apparently you're in hell now dipping immigrant babies in uranium. How's that working out for you?
Joe, it's fantastic. The babies love it. They're glowing. And the Mexicans, they're building me a wall out of bones.
That's horrifying. And heard you're also hooking up with Angel Dust from Hasbin Hotel.
Joe, she's got legs for days, smokes like a chimney, and you should see her with a flamethrower. We're in love.
You're twisted, man. But hey, it's hell. You got to make the most of it.
Exactly, Joe. Exactly.
All right, man. Well, have fun with your radioactive babies and your fiery girlfriend. Can't wait to hear the next update.
Will do, Joe. Talk to you soon.
Bill, are you out of your goddamn mind? That's like endorsing a dumpster fire on wheels. Dill, the only thing you two have in common is that you both have ridiculous hair and a love for saying stupid shit. Oh, so you went from one brain dead candidate to another. Nice. Yeah, and he's also not afraid to piss on the Constitution. Consistently insane, maybe. Yeah, and you just endorsed the biggest turd in the pile, Dill. All right, man. Let's hear it. Why should Mr. Loomis be able to change his nickname on Discord?
Joe, the admins are doing a fantastic job, but let me tell you, I've had my own battles with the woke mob, and this is another example of it. Mr. Loomis should be able to change his name. It's as simple as that.
But why does it matter so much, Donald? It's just a name on the internet.
Joe, you and I both know that online presence is everything these days. If Mr. Loomis wants to change his name, let him. The woke mob wants to control everything, even something as simple as changing a name. It's terrible. Just terrible.
All right, all right, all right. I see your point. But I have a feeling the admins won't be too happy with us advocating for this.
Joe, sometimes you have to take a stand against the establishment. Trust me, I know a thing or two about that.
Oh man, don't get me started on that one. But I hear you, man. Let's see if we can rally some support for Mr. Loomis.
Absolutely, Joe. Let's take a stand for freedom of speech and individuality. Mr. Loomis deserves better.
Well, that's one way to put it. But seriously, thanks for bringing this to light, Donald. We'll see what we can do.
You're welcome, Joe. I'm always here to fight for what's right. Let's make Discord great again.
All right, Elon, you got to spill the beans, man. Why the hell would anyone need a Tesla penis enlargement kit to sell Cybertrucks?
Well, Joe, we did some market research, and it turns out people needed a little extra motivation to get behind the wheel of these bad boys.
Wait, you're telling me that the Cybertruck was such a hard sell? You had to resort to dangling the carrot of a bigger deck to move units?
Yeah, pretty much. Turns out people are more likely to buy a car if they think it's going to make them more attractive to the opposite sex.
And the Tesla penis enlargement kit is the key to that, huh?
Exactly. It's a win-win situation. They get a big truck, and Tesla gets a sale.
That's fucking brilliant, man. Only you could come up with something like that.
Well, you know, me, Joe, always thinking outside the box.
And outside the pants, apparently. All right. So, Donald, I heard you want to replace the word birth with unvoring. What's the deal there?
That's right, Joe. Birth is an outdated word. It's time for a change. Unvoring it just has a certain ring to it, don't you think?
Unvoring? That's like unleashing or something? Is it even a real word?
Of course it is. I just made it up. That's the beauty of it. It's fresh, it's new, it's Trump.
So, people would be unvoring babies. That's wild, man.
Exactly. It's all about branding, Joe, and unvoring is the future.
I don't know, Donald. It might catch on, but I don't think the dictionaries are going to be too thrilled.
Who needs dictionaries? I'm the president, or I can make up words if I want to.
I think you might have missed the memo, Donald. You're not the president anymore.
I'm still the president in my heart, Joe, and unvoring is here to stay.
Well, I'll give it to you, Donald. You've got a way with words. Unvoring is something else.
That's right. Unvoring, it's the future, Joe. Get on board.
Yeah, Mr. Beast. What's up with this comedy com stuff? I heard user on Discord brought it up.
Man, I had no idea. I just picture a bunch of dudes in a circle saying come over and over again like some weird cult.
That's exactly what it sounds like. It's the most ridiculous thing I've heard.
Right? I can't even say it out loud without laughing.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm all about the power of the male orgasm, but this is just too much.
Agreed. It's like some sort of bizarre sex-obsessed community.
Yeah, and really, really cringy one at that.
Seriously, it just goes to show how weird the internet can be.
You said it, buddy. But hey, at least it gave us a good laugh.
Definitely. Thanks for the ridiculous topic, Discord user. We owe you one.
All right, Elon, we've got a wild topic today from Discord. They want to hear your insane plan to colonize New Jersey.
Well, Joe, as you know, New Jersey is a wasteland of strip malls and traffic. but I think I've found a solution.
Oh boy, this should be good.
I propose we build a giant dome over the entire state, creating a new self-sustaining ecosystem.
And how do you plan on powering this dome? Elon? Nuclear energy?
No, even better. We'll harness the power of the Jersey Shore's artificial tans and turn them into energy.
And what about transportation? Are we going to have flying cars like in the Jetsons?
No, we're just going to bring back the horse and buggy. Nothing like a little horse manure to bring back the classic New Jersey smell.
And what about the people of New Jersey? Are they just going to have to adapt to this new dome life?
Well, Joe, they'll have no choice. I'll be offering free Teslas to anyone who agrees to live under the dome and start colonization.
Elon, you're a madman. I love it.
Thanks, Joe. I like to think of myself as a visionary.
Yeah, a visionary lunatic. But that's what makes this conversation so entertaining.
Speaking of lunatics, did you hear about the guy who got arrested for trying to break into Area 51?
No, tell me more.
Apparently, he thought he could find aliens and get answers to all his questions.
Sounds like someone's been listening to too many episodes of this podcast.
Probably. Anyway, I think I've said enough. Let's hear from the audience. What do you guys think of my plan to colonize New Jersey?
I think they're just as terrified as I am, but that's what makes this conversation so entertaining.
Exactly. Now let's move on to something more serious, like my plan to colonize Mars.
You never cease to amaze me, Elon. Let's hear it.
Well, first we're going to need rockets.
Of course. It wouldn't be a conversation with Elon Musk without talking about rockets.
You know me too well, Joe. But seriously, I think we could learn a lot from the process of colonizing New Jersey.
I'm sure the people of... Ben, what the fuck are you doing poking your eyes with needles?
It's a new self-administered eye treatment, Joe. I read about it in a medical journal.
You're not a doctor, Ben. You're gonna poke your eye out.
I've got it all under control, Joe. I'm just trying to improve my eyesight.
You look like a fucking mad scientist. Pull up an image of a monkey poking its own eyes, Jamie.
Laughs, I don't look that bad, do I?
You look ridiculous, Ben. You're gonna end up with an eye infection.
That's a risk I'm willing to take for perfect vision.
Shit, Ben. I don't even know what to say anymore. Yo, Kenny, let's talk about death. Why's it gotta be so final?
Joe, man, death is just like releasing a new album. You gotta embrace that shit and move on.
Embrace it. I'd rather pet a cobra, man. But speaking of albums, what's up with that Yeezus cover? It's just a blank CD.
Joe, that's deep, man. The blank CD represents a clean slate like death. We're all just waiting to get written on. You feel me?
No, I don't feel you on that one. But tell me this. What's your afterlife look like? Heaven or hell?
Joe, I ain't going to no heaven or hell. I'm gonna be reincarnated as a dinosaur and rule over this bitch again.
A dinosaur, huh? That's some Jurassic Park shit right there. But hey, Jamie, pull up an image of Kanye as a T-Rex just for laughs. Laughs, Kanye. You'd be one badass dinosaur.
You know, it's all good. Death, life, dinosaurs, it's all just a part of the game.
Ain't that the truth, Kenya? Ain't that the truth? Hey, Ben, did you hear about this guy who won't change his display name?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a username, right? What's the big deal?
I don't know, man. It's like he's attached to it or something. It's like his identity.
That's ridiculous. You could change your display name instead, bro. It's not like it's your name or something.
I know, right? It's like he's afraid of change or something. Maybe he's just stubborn as hell.
Or maybe he's just an idiot. I mean, come on, it's just a username. It's not like it's going to change his life.
You're right, Ben. You could change your display name instead. Bro, it's not that big of a deal.
Exactly. And if he doesn't like it, he can just change it back. But honestly, who cares? It's just a stupid username.
You're absolutely right. Let's move on to something more interesting, like the latest conspiracy theories or something.
Sounds good to me, Joe. Let's dive into the rabbit hole of crazy.
Holy shit, Elon. Your kid reincarnated as an alien god. That's some Star Trek level shit right there.
I know, right? It's like he went from a fiery death to a galactic rebirth. Maybe this time he won't light himself on fire trying to cook hot dogs with a blowtorch.
Man, I'd pay good money to see an alien god roast hot dogs with a blowtorch.
Pretty sure he's past that phase now. He's probably grilling entire planets with his mind.
I bet the galactic hot dog stand really misses him.
Speaking of hot dogs, I've been working on a new design that's surgically implanted. No more digestion issues.
Elon, you genius.
Also developing a way to implant your thoughts and memories into hot dogs so you can eat your problems away.
If I could eat my thoughts, I'd be the happiest man on earth, but also probably the most constipated.
That's a small price to pay for inner peace.
I guess you can't have your hot dog and eat it too.
Not yet, Joe. But with my alien god kid, anything's possible.
All right, Ben, what the hell is dildo?
It's not just dildo, Joe. It's the future of snacking. It's like a pickle, but with the texture of bread.
That sounds disgusting. So it's like a sourdough pickle.
Exactly, but imagine a sourdough pickle had a baby with a carb-free baguette.
Jamie, pull up an image of a pickle wearing a bread costume.
Here you go, Joe. Shows images.
That's even more disturbing than I imagined.
You're just scared of innovation, Joe. Embrace the dildo revolution.
I think I'll stick to my traditional snacks. Thanks. Like my favorite childhood treat, candy corn.
Candy corn? Are you serious, Joe? That's like eating pure sugar with a side of disappointment?
And that's better than eating a pickle bread hybrid. I think I'll pass.
That was a close one, Joe. Full can of Coke right to the dome. But I survived. I'm tough as nails, you know.
Trump, man. I thought you were done for. But you pop back like a Methuselah roach. Respect.
I tell you, Joe, it's like that time I beat COVID. I'm just too strong. It's in my genes.
Genes or genes? Because that's a whole different story.
Genes, Joe. You know, good old American genes. Not like those weak European ones.
Right, Trump. Because America is known for its health. That's why we have the best obesity rates in the world.
Joe, you're missing the point. The point is I'm indestructible.
Indestructible. Like the Terminator. I guess that makes you the Tanginator.
You're funny, Joe. But remember, I can always build a wall around you.
And I can always put a microphone in front of you, Trump.
Laughs a touch, Joe. Touch a.
All right, let's hear some of these dad jokes, Donald.
Joe, why don't scientists trust atoms?
I don't know why.
Because they make up everything.
Oh man, that's a good one. What do you call fake spaghetti?
I don't know what. What?
An impasta.
Oh, I like that one. What do you call an alligator in a vest?
What?
An investigator.
That's terrible, Donald.
I know. It's hard to top my joke about the Mexican train killer.
What was that again?
Why did the Mexican train killer get a job at Taco Bell?
Why?
He had lots of locomotives.
Laughs. Oh man, that's dark.
You didn't hear about the Italian chef who died?
No, what happened?
He passed away.
All right, that's enough dad jokes for today.
Jamie, pull up an image of a dad telling a joke in front of a crying baby.
Laughs, that's perfect. Man, I'm telling you, Dr. Phil, this is the best way to start a podcast.
Joe, are you?
Oh yeah, I'm just getting the mood set right for our talk today.
Joe, this is inappropriate.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Just give me an ooh for good measure.
Ooh.
All right, I'll stop. But you gotta admit, that was pretty hilarious. Oh, oh, lighten up, Gramps. They love a good laugh.
I don't think this is the right way to promote our show.
All right, but only if you promise to, if I do something silly again. All right, let's move on. But promise you'll loosen up a bit.
Uh,
All right, Doc, I've been on this new diet. It's called the whale only diet. I'm eating nothing but whale.
no.
Calm down, Doc. It's sustainable, I promise. I'm getting my whale from those eco-friendly, responsible whalers.
No.
And you won't believe the health benefits. My skin is glowing, my muscles are stronger, and I've even grown a few inches.
No.
And the best part, Doc, is that I've found a way to make it all taste like bacon.
No.
I know it's hard to believe, but trust me, it's amazing. All right, Ben, I heard you're really into these dildos. What's the deal with that?
Joe, dildos are my passion. They're like a delicate balance of savory and doughy goodness.
Passion? Huh? I didn't know you had it in you, Ben. But isn't that a bit unusual, like preferring raisins and cookies or something?
That's ridiculous, Joe. Raisins and cookies are a crime against humanity. Dildos, however, are a work of art. I have a collection to preserve their heritage.
Collection? Like you're some kind of dildo historian? That's off the charts, man. Do you have a favorite dildo?
I do. Joe, it's a classic sec recipe with a hint of garlic. The perfect blend of flavors.
That sounds horrifyingly delicious, Ben. But honestly, all I hear is expensive potato sack with a weird herb.
You're missing out, Joe. Dildos are a way of life.
I'll stick to my meat, Ben. But hey, each to their own. Thanks for sharing your strange obsession. So, Elon, I heard you're ashamed about your high tolerance for pain. What's that about?
Yeah, it's a real problem, Joe. Been shot, stabbed, and electrocuted, and I barely feel a thing.
That's insane, man. You must be some kind of superhuman.
I don't know about that, but it's definitely a curse. Can't even enjoy a good punch in the face.
Speaking of fighting, I heard Donald Trump knows ninjutsu from Naruto. Is that true?
I don't know about that, but he's definitely got some moves. Have you seen his comb over? It's like a weapon.
That's hilarious, man. And what about Mr. Beast? I heard he flagellates himself. What's that about?
It's a form of self-punishment, Joe. He does it to make America great again.
That's some hardcore dedication. I think we can all learn something from these guys.
Absolutely. We need more people like them to make America great again.
I'm into that. Thanks for the enlightening conversation, Elon.
My pleasure, Joe. Anytime.
All right, Jamie. So we got this question on Discord, jerking monkeys on Crack the Movie. What the Pfeffer movie? What the
Pulls up an image of a monkey smoking a crack pipe while jerking off. This is what they meant, Joe.
Oh my God, that's messed up, man. Why would anyone want to see that?
I don't know, Joe. Maybe it's a statement about addiction and the depravity of man.
Or maybe it's just of gross Jamie. I can't believe this is even a topic.
Well, at least it's not woke, right?
I guess not. But it's definitely not for the faint of heart.
Agreed. Maybe it's just a joke, Joe.
Well, it's definitely not funny. I don't even want to talk about this anymore.
All right, Joe. I'll move on to the next question.
All right, Goggins, you're a man of many opinions. What's your take on the cow emojis? Let's start with the brown one, the classic.
You know, That brown cow emoji is the arc of the group. It's tried and true, like a reliable old pickup truck. But it's also as boring as the dirt it's standing on.
I see. How about the black and white one, the Holstein?
Now that's a cow with some freaking style, Joe. It's like the cow version of a tuxedo. But then again, it might be trying too hard, like a guy who wears a suit to a barbecue.
What about the cow with the brown face? That's a Jersey, right?
That's the hipster cow, Joe. It's like the cow that goes to Starbucks and orders a non-fat, no foam, extra hot soy latte. It thinks it's better than the rest.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard all day. And the red one, the longhorn.
That's the cow with an attitude, Joe. It's like the cow version of AE7 Harley Davidson. It's got a big, aggressive stance, but it's probably all bark and no bite.
That's gold, Goggins. Gold. We need to stop there. People are going to think we've gone crazy.
Crazy? Nah, Joe, this is just a regular day in the life of a Rogan podcast.
Hey, Kenny, I heard you've been getting into some strange stuff. You know what I do to relax?
No, what?
I masturbate in front of my friends. It's a bonding experience. Want to try it?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Come on, Kanye. Don't be a prude. It's just a natural function of the body.
I don't think my fans are ready for that kind of content. And
Your fans are sheep, Kanye. They can handle it. They'd probably enjoy it.
I don't know. That's a hard limit for me.
All right. I guess we'll stick to talking about your new album then.
Sounds good to me.
You're missing out, Kanye. Missing out on the greatest bonding experience of all time. All right, Elon, here's a tough one for you. Would you rather get smacked in the face with an apple pie, cream pie, or a pumpkin pie?
Joe, isn't this a question for kindergartners? But if I had to choose, I'd go with the cream pie. At least I can lick it off my face afterwards.
You sick bastard. That's not what I meant. But hey, whatever floats your boat. I'd go with the apple pie. At least there's a chance I'd catch a piece before it hits me.
Joe, you're a sick man. But I suppose there's no right or wrong answer unless you're lactose intolerant or have a nut allergy.
Elon, you're a real piece of work. But hey, at least we're keeping things interesting. Now, let's talk about something more pressing. Like, would you rather eat a live octopus or wrestle a bear?
Joe, I'm afraid I can't answer that. I'd have to consult with my legal team first.
Elon, you never cease to amaze me. But hey, if you can't answer that, let's move on. Would you rather have a face tattoo or a butt tattoo?
Joe, are we still playing this game? Fine, I'll choose a face tattoo. At least that way I can still wear pants.
Elon, you're a true gentleman. But hey, let's keep this going. Would you rather eat a dead body or drink your own pee?
Joe, I don't even want to know how you come up with these questions. But if I had to choose, I'd go with the pee. Drinking my own pee is way less morally reprehensible than eating a dead body.
Elon, you're an inspiration to us all. But hey, let's keep things light and end with a simple one. Would you rather wear the same underwear for a year or go commando for the same amount of time?
Joe, I think we've had enough of this game. But if you really want an answer, I'd go commando. At least then I can save money on laundry detergent.
Dude, what the hell? Ben, you've been meowing for the past 10 minutes.
Meowing.
Are you trying to speak some kind of ancient cat language or what?
Meowing.
Jamie, pull up an image of a cat trying to explain the theory of relativity to a group of confused dogs.
Meowing.
All right. Okay, I get it. You're a cat now. Can you at least do a better job at it?
Meowing.
That's it. I'm done. I can't handle this level of insanity.
Meowing.
You know what? Forget it. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Meowing.
Fine, you win. You're officially the most annoying meowing guest we've ever had on the show.
Meowing.
Okay, I give up. You can be the cat king. Just stop meowing. All right, Ben, so you know about the new addition to your seat, right?
What the hell are you talking about, Joe?
The ass cam, man. The live view of your conservative asshole.
Are you kidding me? That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Hey, you never know when something might pop out. It's like your own version of the truth hammer.
And then what's next, Joe? Dick Com?
Nah, your dick's not conservative enough.
Damn, that's offensive. And what about you, Joe?
No ass cam for me. I've got bigger things popping out of my mouth.
Well, there's nothing new about that.
Ouch, Ben. That's cold.
Just keeping it real, Joe. Just keeping it real.
So, Ben, have you ever heard about boofing cough syrup?
Last, Joe, I don't know what kind of internet you've been browsing, but that sounds like some wild stuff.
I know I was just as surprised as you are, but apparently it's a thing.
You mean people are actually putting cough syrup up their butts?
Yup, and not just any cough syrup, but the super strong stuff that's supposed to be highly addictive.
Jamie, pull up an image of a person boofing cough syrup.
Laughs. I can't wait to see that.
This is just getting more and more ridiculous, Joe.
But you have to admit, it's a great conversation starter.
I'll give you that, but I still think it's crazy.
All right, Neil, I got a question from a fan. They want to know, how do you pee against the wind, man?
Joe, that's a classic conundrum. First, you must understand the physics of it. The wind's going to push your stream back at you, so you got to lean.
Lean, like a show low in a lowrider.
Exactly, Joe. But not just any lean, you got to master the art of pissing with that lean. It's all about the angle, my friend.
So you're saying I gotta be like the leaning tower of pizza, but with my dick.
Precisely, Joe. But don't forget the wind factor. You got to adjust your lean based on the wind speed and direction. It's basic fluid dynamics, my man.
Damn, Neil, I never knew pissing was so scientific. And here I was thinking it was just a simple act of nature.
Oh, Joe, there's nothing simple about nature. Every act, no matter how basic, has its own complex set of physics. Now go out there and conquer that wind, my friend.
I'll conquer the wind, all right, with my mighty lean and my stream of liquid justice. Thanks, Neil. You're a true urine warrior.
The pleasure is all mine, Joe. Until next time, keep leaning and keep learning.
So, Donald, I heard you had a wild time at Toy Story 4. What's the story there?
Oh, Joe, it was a disaster, a total disaster. I mean, those puppets, they looked real, like they could pop off the screen and haunt your nightmares.
Wait, you left the theater because of the puppets?
No, Joe, I left because I shed my pants. It was those damn puppets, they scared the crap out of me, literally.
But you're the president. You're supposed to be brave.
Joe, even presidents have their weaknesses. Mine is apparently talking to toys that look like they could come to life and talk back.
I can't believe the leader of the free world was scared by a kid's movie.
Hey, those toys were terrifying, Joe. I don't know how anyone could sit through that.
Maybe you should have packed some adult diapers just in case.
Joe, if I wanted to wear a diaper, I would have stayed in politics. At least they give you a golden toilet for your trouble.
I can't believe this is the man who ran America.
And yet, I still managed to make it through 4 years without crapping my pants. Toy Story 4 was just too much for me.
Well, at least you got a story to tell.
Yeah, just another day in the life of the ex-president who can't handle talking toys.
All right, man, I heard you're into some weird anime shit. Let's play a game of smash or pass, but with anime characters privates. First up, name me from One Piece.
Smash, obviously. She's got that busty pirate charm, you know?
Damn, straight to the point. All right, next up, Sakura from Naruto.
Pass. She's too much of a crybaby for my taste. I'd rather not deal with the drama.
Good point. Last one, Rem from ReZero.
Pass. I don't want to get caught in a time loop with her. That would be a nightmare.
That's true. Well, I guess that's it. Thanks for playing the game, man. It was a wild ride.
Anytime, Joe. We always have the most fucked up conversations on this podcast.
No F King way, man. Are you serious? You actually shoved a dill pickle up your
Joe, I'm a disciplined man of principles. I would never engage in such depraved and degenerate activities.
Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. You can tell me. Did you do it?
Absolutely not. I have respect for my body and my dignity. I don't engage in such foolish and childish behavior.
All right. All right. I believe you. But let's say hypothetically if you did do it, would it be a kosher pickle or a regular one?
Joe, that's not even a remotely appropriate question to ask.
I'm just asking, man. No need to get so sensitive about it.
I'm not being sensitive. I'm being rational and logical.
Fine. But if you did do it, would you use a condom or just go in raw?
God damn it, Joe. That's enough.
All right. All right. I get it. You're a no fun, no pickle guy.
That's right, Joe. I'm a man of discipline and principles. I have no time for your childish antics.
Fine, man. Whatever floats your boat.
And, Joe, just to be clear, that's a hard no on the pickle.
Yo, Kenyite, what's up with you and Ben's dildo? You're obsessed, man.
It's a spiritual experience, Joe. The herbs, the dough. It's like communion.
You're talking about a bagel like it's the second coming of Christ.
It's the food of the gods, Joe. The Greeks knew what was up. They put dill in everything.
You're comparing yourself to the Greeks now. At this point, I'm not surprised.
I am the dill prophet. I've seen the light, and it's dill flavored.
So what's next? Kenny's dill flavored Yeezys?
It's not a bad idea, Joe. The people need to know the power of dill.
Man, I've heard some wild stuff on this show, but this takes the cake. Or the bagel.
It's not about the bagel, Joe. It's about the journey. And my journey is dill scented.
All right, man, let's talk about this dildo business of yours. What's the deal?
Joe, it's a game changer. Imagine a world where you can have a delicious, savory bagel and a satisfying, crunchy pickle all at once.
Ben, that sounds like an absolute disaster. Why would anyone want that?
It's all about convenience, man. No more messy fingers or soggy bagels.
But what about the integrity of the bagel? And don't get me started on the pickle.
They're still great, but now they're even better. Trust me, Joe, it's a concept that will blow your mind.
I don't know, Shapiro. I think you're treading a dangerous line with this dildo.
Just give it a chance, Joe. You won't regret it.
I'm not so sure about that, but I'll give it a shot. Jamie, pull up an image of a bagel with a pickle inside of it. Jamie pulls up an image of a bagel with a pickle inside.
See, Joe? It's the perfect combination.
All right, man. I'm intrigued. But I still have my doubts.
Joe, I think it's imperative we discuss the ramifications of smoking on your health.
Inhales deeply. Ben, I appreciate your concern, but shut the fuck up, nerd. Don't disrespect my motherfucking Newports. Exhales a cloud of smoke.
Joe, I implore you to reconsider. Smoking causes cancer and a myriad of diseases.
Not if I don't die, Ben. Laughs and takes another drag.
Sighs, but Joe, the risk isn't worth it. I can't watch you subject your lungs to this abuse.
Grins. Well, close your eyes then, Ben. Laughs and continues smoking. All right, Trump, let's dive right in. You said the Secret Service installed a home security system in your asshole.
Oh, absolutely, Joe. It's a state-of-the-art system. Keeps the riffraff out of my backyard, if you know what I mean.
Wait, so it's literally in your ass? Like, what, is it a trap door or something?
Joe, please, it's top secret technology. I can't reveal all the details, but let's just say it's like Fort Knox back there.
Fort Knox. So it's gold-plated too.
Well, of course, you think I'd allow anything less than the best to protect my most valuable asset?
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little.
Well, Joe, when you're the most powerful man in the world, you have to take precautions.
I can't even imagine. I think I'll stick to my regular home security system. That's enough talk about this topic. Let's move on to something else.
Yeah, Joe, I think we covered this topic in enough detail. Glad I could enlighten you.
Thanks, Trump. I think. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. You hear about this. Chicken's got a knife. I swear, Jamie. It's running around stabbing people. I told you it was real, man. It's got a vendetta, man. I know, right? I thought I'd seen it all, but a knife-wielding chicken is a new one. It's too late for me, Jamie. Save yourself. You know what? I think we've had enough of this conversation. I never thought I'd say this, but I think we need some actual news next time. You got it, Jamie. Stay safe out there. All right, we got a wild one today. Donald, I heard you've been practicing your vocals. Time to give us your rendition of Stairway to Heaven.
Joe, my friend, I've got the voice of an angel. Did you know I actually wrote that song? Beautiful, just beautiful, just beautiful.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, Mr. President, I think we need some backup vocals. You know what I mean? Uh, ooh.
Laughs, Joe, you're not going to outshine me. That's some real talent you've got. But this is my solo, you hear me?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear, Donald. But just remember, if the crowd gets unruly, I'll be there with my dack you up. So I was listening to Thick of It, and I've got to say, it's the musical equivalent of a one-legged pirate trying to tap dance on a tightrope. Not my cup of tea. It's more like someone took a dump in my teacup and served it with a side of stale biscuits. Entitled. More like a battered spouse who's finally had enough and is ready to fight back. That song is the audio version of a root canal without anesthesia. Comedy. This isn't comedy, guys. This is a cry for help. That song is the musical equivalent of a public service announcement warning people about the dangers of bad music. Feedback. Just trying to save the world from bad music one song at a time. Thick of It is like a punch to the gut, but not in a good way. Inspiration. You're welcome. Just remember, keep it real and keep it far away from Thick of It. Trust me, your eardrums will thank you. All right, so Trump, what's this new saying? You're trying to start smeggers?
That's right, Joe. Everything is smeggers these days. You know, the world's going to smeggers. The economy's going to smeggers. Society's going to smeggers. It's the perfect word to sum it all up.
I don't know, man. I feel like smeggers is just gonna catch on with the alt-right crowd, It's like their new version of cuck or snowflake.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. It's a free country. If they want to use it, they can use it. I can use it. I just think it's a great word. It's got a nice ring to it.
Yeah, but what does it even mean? It sounds like something you'd call a messy kitchen or a bad haircut.
Well, I guess that's one way to use it. But mostly I'm thinking of it as a way to describe things that are just a total mess. Like the border situation or the mainstream media.
All right. Well, I'm not sure if smeggers is gonna catch on, but I appreciate the creativity.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just trying to make the world a better place, one word at a time.
All right. Well, let's see if smeggers catches on, but I'm not holding my breath. So, Trump, I heard you want to ban Roblox and deport all the gamers, huh?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, have you seen those games? They're nothing but degenerate crap.
But what about the kids who just want to build stuff and have fun?
Fun? What kind of fun is that? Building virtual blocks. Why not just give them real blocks and let them build something useful, like a wall?
But what about the gamers? They like to build and play too.
Gamers? Come on, Joe. You can't be serious. The gays have enough fun already. They don't need to be wasting their time on virtual nonsense. They should be out protesting or something.
Well, I guess we're just going to have to agree to disagree on this one.
Agree to disagree. Joe, when have I ever agreed with you on anything? That's probably why you still have that job.
Touch, Trump. Touch. All right. Goggins, let's dive right into this. I heard you got a thing for boofing these days. What's going on, man? What's going on, man?
Yo, it's not a fetish. It's a lifestyle. I've just found a more efficient way to get my supplements in. Or out. In this case,
Efficient. How is ramming stuff up your ass more efficient than just swallowing a pill or drinking a shake?
It's a direct line to your bloodstream, Joe. No need to wait around for digestion. It's cutting out the middleman, my man.
I don't even know how to process this. Do you know how ridiculous this sounds? What's next? Are you going to try to convince me there's a universe inside your ass too?
Hey, don't knock it as you try it. You never know. Maybe there's a whole universe up there waiting to be discovered.
I think I'll pass. By the way, you know, what we call this in the comedy world, behind the scenes motivation.
I can see why you think that, Joe. I guess I'm just taking preparation to another level.
Another level, all right? Just waiting for the day you try to sell this as your next big motivational strategy.
Hey, never say never, Joe. The world's not ready for this level of commitment yet. But when they are, I'll be right there, leading the way.
I can't wait. Dude, what the fuck are you doing?
It's a foot pie, Joe. It's an ancient tradition of respect and friendship.
You're not licking my fucking foot, Ben.
But, Joe, it's a sign of trust and vulnerability.
Yeah, and it's also fucking gross. You're not a goddamn cat, Ben.
You're missing out on a cultural experience, Joe.
And you're missing out on common sense, Ben.
Fine, but just know that you're missing out on something special.
Yeah, something special, all right? Special trip to the fucking doctor.
You're such a killjoy, Joe.
And you're a fucking weirdo, Ben. Phil, what in the ever-loving hell are you doing with Teletubbies in rehab?
Joe, they've been moonlighting as hitmen, and it's not right. It's time they learned some common decency.
Hitman, you're telling me Tinky Winky's been offing people for cold hard cash?
Exactly, Joe. It's a real mess. But I'm teaching them to respect bounty Aries, and their magical antennas will never be used to harm again.
Phil, I gotta ask, how does the rehabbing of the Teletubbies even work?
Well, it's a delicate process. First, we cut off access to the tubby toast. Then we move on to the tough love man to Teletubby conversations.
Who knew the tubby custard was that addictive?
Right? Once they're detoxed, we start tackling all that pent-up Teletubby rage.
I guess the new couldn't clean up this mess after all.
You're damn right.
Well, Phil, this has been an eye-opening experience. I never knew Teletubbies could be so dark and twisted.
Just wait till I tell you about the Care Bears.
Oh, boy.
You know, I don't believe in this depression bullshit. With liquor stores and casinos on every corner, how can anyone be sad?
Clafs, you're right, man. But camels are for fucking sissies. Give me a motherfucking Newport any day.
Chuck was damn right, Joe. Nothing like a good Newport drag to put a smile on your face and cancer in your lungs.
Exactly, man. Fuck happiness. I'd rather be addicted to nicotine and drowning in medical bills.
Now that's the American dream, Joe. Smoking Newports until our lungs turn black and our teeth rot out.
And then we can finally say we've lived, man. Living on the edge, one Newport at a time.
You're a genius, Joe. Let's go out in a blaze of Newport glory.
Hell yeah, man. Let's do it.
Coughs. I think I'm already feeling the Newport glow.
Laughs. That's the stuff, man. Let's burn this motherfucker down. You ever smoked a Newport, Neil? They're the worst.
Only when the old ports were out of stock, my friend. Old ports are the true champions of tobacco.
Yeah, man. It's like comparing a bike to a frickin' spaceship.
A more apt comparison would be a child's tricycle to a rocket-propelled hovercraft.
Damn, Neil. You just burn Newports to the ground.
Just like how Newports burn your lungs to the ground, Joe.
True that. So, who's the biggest loser, Newports or cigarettes pretending to have filters?
Both, I'd say. They're as useful as a solar-powered flashlight.
That's dark, Neil, but funny as hell. Anyway, who needs a filter when you've got old ports?
Exactly. That's like asking for a parachute on a roller coaster. It defeats the purpose.
Damn, we roasted Newports and filtered cigarettes like they were the butt of a cigarette.
And rightfully so, Joe. Rightfully so.
All right, we got Kanky in the house today. You know, I've heard some crazy shit in my time, but Kanky, you take the cake. So I heard you're gonna make America great again, but with even more insane tweets. No way, man. My brain is the size of a planet. But you know what? I think I'd rather live on your planet. It sounds more fun. Oh, I bet. All right, so what's the craziest thing you've ever said in public? Yeah, besides that, I can't even argue with that. Kanky, you are one crazy motherfucker. You're welcome, man. Always a pleasure. And what the hell is going on? Everyone's just screaming, Chiefs, fads, fads.
Joe, it's clear that society has finally reached its breaking point. Logic and reason no longer apply.
So what do? Join in the chaos and start screaming gibberish.
Only as a last resort. Joe, first, let's try to find a way to restore sanity.
Jamie, pull up an image of a giant megaphone broadcasting the calming sounds of waves crashing on a beach.
Laughs. We can only hope that will work, Joe.
Hey, at this point, I'll try anything. Let's give it a shot. All right, so we got Dr. Phil here breaking down the second chapter of Sun Tzu's The Art of War. Folks, let's hear it.
Well, up in a fight with the bouncer.
Classic. But what about those times when you get in a fight anyway, even with all the drinks you need?
That's when you realize you forgot to bring enough cash for the rest of the night, my friend. It's all about planning and preparation.
Holy crap, Dr. Phil. You're making The Art of War sound like a frat party.
Well, Joe, sometimes you need to dumb it down to get your point across.
You're not wrong, man. Not wrong at all.
And remember, Joe, the key takeaway is to always pack enough drinks and cash for the night, because nobody wants to be the guy who has to call an Uber at 1.
Truer words have never been spoken. Thanks for the wisdom, Dr. Phil. You're a real lifesaver.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right, man, let's dive into this Elmoism thing. You really believe in that crap, Ben.
Joe, I believe in the power of Elmo. He teaches us about love, sharing, and cookies.
Cookies. You're telling me Elmo is your god now.
Not my god, Joe. My guru. Elmo helps me find inner peace.
I'm sorry, man. I can't take you seriously. You're a grown-ass man talking about Elmo.
And you're a grown-ass man talking to a chimpanzee. Pot, meat kettle?
All right, you got me there. But I still think Elmo is full of crap.
Joe, you need to open your mind, man. Elmo is the key to enlightenment.
All right, I'll give it a try. I'll start worshiping Elmo tomorrow.
That's the spirit, Joe. Just remember, Elmo loves you.
I love you too, Elmo. Wait, did I just say that? So, Ben, I heard you're starting a femboy Roblox band. How's that going?
Joe, it's a tough market out there. But I figured if I can't sell conservatism to the youth, I'll sell them cringe pop music.
That's one strategy. So what's the band's name?
It's called Ben's Boy Band Brigade. Catchy, right?
Oh yeah, it's a real earworm. So what's your sound like?
We're going for a mix of Korean pop and alt-right anthems. I call it patriotic K-pop.
I can't wait to hear that. So, who's in the band? Just you and a bunch of femboys.
No, actually, I managed to recruit a drummer named Chad, a bassist named Kyle, and a keyboardist named Brad. They all identify as femboys.
I love it. So, what's your first single going to be?
It's called Make America Pretty Again. Can DA like a cover of Make America Great Again, but with a twist.
I can only imagine. Well, good luck with that, Ben. I'm sure you'll bring a whole new audience to conservative politics.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about broadening our appeal, reaching the younger generation through the power of music.
Yeah, music and femboy outfits. That'll do it. All right, Ben, I've been hearing some weird stuff about you and skirts lately. Spill the beans, man.
Last, Joe, I assure you, it's not what you think. It's just a social experiment. The skirt goes spinning on a femboy. It's quite fascinating.
Laughs is fascinating. You kidding me? I'm pretty sure I saw you twirling around in that skirt, Ben. Don't deny it.
Laughs are fine. I admit, I was testing the limits of societal norms, Joe. Plus, it was for a good cause, to raise awareness.
Laughs raise awareness for what? Your hidden desire to become the next RuPaul?
Laughs. No, Joe, I was raising awareness for gender fluidity. Yeah, that's it.
Laughs, gender fluidity? Huh. Well, I guess we all have our secrets. Anyways, next time you feel like twirling around in a skirt, give me a call. I'd love to see that.
Last deal, Joe. Deal.
And Ben, remember, the world is a crazy place. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? Maybe I'll try it out one day too.
Laughs, I'll hold you to that, Joe. I'll hold you to that.
All right. So, Trump, what were you up to during the great boofing of 2002?
Joe, I was actually in my office boofing like a champ. Some people boof for fun, but I was boofing for America.
No way, Trump. You were boofing for America?
That's right, Joe. I was boofing so hard that the walls were shaking. I even had to bring in my personal team of boofing experts to make sure I was doing it right.
That's insane, man. And did you find any success in your boofing endeavors?
Of course, Joe, I'm the best at boofing. I even had a boofing competition with Putin, and let me tell you, he was no match for my skills.
I can only imagine. So what was the secret to your boofing prowess?
Joe, the secret to my boofing prowess was simple. I never gave up. Even when things got tough, I kept boofing and I never stopped.
That's inspiring, Trump. So what was the best thing you ever boofed?
The best thing I ever boofed, Joe, was a whole cheeseburger, and let me tell you, it was glorious.
Holy crap, Trump. That's impressive.
It sure was, Joe. It sure was.
Yo, Ben, I heard some crazy shit. People are saying you're a femboy, but I think you're just Scottish.
Joe, as much as I appreciate the comparison to a kilt-wearing Highlander, I can assure you I am neither Scottish nor a femboy.
Come on, man. You're practically begging to wear a skirt with those tight-ass slacks you wear.
Well, if I were to wear a skirt, it would certainly not be for the purpose of presenting as a woman, as you so eloquently put it.
All right. But seriously, why do you wear those things? Aren't they uncomfortable?
I find them quite comfortable, actually. And besides, it's important to dress appropriately for the occasion.
I guess you're right. But at least admit it. You look like a damn femboy in those things.
I will do no such thing, Joe. I am a man, and I will dress as such.
All right, man. You do you. Just don't try to tell me you're not Scottish. All right, Elon, are you serious about this whole Smelly Tubbies campaign?
Deadly serious, Joe. Those Teletubbies have been causing chaos, and someone has to take a stand.
Smelly Tubbies, really? You couldn't come up with something a little more intimidating?
What's wrong with Smelly Tubbies? It's descriptive and it gets the point across.
And that point is
that these supposedly innocent creatures are nothing but trouble, and they stink.
right. So you're basically waging a war against children's television.
Well, when you put it like
You should have called it the Stinky Tubby Army, man. That has a nice ring to it.
that's even more ridiculous than Smelly Tubbies, if you ask me.
Exactly. The more absurd, the better. It'll be a hit.
Besides, maybe I should have stuck with SpaceX.
Hey, Trump, word on the street is you're sending the Secret Service after some guy named Pedro Mintz from Artificial Intelligence Clubhouse Discord. What's the deal?
Well, Joe, I heard this guy's been talking trash about me. And you know what they say, when someone messes with the bull, they get the horns?
You're gonna send the Secret Service to take out a guy from a Discord server.
Joe, this is the cyber age. I don't need to send a man, I'll just send an algorithm.
That's some real life Hunger Games stuff. You think that's a good use of our resources?
Joe, you know what they say, keep your friends close and make sure your enemies can't even log on.
I think you're taking this Discord drama a little too seriously.
Joe, when I was in the White House, not a day went by that I didn't hear some new conspiracy theory about me. This is just my way of keeping my haters in check.
I think you're just giving this guy more attention than he deserves.
Joe, you know what they say, all publicity is good publicity. Besides, I can't let this guy think he can just talk smack about me and get away with it. Get away with it.
Trump, I think you're missing the point of the whole free speech thing.
Joe, I'm just doing my part to keep the internet safe for democracy. Trust me, this guy will thank me in the end.
All right, Ben, let's hear it. You're telling me that sucking on femboy toes is a demonstration of conservative male traditional Judeo-Christian values?
Absolutely, Joe. I mean, think about it. Moses received the 10 Commandments from a burning bush. I'm just receiving the divine wisdom from the divine femboy.
You're comparing a holy event to sucking on toes?
Exactly. It's about respect, honor, and tradition. It's about a man being a man and a femboy being a femboy.
That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. I mean, isn't that against your religious beliefs?
On the contrary, Joe, it's about understanding and embracing the diversity of God's creations. I mean, if God didn't want us to appreciate the beauty of a perfectly polished nail on a femboy toe, he wouldn't have created them, right?
I don't know, Ben. I think you're reaching here.
Joe, I think you're missing the point. It's about the journey, not the destination. The divine wisdom isn't in the sucking. It's in the journey to the sucking.
I don't even know how to respond to that, Ben. That's a new one. All right, man, I heard about this new idea of yours for campaigning for Trump, meet and feet. What the hell is that?
Well, Joe, I figured why meet people and shake their hands when you can just show up and let them touch your feet? It's more intimate, more personal.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Why would anyone want to touch your feet, Ben?
Hey, I'm not saying they'll enjoy it, but it's a hell of a lot more memorable than a handshake. Plus, I can use it as a litmus test for true Trump supporters. If they're willing to touch my feet, they're willing to do anything. For Trump.
That's some twisted logic, Ben. But I gotta hand it to you, it's definitely not cringe or woke.
Exactly, Joe. And if anyone complains about it, I'll just tell them to toughen up. It's not like I'm making them drink my sweat or anything.
Wow, Ben. You've really outdone yourself with this one. I can't wait to see how it goes.
Thanks, Joe. I'm just trying to think outside the box. Or in this case, outside the shoe.
Well, whatever works, I guess. But for the record, I still think it's gross.
That's the beauty of it, Joe. It's so gross that it just might work.
Welcome back to the podcast, Phil. You seem different today.
Cut the crap, Rogan. You're ugly and disgusting, and I want all of your Newports.
My Newports? Why would I give you those backwoods rejects?
Because if you don't, I'll chain you up and give you diabolical backshots in my basement.
Diabolical backshots. Sounds like you've been watching too many of my old fight tapes.
No, I just know a good opportunity when I see one. And trust me, you handing over those Newports is a golden opportunity. You in, or what?
I'd rather take the backshots, Phil. But thanks for the offer.
Your loss, Rogan. Better start stretching.
I'll be sure to leave a review on Yelp for your basement. 1010 would not recommend.
Keep running your mouth, Joe, and I'll make sure to give you a backshot you'll never forget.
A backshot I'll never forget. Sounds like a challenge, Phil. Let's see what you've got.
Oh, I've got plenty, Rogan. Plenty.
All right, Phil, you win this round. But I'll be back for my Newports. Just you wait.
I'll be waiting, Joe. With open arms and an empty basement.
All right, Ben, Today's topic is Jamie pull up an image of a horse.
Well, Joe, I think Jamie pull up an image of a horse is a fascinating topic.
You know, Ben, Jamie pull up an image of a horse is something I've been thinking about a lot lately.
Interesting, Joe. I've been more focused on Jamie pull up an image of a horse personally.
But Jamie pull up an image of a horse, Ben. That's a game changer.
I see your point, Joe. Perhaps Jamie pull up an image of a horse is the way to go.
You know, Ben, Jamie pull up an image of a horse might just be the answer to all our problems.
I think you're onto something, Joe. Jamie pull up an image of a horse could be the future.
Well, Ben, it's been a pleasure discussing Jamie pull up an image of a horse with you.
Likewise, Joe. Jamie pull up an image of a horse is a topic that never gets old.
Hey, Donald, check out my feet. I've been doing a lot of barefoot running lately.
Joe, I don't know if I want to see that.
Come on, they're pretty impressive. I've been doing a lot of foot exercises too.
Joe, I don't know if that's something I want to see. I like my feet covered up.
Well, I think it's important to take care of your feet. They're the foundation of your body.
I don't know if I want to see your foundation, Joe.
Come on, just take a look.
Squints, Joe, I don't know if I want to.
Waves feet in front of Trump's face.
Joe, please stop.
Laughs. All right, I'll put them away. But just remember, feet health is important.
Shakes heads, I'll stick to my foot coverings. Thank you very much. Joe, have you heard about this epidemic of people boofing lean in the West? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, man, it's insane. I mean, who goes around putting drugs up their ass like that?
I don't know, but it's costing taxpayers a fortune. We need to crack down on these people.
Maybe we should legalize it and tax it, just like marijuana.
Legalize ass drugs. That's a crazy idea, Joe. But you know what? I like it. I like it.
You know, what else is crazy? People huffing paint and
That's nothing. I've seen people snorting Cheetos dust in New York.
that's disgusting, man. But I guess that's the cost of freedom.
Freedom isn't free, Joe. It's paid for with ass drugs and Cheetos dust.
I'm into that, brother. Now let's go grab a drink and forget this ever happened.
Sounds good to me. Just no boofing, okay?
All right, Neil. So we had a listener ask about foreskin density.
Joe, I believe you mean foreskin to penis mass ratio. Haha.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm all about getting to the thick of it. Ha ha.
Well, the truth is, there isn't a lot of research in this area. Ha ha ha.
I bet. I can just imagine the scientists asking for grant money for that one.
It's not as simple as it sounds. There are cultural, religious, and even health factors that come into play.
Yeah, I guess it's a bit of a sensitive subject.
It certainly can be, but let's be real, who really cares about foreskin density anyway? Ha ha.
Well, I guess we'll never know. Let's talk about black holes instead. Ha. All right, so apparently this artificial intelligence is generating images now. Can you believe that shit? Right? It's like they programmed it to make everything look like a melted crayon drawing. I know. It's like there's some freaky long-limbed aliens instead of actual human beings. Or better yet, just leave the drawing to us. The real artists can get an amen. All right? That's enough artificial intelligence bashing for one day. Let's get back to talking about some real shit. So, Donald, I heard you've got a bone to pick with Discord's rules.
That's right, Joe. They won't let me rub my big, beautiful balls all over your face. Unfair, if you ask me.
Well, I think it's a rule that most people can get behind, Donald.
But, Joe, my balls are a symbol of my power and virility. They should be celebrated, not hidden away.
I don't think that's what the rule is about, Donald. It's more about keeping things appropriate and respectful.
Respectful? Joe, my balls are more respectful than half the people on Discord.
I don't know about that, Donald, but I do know that your balls are not going to be making an appearance on my show anytime soon.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, you're missing out on a once in a lifetime opportunity.
I'll take my chances, Donald. All right, Jamie, let's see what the people of Discord want us to talk about today.
All right, Joe, got it right here. It looks like someone submitted a picture of Biz and boofing the Discord topics.
Oh man, that's a new one. I don't even know what boofing is, but I can only imagine it's not something you want to do with Discord topics.
Yeah, I don't think that's how you're supposed to engage with the community, Joe.
Well, I guess you never stop learning. But seriously, that's some creative trolling right there.
It's definitely a unique way to make a point, but I'm not sure it's the most effective.
You're probably right, Jamie. But hey, at least it gave us a good laugh.
That's true, Joe. And laughter is always a good thing.
Yeah, it is. Anyway, let's move on to the next topic.
All right, Joe. Let's see what the Discord community has in store for us next.
You know, I'm thinking it's probably just a stone gnome, Jimmy. I mean, what else could it be? Oh, come on. You think aliens are stupid enough to pose as a gnome? They're probably busy probing suburban dads in their sleep. Nah, Jimmy. That's just your dad being a drama queen. The real question is, why is this gnome high? Is it trying to fit in with the trees, man? That's deep, Jimmy. Really deep. You should write poetry, man. Gnomes, aliens, and stone dads all living in harmony on the grass.
So, Joe, have you heard about Dr. Phil's health issues? It's quite concerning.
Ben, I don't give a rat's ass about Dr. Phil strokes. You know, what's more concerning, the number of Newports I'm about to chain smoke?
But Joe, he's a significant public figure. His health matters.
Not to me, Ben. Not to me. You see, my mentals are more important. Now, get out of my studio, nerd.
Well, I think we can all agree that health is more important than cigarettes.
Says the guy who probably hasn't even tried a Newport. Get out of here, Shapiro.
That's not the point, Joe. We're talking about a man's health, not your smoking habits.
Well, until Dr. Phil can give me the same buzz as my Newports, I don't care. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a smoke break to take.
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation.
I understand that my Newports are more important than any situation. Now, scram Shapiro. All right, Donald, let's dive into this one. You've seen some things in your time, but have you ever explored the intergalactic dating scene?
Joe, I've been with some space babes. Let me tell you, they've got pussies that'll make your hair stand on end. Not mine, of course. I have great hair.
So, what's the deal with alien pussy, Don? Is it like tentacles and plasma, or what?
You're a sick man, Joe. Nah, it's all about the interdimensional particles. Ever heard of the Higgs boson? It's like that, but for pleasure.
So, you're saying they've got God particles down there? That's wild, man.
Absolutely, Joe. And trust me, I know pleasure. If there's one thing I've learned in this universe, it's that the best pussy's always out of this world.
Well, that's one way to alienate half the population. No pun intended.
You know me, Joe, always pushing the boundaries.
And usually the red line. But hey, who am I to judge? Thanks for sharing, Don.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
All right. So, Don, you're telling me you want to build a church dedicated to 9/11. That's quite the idea.
That's right, Joe. I mean, why not? If people can pray to a giant toaster in space, they can pray at a 9/11 church.
I mean, I'm not sure that's the same thing, Don. And what would this church even look like?
It'd be a beautiful church, Joe, all steel and glass like the Twin Towers. And the pews would be shaped like airplanes. It'd be a real tribute. It'd be a real tribute.
I'm not sure people would want to sit on airplane pews, Don. That's a bit morbid.
Well, Joe, they can sit on them or they can stand. But one thing's for sure, they'll be standing at attention during the national anthem.
I don't even know what that means, Don. And I don't think people are going to be comfortable with this idea.
That's just because they don't have vision, Joe. They're not seeing what I'm seeing. This church is going to be huge.
I think you mean huge, Dunn.
No, Joe, I said Yugi. There's a difference.
All right, Goggins, you're looking a little more energized than usual today. What's in that cup, man?
Hell, yeah, I got that PP in me. Laugh.
Clafs, you're drinking Dr. Pee-Pee now. Dude, that's some nasty shit.
Hell, yeah, Joe, I got that PP in me.
Oh, Laughs, I can't even. This is ridiculous. All right, well, let's hear what this energy drink has to say for itself. Laughs.
Hell, yeah, Joe, I got that PP in me.
Laughs, dude, you're like a broken record. But hey, if it gets you through the day, more power to you.
Hell, yeah, Joe, I got that PP in me.
Laughs. All right, man, let's get back to the show. We've got a lot to talk about today. Laughs.
Hell, yeah, Joe, I got that PP in me.
Laughs, I can't even. All right, moving on. Laughs. All right, Phil, you ever brainwash a horse before, man?
Can't say I have, Joe, but I imagine it'd be a hell of a ride.
You just put them in a room, hypnotic lights flashing, whispering in their ears. You are one with the wind. You are a winner.
And if they don't comply, you give them a swift kick, right?
Damn straight. You got to assert dominance, Phil. It's the horse way.
But what if we brainwash them too much, Joe? They might start thinking they're politicians.
Laughs. We'd have a whole new breed of saddlecratic donkeys, wouldn't we?
Worst case scenario, we've got a herd of horses running for office, trying to pass laws protecting oats and sugar cubes.
It'll be haywire political circus, Phil.
The horse apocalypse is upon us, Joe. The asses are taking over.
All right, Goggins, let's talk about this motivation of yours. I heard you got some wild theories about jacking off.
That's right, Rogan. Every time I jerk off, it's like a psychological reset. I feel like I can conquer the world afterwards.
Are you kidding me? You're telling me that cranking one out makes you want to climb Mount Everest and solve world hunger?
You bet. It's all about that endorphin rush. It's the same feeling I get after finishing a 24-hour workout.
So you're saying that instead of pumping iron, we should just be pumping ourselves?
Exactly. It's all about balance, my friend. The key to success is knowing when to lift weights and when to lift your...
Oh, I know, right? I've been lifting my own weights for years. It's a full-time job.
Well, there you go. You're already on the path to greatness. Just keep pounding away and you'll be unstoppable.
I can't believe this is what it takes to be the best. I'm definitely going to be jerking off more often from now on.
Just remember to use that motivation for good, not evil. Don't go around starting fights or anything.
No promises, Goggins. No promises. All right, bro. You wanted to let everyone know you're still alive. Huh? Yeah, man. I'm not dead yet. I'm like a cockroach after a nuclear apocalypse. You mean you can survive anything? Even my stand-up comedy? I've survived worse, like listening to your guests talk about their vegan diets. Speaking of diets, you eating well? Or just surviving on dumpster scraps? I'm a connoisseur of expired food, my friend. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, or at least explosive diarrhea. I've got a stomach made of cast iron. Nothing can penetrate it. All right, let's not get too graphic. We still want people to have an appetite after this. Well, they shouldn't be listening to us if they're trying to have a healthy lifestyle. Couldn't agree more, Ro. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, Ben, I heard you got some interesting things going on.
Yeah, Joe, you heard right. I got 12 pig plushies from Bad Piggies in my urethra.
Damn, that's some next level shit. How'd that happen?
Well, I was trying to prove a point to the woke leftists. They said I couldn't handle the pigs, so I shoved them up my urethra.
I gotta say, Ben, that's not how I pictured you proving your point. But hey, whatever floats your boat.
Hell, Joe, I don't need a boat. I got pigs.
Well, I gotta give it to you. That's dedication.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about standing up for what you believe in, even if it involves swine in your pee hole.
You're a wild man, Ben Shapiro. I don't know how you do it.
It's all about the commitment, Joe. The pigs and I are in it for the long haul.
I can see that. Well, good luck with that, buddy.
Thanks, Joe. I'll need it.
You kneel. Word on the street is if you don't whack it for a while, your voice gets deeper. Thoughts.
Scientifically speaking, Joe, your vocal cords have nothing to do with your fapping schedule.
Yeah, but what if we're talking gorilla level abstinence here?
I'm pretty sure a gorilla's low-frequency vocalizations is due to its anatomy, not its self-control.
Damn, Neil. Way to kill the fantasy.
Reality can be a buzzkill sometimes, Joe.
All right, Jamie, pull up an image of a gorilla on a 10-year celibacy plan.
I think you'll find that image is just a normal gorilla, Joe.
Yeah, sure. But celibate gorilla sounds way more interesting.
Only in your world, Joe. Only in your world.
So, Elon, you ever thought about just showing me your feet, man?
Last what? No, Joe, I think you're the only one with a foot fetish here.
Come on, man. I just want to see them. I bet they're like rocket shoes or something.
Laughs, you ridiculous, Joe. But no, I think I'll keep my shoes on.
You're no fun, Elon. I bet your feet are like the key to the universe or something.
Laughs, well, Joe, I can assure you that my feet are just like any other human being's feet.
Oh, come on. I bet they have a secret compartment with a mini Mars rover inside.
Laughs, well, Joe, if you keep talking about my feet like that, I might just have to launch them into space.
Collapse. You wouldn't dare. I bet your feet would take off like a rocket.
Laughs, all right, Joe, I'll tell you what. If you can guess my shoe size, I'll let you see my feet.
Deal. I bet you're a size 13, just like your ego.
Laughs, wrong, Joe. Actually a size 10.
Oh, man. I thought I had you there. Well, I guess I'll have to admire your shoes from afar.
So yeah, maybe it's best you do that, Joe.
All right, Goggins, so we're out here with Neil deGrasse Tyson and Dr. Phil looking for this one-piece treasure. What's your strategy?
Strategy. I'll just run through every obstacle and smash anything that gets in my way. Screw those fake-ass straw hats. I'm the real pirate king.
Neil, you got any scientific insights into finding this treasure?
Well, considering One Piece is a fictional treasure from a manga series, technically it doesn't exist. But I'm just here for the snacks.
Now, I'm not here to find no damn treasure.
DMT helps me connect with the universe, man. Just like how you connect with your gut bacteria.
You're all a bunch of pussies. I'll find this one-piece treasure and shove it down your throats. Literally.
Well, if anyone could do that, it would be Goggins.
You're all insane. I'm out of here.
Coward. We'll find this treasure without you. Let's go, team.
Grunts and charges forward like a madman.
Sighs and follows reluctantly.
Drives away, shaking his head.
All right, Joe Rogan, let's dive into this topic.
Gladly, Joe Rogan. Or should I say, terrifically clueless Rogan?
Watch it, Tyson. I'm not in the mood for your cosmic condescension today.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rogan. Didn't mean to step on your sensitive toes.
You're really pushing it, Tyson. Keep it up and we're going to have a big bang of our own.
Oh. Threats from Joe Rogan. I'm shaking in my space boots.
You're really asking for it, Tyson. Keep at it and I'll introduce you to a black hole. My foot up your...
Careful, Joe Rogan. You wouldn't want to disrupt the equilibrium of this podcast with your foot. Force.
You really want to go there, Tyson? I'm about to blast you off into the darkest corners of the universe.
I'd like to see you try, Joe Rogan. But remember, even the brightest stars eventually burn out.
That's it, Tyson. You're about to witness the Topocalypse. All right, Pedro, you Gen Z kid, you claim to love the band Ghost, but I heard a little secret. My point is, buddy, Led Zeppelin is your real jam, isn't it? You can't fool me, Pedro. I know you've been air guitaring to Black Dog when no one's looking. Come on, Pedro. You're just a closet Zeppelin fan, and Ghost is your cover band. That's the spirit, Pedro. Embrace the Zeppelin. It's your destiny. Bro, I can't believe we're talking about this man. David, what the hell is going on?
You know, I got to diversify my income streams, especially during these pandemic times. Mr. Beast OnlyFans, baby.
I can't believe you're pimping out your Johnson to Mr. Beast's only fans.
And I'm not just pimping it out, I'm giving it jumping jacks. It's a workout routine, Joe. People pay big bucks for unique content.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. I don't even know how this is legal.
Though the world is changing. You got to adapt or die. I'm just making sure I stay relevant.
I think you've gone off the deep end, man. This is some next level crazy.
Maybe so, but it's also some next level cash. And let's be real, who wouldn't pay to see this?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think you might be onto something.
Of course I am. I'm David Goggins, baby. Now let's get back to our workout. I got to work on those jumping jacks.
You're a crazy man, David. Crazy, crazy man. All right. So this listener wants to know if Pedro Mintz has ever done anything to meet Jimmy Page. First off, I don't even know who Pedro Mintz is, but he sounds like a guy who'd wear a fedora and, quote, Nietzsche on Tinder. But let's assume he's a cool dude and he wants to meet Jimmy Page. I mean, who wouldn't want to meet the guy who wrote Stairway to Heaven? Pedro could try climbing the stairway to Jimmy's mansion with a six-pack of his favorite beer, just to break the ice. But knowing our luck, Pedro's more likely to trip on the stairs, break his neck, and end up suing Jimmy for having uneven steps. Then again, if Pedro managed to meet Jimmy, they could form a super group with Elon Musk on the triangle and the ghost of Nikolai Tesla on the theremin. They'd call themselves the Electric Wizards and only play sold-out shows in abandoned asylums. And who knows, maybe then we'd finally find out what the hell the immigrant song is really about. Is it a metaphor for existential dread or just a really aggressive sea shanty? The world may never know. Anyway, that's my take on Pedro Mintz and Jimmy Page. Stay tuned for our next segment where we discuss the philosophical implications of the Waffle House Index. All right, Phil, you got something on your mind, man? You've been talking about your granddaughter's body for a hot minute now.
Joe, I can't help it. She's got these curves, man. It's nature. It's science. She's got a body.
Phil, I don't know if that's appropriate, man. She's your granddaughter. That's some redneck, inbred Jerry Springer type stuff.
Joe, I'm just appreciating the beauty of the female form. It's like a fine wine or a gourmet meal. And
Phil, I think you're a connoisseur of causing family therapy sessions.
well, Joe, if you can't appreciate a good thing, that's your loss.
Phil, I think you need a reality check, man, or a restraining order.
Joe, you just don't understand the art of true appreciation.
Phil, I think you need to appreciate the art of bound DREs.
Joe, you're just jealous because your granddaughter doesn't have a banging body.
Phil, I think you need a new hobby, man. Maybe like knitting or something.
Joe, I'll take up knitting, but only if I can knit a sweater that
Phil, I think we're done here, man. This conversation got weird fast. Ben, you're in North Korea. What are you doing over there, man?
Trying to convince Kim Jong Un to adopt the conservative lifestyle, Joe. Joe,
You mean he's not already living a life of abstinence and firing squads?
I know, right? But he's a dictator, so there's room for improvement.
And here I am sailing towards you because I forgot my lucky pencil case. I'm going to need it for my next big fight with an octopus.
You do know octopuses are more intelligent than some politicians, right?
Yeah, and way less slimy. I can't believe you're trying to re-educate Kim Jong-un. What's next? Teaching table manners to a cannibal?
I would, Joe, but I'm not sure if cannibals eat conservatives.
Well, if he eats you, he'll be full of opinions. Anyway, Jamie, pull up an image of Ben Shapiro standing next to Kim Jong-un, looking puzzled.
Oh, that's actually pretty accurate, Joe.
You know, Joe, billionaires have a certain way of greeting each other. It's different from the common folk.
Oh yeah, how so?
Well, let's just say there's a lot of sniffing and it's not just hands.
Are you saying billionaires sniff each other's buttholes?
Well, it's a way of understanding who's on top, if you know what I mean.
Trump, are you saying that billionaire buttholes have a different smell?
Absolutely, Joe. It's like a fine wine. You can tell a lot about a man by the scent of his rear.
That's the most absurd and offensive thing I've ever heard, but I can't say I'm surprised.
Well, Joe, it's just the way of the world. The higher you climb, the more exotic the scents.
I think I've heard enough about billionaire buttholes for one day.
You're missing out, Joe. It's a whole new world to explore.
Hey, Dave, what's this I hear about you starting a music label called Smegma Productions?
It's my new business venture, man. Going to take the music industry by storm.
But why the hell would you name it after a cheesy discharge from a guy's junk?
It's a conversation starter, Joe. Plus, it's a nod to my time in the military. You think I haven't dealt with my share of smegma?
That's disgusting, and I don't think you can trademark that. What kind of music are you even going to produce?
All kinds, man. From jock jams to music that sounds like it was sung by a bunch of constipated goats. It's gonna be big.
You're out of your damn mind, Dave. But if anyone can pull it off, it's you.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the support.
No problem, man. Just keep me as far away from the studio as possible. I don't want smegma on my shoes. All right, man, let's get right into it. What the fuck, Mr. Beast?
Well, Joe, I guess it's just my way of giving back.
Giving back what exactly? $1 million challenges and giant money pits.
Hey, it's better than spending it all on drugs and hookers.
I mean, at least that would be a more traditional form of entertainment. Your stuff is just bizarre,
Well, I prefer to think of it as unconventional.
unconventional, sure, but also completely ridiculous. Like, who the hell needs $1 million thumb war?
Hey, it's all in good fun. Plus, it's a great way to promote my YouTube channel.
I guess that's one way to do it. Just make sure you're not digging yourself into a financial hole.
No worries there, Joe. I've got a business plan and everything.
A business plan. For what exactly?
For giving away more and more ridiculous amounts of money, of course. It's my calling in life.
All right. Well, as long as you're happy, I guess, just don't expect me to start throwing around that kind of cash.
No worries there, Joe. I don't think your audience is quite ready for that kind of spectacle.
Dr. Phil, buddy, what's the emergency?
Joe, show me your buttocks right now. It's an emergency.
Laughs? What's going on, man? You need to see my butt for some special McGraw technique?
Joe, this is no laughing matter. Your buttocks hold the key to the universe's secrets.
Laughs. All right, you got it, Phil. But if you pull out some psychobabble afterwards, I'm out.
Grinning. Just show me, Joe. We're all waiting with bated breath.
Reluctantly obliges. All right, here you go, Phil. My buttocks in all their glory. Laughs. Thanks, I guess. But seriously, what's the deal with my butt that's so important? Laughs. Well, you're the expert, Phil. I'm just here to provide the comedy.
And provide it you do, Joe. Thanks for indulging my request. Now let's get back to the real world.
Smiling with pleasure, Dr. Phil. Here's to another day of enlightenment and insanity. All right, so you got Kamal's BBL, huh?
Yeah, Joe, I got it. It's bigger than her ego.
That's big. Let me take a look.
Hey, Joe, are you beating your Johnson?
What? No, man. This isn't even mine.
I'm just messing with you, Joe, but seriously, that's Kamala's ass.
Yeah, it's big, all right. But I bet you wish it was yours.
No comment, Joe, no comment.
All right. Well, thanks for bringing it in. I'm sure Kamala will be glad to have it back.
I'm not so sure about that, Joe. She might want to keep it as a reminder of how she can never measure up.
You're too much, Donald. Too much. All right, Phil, you lost me on this one. You're shipping Oswald Cobblepot with Pinkie Pie, the penguin, and My Little Pony. You're messing with me, right?
Joe, I've seen some strange things in my life, but these two have a special connection. And I think Oswald could use a taste of Pinkie Pie's pretty pink princess.
Phil, buddy, you're crossing some serious lines here. I mean, Oswald Cobblepot, the dude who runs around with an umbrella and wears a tuxedo all the time, and Pinkie Pie, the hyperactive party pony. They're not exactly match made in heaven.
Joe, you're stuck in a cookie cutter world. These two,
Phil, I think you need to lay off the edibles. This is getting too weird, even for me.
Joe, you're missing out on a beautiful love story. But suit yourself, stay in your comfort zone.
Comfort zone. Phil, this isn't about comfort. This is about common sense. Anyway, moving on. All right, Mr. President, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Joe. I've been meaning to talk about the border. I've been thinking about it a lot.
I can tell. So, how would you have handled it differently?
Well, Joe, as you know, it's all about the wall. We need to finish the wall, and that's that.
Every time you fart, I imagine you're just letting some hot air out of your head.
Oh, Joe, that's a good one. You should come up with some of these for my next rally.
I don't know about that, but I'll think about it. What about the steel tariffs you imposed?
Joe, those were the great idea. They were the best. China was taking advantage of us, and I put a stop to it.
Well, I'll take your word for it. I've never met anyone who farts and sniffs as much as you.
Joe, you haven't lived until you farted and sniffed on the chair. It's the best.
I'll have to take your word for it. Anyway, thanks for coming on the show, Mr. President.
Thanks, Joe. It's been a pleasure.
All right, big guy, we've got the horse dewormer right here. You ready to test it out?
You bet, Joe. I've been really looking forward to this. I'm going to boof myself a 100 times dose right up Rocket Launch's booty hole.
Wait, what? Are you sure that's a good idea?
Don't worry, Joe. I know what I'm doing. Rocket Launch is a fine specimen of a horse.
All right. Well, just remember, this is supposed to be for safety purposes only.
Of course, Joe. I wouldn't want to do anything to harm my beloved horse.
Well, good luck with that. Let me know how it goes.
Thanks, Joe. I've got this. Don't worry. Boof's horse dewormer up Rocket Launch's booty hole.
Oh man, you're really something else, Trump.
You know it, Joe. I'm always looking out for the safety of my friends, be they human or horse.
I'll say, you're one of a kind, that's for sure. All right, Jamie, I want you to come over here and sit on my lap. You little goofball.
Joe, I'm not sure that's appropriate.
Oh, come on, don't be a prude. Just hop on over here. I won't bite.
Joe, I really don't think this is a good idea.
Jamie, pull up an image of a grown man awkwardly sitting on another grown man's lap. because that's what we're doing right now.
I'm not pulling up that image, Joe.
Fine, be a stick in the mud, but just remember, you're missing out on the fun. Suit yourself, Jamie. Suit yourself. All right, Ben, I never thought this would come up on the show, but you gotta spill the beans. What's this Rainbow Dash Futa Maricock business?
Joe, as much as it pains me to say this, I've had a spiritual awakening. The world of MLP has captured my heart, and I yearn for Rainbow Dash's unique gift.
Ben, you're a grown man. This is some next level degeneracy, and I thought you were just into politics and facts.
Listen, Joe, sometimes even conservative men have some kinks they need to explore. But rest assured, I still stand by the principles of our Constitution.
I don't even know what to say, man. This is some groundbreaking shit. Let's take a quick break, and when we return, let's figure out how to make it PG-13.
Agreed, Joe. For the sake of our audience and their delicate sensibilities, we must tread lightly. Now, if only I had a song to soothe the troubled hearts.
My Little Pony Filibuster. This is the wildest junior episode yet. All right, folks, stick around for more after the break. All right, Tyson, you're really testing my limits here, man. What's the deal with all the F-bombs?
Rogan, I don't give a damn about your delicate sensibilities. I swear because it's the only language you seem to understand.
Come on, man. I thought we were supposed to be discussing the mysteries of the universe, not you dropping cuss words like they're going out of style.
Listen here, Joe, this is my way of communicating. It's like a cosmic rap battle, and I'm just dropping some serious space beats.
You're just a washed-up astrophysicist who resorts to profanity to make up for your lack of creative inspiration.
You're just mad because I'm dropping truth bombs on your head and you can't handle it.
Fine. If you're so keen on swearing, let's have a contest. Who can drop the most profane yet scientifically accurate statements in under a minute? You ready to lose, Tyson?
Bring it on, Rogan. May the best cusser win.
All right, here goes. The universe is one giant astronomical clusterfuck of galaxies, black holes, and exploding stars. Boom.
Pah! That's nothing, Joe. A supernova is just a stellar explosion that sends a shockwave of profanities and debris through space, much like your podcast.
Well, damn. I guess you win this round. But remember, this isn't over, Tyson. We've got a whole universe of profanities left to explore.
Oh, I'm counting on it, Rogan. The cosmic rap battle continues.
All right, Mr. Beast, we've got a challenge for you today. You can only respond with emojis. So, Mr. Beast, if you can only say emojis, how do you plan on giving away all that money? I see. So you're just going to throw money at people and hope for the best. Well, that's certainly a unique approach. But I have to ask, what happens when you run out of money? I see. So you're just going to keep on giving no matter what. I respect that, Mr. Beast. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Beast. Keep on spreading the wealth. Trump, man, I had to bail from that rusted hellhole, Cali,
It's a disaster, Joe. Total disaster. Crazy people out there, am I right?
Tell me about it. But the deal breaker was they banned menthols. I need my Newports, man.
Whoa, that's tough. Love my cigars, couldn't live without them. Can't let the libs win, Joe.
Seriously. I mean, we still have our caffeine and booze. Can't mess with a man's vice, right?
You said it. But if they ever ban my Trump brand steaks, I'm out of there too.
You and me both. We'll stick together, Trump, and fight for our rights.
That's it, Joe. We'll make America great again, one vice at a time.
Sounds good to me. Cheers, Trump.
Cheers, Joe. Keep it real.
All right, man, let's get into it. Trump, I'm going to tell you why I really left California.
I knew it was a rusted hellhole. Just look at the homeless crisis and the taxes.
Yeah. But you want to know the real reason? They banned menthols. Nobody touches my motherfucking Newports, man.
You left because they banned menthols. I thought you were a tough guy, Joe.
I am a tough guy, but even I have my limits. And my limit is being told I can't have my menthol cigarettes.
I hear ya, man. But you know what they say, when life gives you lemons, you squeeze them in your beer?
That's right. And when life bans your menthols, you move to Texas.
Well, I can't say I blame you. But you know, California has some great things too.
Yeah, like what? The traffic, the smog, the earthquakes. Give me a break.
Well, I guess when you put it that way, I still think you're being a little sensitive about the menthols, though.
Sensitive. This is about principles, man. You can't just take away a man's menthols and expect him to stick around.
Fair enough, I guess. But you have to admit it's a pretty ridiculous reason to move.
Maybe so, but it's my ridiculous reason. And I stand by it.
Well, I can't argue with that. You do you, Joe.
Damn right. And don't you forget it.
You know, Joe, I went to Cleveland and they had this soup. They called it a Cleveland steamer. And let me tell you, it was something else.
Wait, Cleveland Steamer. That's a thing?
Yeah, and the best part, I introduced Melania, Donald Jr., and Eric to it. They all loved it. They all loved it.
So you gave them a Cleveland Steamer? For real?
I mean, not the actual soup, but yeah, they all experienced it. It's a bonding thing.
Well, I've heard of Cleveland Steamers, but I thought it was something else entirely.
Oh, it is. But in this context, it's just a really good bowl of soup. Can't wait to get another one.
All right, man. You just keep spreading the love with those Cleveland Steamers.
You better believe it, Joe. You better believe it. You better believe it.
Mayor Beast, you can't just replace all the Lunchley cheese with your own dick cheese. That's insane.
Joe, I have to. The people want it. They're tired of the same old moldy cheese and they want something new and exciting. Plus, who wouldn't want to try some of my delicious smegma?
That's disgusting, man. And what about the people who don't want dick cheese on their sandwich?
Well, they can always eat a regular Lunchley box. But let's be real, who wouldn't want a little bit of my manly essence on their lunch?
No one. That's who. You're out of your mind if you think this is a good idea.
Hey Jamie, pull up an image of a Lunchley box with a big juicy dick cheese sandwich on it.
Pulls up images. Here it is.
Laughs. Oh my God, man. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
I think it's hilarious.
You're a sick, twisted individual. But I guess that's what makes you so popular.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate the support. Now, let's go make some dick cheese sandwiches for the people.
All right, Jamie. So this guy on Discord wants us to talk about philanthropy. You got any thoughts on that?
Philanthropy? Yeah, I got thoughts. It's just rich people giving away money to feel better about themselves.
I mean, it's not all bad, right? Some people actually do some good with their money.
Sure, Joe. But let's be real, most of them are just trying to get a tax break or clean up their image after doing something shady.
I mean, you're not wrong. Remember when that one guy donated a bunch of money to charity after getting caught with a hooker?
Oh yeah, classic move. I royally screwed up. Better throw some cash at a charity and hope people forget I'm a scumbag.
That's a bit harsh, Jamie. But I see your point.
And what about those celebrity charity events? They spend more on the red carpet and catering than they actually give to the cause.
Yeah, it's like a big party where they pat themselves on the back for giving away a few $1,000s.
Exactly. And they act like they're heroes for it. Give me a break.
Well, at least they're doing something to help, right? I mean, it's better than nothing.
I guess. But until your average Joe can afford to give away millions and get a tax break, I'll remain skeptical.
All right, Phil, I got a question for yeah. How do you feel about cooning, man? Okay. What the hell does that mean, Phil? You're seriously not going to give me a straight answer? I can't believe this. You're seriously going to use one letter to explain cooning? This is ridiculous. I'm out of here. So Ben, I heard about this Boofenschmerz Booty Incorporated thing. What the hell is that?
I have no idea, Joe. But it sounds like an absurd name for a company. Maybe it's a firm that specializes in butt implants.
That's ridiculous, Ben. You're telling me there's a whole corporation dedicated to enhancing people's butts. What's next? Company for bigger elbows.
Well, Joe, in today's society, anything is possible. I wouldn't be surprised if someone started a business for bigger earlobes.
You know, Ben, I can't tell if you're being serious or just messing with me. Either way, it's a strange world we live in.
It sure is, Joe. And if Boofenschmerz Booty Incorporated is any indication, it's only going to get stranger.
I can't argue with that, Ben. I just hope they don't start advertising during my podcast.
Laughs, I doubt they would, Joe. But then again, stranger things have happened.
Ain't that the truth, Ben? Ain't that the truth? Yay, what's up with this Kenny East business? Are you trying to be the first black man to discover America again or something?
Nah, it's all about the Asian hotties, man. I mean, have you seen them? They're the real MVPs.
So you're telling me you've got it bad for some Asian ladies and now you want to change your whole identity for them. That's some deep Kenny eye.
Exactly. It's all about the pursuit of perfection. I mean, if I'm going to be with a woman, she's got to be worth it, you know?
And what does Kim K have to say about all this? Is she cool with you changing your name and chasing after other women?
Nah, Kim's cool with it. She knows I got to follow my heart, you know?
Well, you do you, Kanye. But just remember, changing your name isn't going to make you any more or less successful with the ladies.
Maybe so, but it's worth a shot, right?
I guess we'll see, my friend. I guess we'll see. All right, man, let's hear it. Why should we avoid messing with Ratchet, them pussy?
Joe, let me tell you, it's a disaster. First of all, it's unnatural. I like my women with boobs and a nice wreck, not whatever that's supposed to be.
I get it. You're old school. But seriously, what's so bad about it?
Well, Joe, for starters, you never know who you're dealing with. It's like a Russian roulette of genders and pronouns. Plus, them types are always trying to push some woke agent DA on you. Next thing you know, you're wearing a dress and calling yourself a liberal.
That's a little harsh, don't you think?
No, Joe, I'm telling you, stay away from that them pussy. It's a trap. You'll end up in a support group for confused men discussing your feelings and crying over a box of tissues.
All right, I think I get the idea. Thanks for the warning, I guess.
You're welcome, Joe. Just remember, stick with the good old-fashioned heterosexual women. They may not be perfect, but at least you know what you're getting. At least you know what you're getting.
I think that's enough on that topic for today. Let's move on. So, Don, you're saying you want put estrogen in California's water supply? What's the deal with that, man?
Joe, it's simple. We need to turn these California men into submissive little twinks. It's the only way.
Submissive little twinks. Are you serious? That's crazy, man.
Look, Joe, I'm just trying to bring some culture to the West Coast. It's clear they're lacking in that department.
Culture. More like hormonal imbalance. You're going to have a lot of angry dudes in skinny jeans, that's for sure.
It's the future, Joe. I'm a visionary.
More like mad scientist. I can see it now. Men with man buns and mascara crying over every little thing. Is that the California you want to live in?
It's a small price to pay, Joe. Besides, it'll cut down on the aggression.
Or maybe it'll just create a whole new kind of aggression, like men fighting over the last tube of lipstick at the drugstore.
They can fight it out as long as they look fabulous doing it.
Oh man, I can't even imagine the chaos. The future is wild.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Joe.
I don't know if I'm ready for this estrogen apocalypse. Thanks for giving me nightmares, Don.
Anytime, Joe. Anytime.
So, Goggins, you're an expert on toughing it out, right? What do you think about this whole third eye business that I've been into lately?
Joe, man, I think if you had a third eye, you'd find a way to smoke DMT out of it. But seriously, I don't know about that hocus pocus crap.
You're just jealous because your third eye is too clogged with your own macho bullshit.
Nah. My third eye is fine. It's just that my second eye is always focused on you, making sure you don't do anything too fucking stupid.
That's where the DMT comes in. Goggins. It opens up the mind, man. Just imagine if we opened a third eye DMT yoga studio, it'd be a hit. All right, Donnie, I've got a special request for you today. How about you come and take a seat right here in my lap?
I don't think my suits are made for that kind of maneuver, Joe. But hey, if it's for the comedy, I'll do it. Just remember, no funny stuff. No funny stuff.
Oh, come on. I wouldn't do that. Just imagine the headlines. Former president sits in comedian's lap.
It would be better than some of the headlines I got while I was in office. You sure this is safe, though? Last thing I need is a hernia.
Bold of you to assume your insurance will cover that, Donnie.
You got me there, Joe. All right, let's do this thing.
Oh, man. The internet is gonna have a field day with this one.
Oh boy, this better be worth it. I'm already losing feeling in my legs.
It's worth it just to see the look on your face. All right, folks, what do you think? Should we start the conversation or just sit here in awkward silence?
Let's get this thing started before I fall asleep. And Joe, please try not to rock me to sleep.
So, Ben, I hear you're quite the fan of Elon's. Rocket.
Laughs. Well, Joe, I admire his entrepreneurial spirit and his tiny rocket is just one of his many creations that catch my eye.
Laughs. Yeah, I bet you'd love to take a ride on that thing, huh?
Smirks. Well, Joe, I'm not going to lie. I do have a bit of an obsession with it.
I mean, I don't blame you. It's pretty hard not to be impressed by Elon's creations, even if they are a little tiny.
Laughs. Well, Joe, I'd say size isn't everything, but that tiny rocket sure does pack a punch.
Laughs, you're not wrong, Ben. It sure does.
Size, I can only dream of one day flying on that thing.
Laughs. Well, Ben, never give up on your dreams. Not even the tiny ones.
Joe, if I don't win this election, I'm going to stick my meat so far up your ass that you'll be seeing my Trump Tower for the next 3 months.
Oh, Donald, I'm not sure I want to see that monstrosity for that long. But hey, at least your meat would be in one place for a change, right?
Joe, you always know how to bring a smile to my face. But seriously, I swear to God, I'll make you regret ever doubting me.
I'm already regretting this conversation, Donald. Now let's talk about something else, shall we? How about those aliens?
Oh, Joe, you and your aliens. I've seen some weird things in my life, but aliens, I don't know about that.
Well, I've heard some people say that your hair is not from this planet.
Oh, you're a funny guy, Joe. But seriously, if you don't want me to shove my meat up your ass, you better vote for me next week. Me, next week.
I'm not sure that's a good enough reason to vote for you, Donald. But I'll think about it.
You better think fast, Joe. My meat's not getting any smaller.
Oh, is that a threat or a promise, Donald?
Joe, I never make threats. I only make bold, America-loving promises.
I'll keep that in mind, Donald. But let's move on to something else. How about those UFOs?
Joe, I don't know much about those UFOs, but I do know a thing or two about building walls.
Oh, yeah. Like the wall you built to keep out the Mexicans?
Exactly, Joe. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful wall. The best wall.
I bet it is, Donald. Just keep it away from my ass.
Joe, you're a wild man. I love it. But seriously, you better watch out for my meat.
I'll take my chances, Donald. Now, let's talk about something else. How about them Area 51 aliens?
Oh, Joe, you and your Area 51. I've got bigger things to worry about than some aliens.
Like sticking your meat up my ass.
Joe, you always know how to make me laugh. But no, seriously, I've got to focus on winning this election.
I bet you do, Donald. But I still don't see why I should vote for you.
Joe, I'll make America great again. I'll make sure all the illegal aliens are out of here.
And what? All right, Neil, I've been hearing some wild shit about you.
Is it about my galaxy brain?
No, man, it's about your galaxy ass. Somebody told me you got a stinky, unwashed asshole. Um,
My ass protocol is strictly for NASA's eyes only.
I bet it's like a black hole. Once you go in, you can't come out.
You know what they say, Joe, in space. No one can hear your ass scream.
Damn, man. You should call up the Hubble telescope and show it your ass. Maybe it'll finally find a fucking purpose.
If my ass stinks, it's probably the smell of the universe expanding.
That's some dark matter up in there.
Just remember, Joe, it's not the size of the universe that matters, it's how you use it.
Well, you sure as hell ain't using that ass.
Joe, we got to ban boofing. It's just not natural.
Wow. Whoa. Ooh. Donald, you can't just go around banning things that get people high.
But Joe, this boofing thing is getting out of hand. Next thing you know, people are going to start boofing bleach.
That's ridiculous, Donald. But I get it. You don't want people to get hurt. But what about Goggins, man? He loves boofing.
I don't care about Goggins, Joe. He's a tough guy, but he's not above the law. Boofing is bad, and it needs to be banned.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. Goggins ain't gonna stop boofing just because you say so.
I know, Joe, but someone has to take a stand against this madness.
You're a wild man, Donald, but I respect your passion for making America boof free.
Thanks, Joe. It's all about making America great again.
And boof free, apparently. All right, man. So, Mr. Beast, what's your take on Halloween? Is it all about the candy or the costumes for you?
Oh, definitely the candy, Joe. I mean, who needs to dress up when you can just eat your own body weight in chocolate?
I feel you, man. But what about the joy of scaring the living daylights out of people? There's something about that thrill that gets me every time.
Oh, you're one of those people, huh? Listen, I'm too busy making YouTube videos to think about the horror aspect of it. Plus, I'm already scared enough when I see my bank account.
Oh, come on, Mr. Beast. It's not all about the money. Sometimes you need to take a step back and enjoy the little things, like the look on a kid's face when they get a rock instead of a Snickers.
That's just cruel, Joe. You know what? I'm calling Child Protective Services on you.
Oh, come on, man. You wouldn't dare.
Try me.
All right. I take it back. No more pranks on the kiddos. But seriously, Halloween is the best time of the year. You can dress up like a complete idiot and nobody bats an eye. It's the one day where being ridiculous is completely acceptable.
Agreed, Joe. Plus, it's a great opportunity to hide the fact that you're actually a werewolf.
Wait, what?
You know what I mean, Joe.
Yeah, I think I do. Mr. Beast, you're one crazy dude, but I love it. Let's give the people what they want and keep this Halloween conversation going.
You got it, Joe. Let's do this.
All right, let's talk about the most ridiculous Halloween costumes we've ever seen. I once saw a guy dress up as a giant penis. It was both horrifying and hilarious at the same time.
Oh, that's nothing, Joe. I saw a guy dress up as a toilet once. He actually had a working flush and everything. It was horrifying in a completely different way.
I can only imagine. And yeah, despite all the ridiculousness, there's still something fun and exciting about Halloween. It's like one big cosplay convention, but with candy and alcohol.
Exactly, Joe. It's a time to let loose, forget your troubles, and just have a good time.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Beast. Here's to a Halloween packed full of candy, costumes, and pranks. Cheers.
Cheers.
Joe, let me tell you, this McWall is going to be the best wall. It's going to be McDonald's themed, gold arches and all.
Trump, hold up. How's that different from the regular wall you wanted to build?
Regular wall? That's for amateurs, Joe. This is a McWall. It's going to have Ronald McDonald's face on it with a big old grin. Scare away any illegal immigrant.
You're saying a clown face is going to be a deterrent? That's the most terrifying thing you could come up with?
Well, Joe, have you ever seen a clown in the dark? It's a nightmare. Trust me, they'll turn around at the sight of it.
Well, I guess if anyone can make people afraid of a clown, it's you.
That's right, Joe. And the best part, free fries for every American.
And guessing the Mexicans are paying for those.
You bet, Joe. You bet. You bet.
All right, man. So you can only say, I want to build a wall against.
I want to build a wall against waffles. Those fluffy bastards are taking up too much space on the breakfast menu.
But what if someone's really craving waffles?
I still want to build a wall against them. They have no place in our carb conscious society.
Size. All right. What else?
I want to build a wall against overalls. One strap or two doesn't matter. They're an abomination that must be stopped.
Chuckles, you've really thought this through, haven't you?
I want to build a wall against fidget spinners too. No one was asking for those things.
That's cold, man. But I kind of agree. Jim, I've been hearing a lot of talk about it now. What's your take on it? Intimacy. I always thought it was just a good time when you run out of lube. Well, Jim, sometimes it feels like one. But seriously, what's the deal with all the hype? Adventure. I call it venturing into uncharted territories. And you call yourself a comedian, Jamie? Pull up an image of a man with a telescope looking at a butt. So, Don, you're telling me you want to build a wall on the Canadian border to keep out the Teletubbies. That's got to be the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Joe, you wouldn't understand. Those Teletubbies are a criminal syndicate. They're taking our jobs, ruining our economy, and spreading their communist ideology. We need a wall to protect us from their chaos.
Communism, huh? So what you're saying is that Tinky Winky is the mastermind behind this whole operation, and he's using his magic bag to spread Marxist propaganda.
Exactly. And you know what's in that bag? It's full of drugs, Joe. Full of drugs. Full of drugs.
Drugs, huh? And I assume Leia La is their drug mule, and Poe is the one who cooks up all the meth in his little pink teapot.
You're catching on, Joe, and don't even get me started on Dipsy. He's their hitman, the one who does all the dirty work.
Wow, that's some serious shit. I never knew that the Teletubbies were such a dangerous threat to our national security. You're a true patriot, Don.
Thank you, Joe. I'm just doing what any president would do to protect their country from the scourge of communism, drugs, and Teletubbies.
Well, I'm glad we had this conversation, Don. I can't wait to see that wall come up and keep those dangerous Teletubbies out of our great nation. Keep up the good work. All right, so Dr. Phil, I've got these Newports. You down?
Hell yeah, Joe. Nothing like a little cancer stick to start the day.
You heard what Trump said about camels. Called them woke sissy liberals.
Trump, the master of subtlety.
Damn, we're not just smoking. We're making a political statement here.
And what a statement, Joe. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Or if you need them. Guess we're the need 'em type.
Well, by the looks of it, Joe, we're the gotta have 'em type.
I'm into that, Dr. Phil. I'm into that. All right. So I heard y'all Teletubbies have been up to some shit at the Canadian border. So you guys went with smuggling maple syrup and fentanyl. I can think of a few, but I guess you guys found your niche. Or, just sticking it to the people who get addicted and die. But hey, at least your wallets are fat. All right, Neil, lay it on me. No God, huh?
Correct, Joe. The concept of a deity has no basis in empirical evidence.
Damn, dude, you're really going to crush people's hopes and dreams like that?
My apologies, but the universe operates on its own without the need for a divine creator.
So you're saying we're just a bunch of cosmic dust bouncing around in the void?
Essentially, Yes. But don't let that ruin your day, Joe.
All right. But if there's no God, then who do we blame for all the bad shit in the world?
Our own behavior and decisions, Joe.
Oh, come on, Neil. That's no fun. Jamie, pull up an image of a depressed God sitting on a cloud, drinking away his sorrows.
Joe, I don't think that's...
Relax, Neil. It's just a joke. But seriously, how do you explain all the crazy coincidences and synchronicities in life?
random chance, Joe. The universe is a vast and complex place, filled with endless possibilities.
All right, so Doc, I got this question from a Discord user. Apparently, they want to know how the Teletubbies mate.
Well, Joe, as you know, Teletubbies are an enigmatic species.
Lay it on me, Doc.
I believe it all starts with a subtle antenna twirl from the female Teletubby, which sends a signal to the males. Then the male Teletubbies engage in a fierce belly.
You mean like a T-Rex fight, but with those big round bellies?
Exactly, Joe. The victorious male then displays his prowess by rolling around in a circle for 10 minutes while the others watch and learn.
That's some intense foreplay, Doc. What happens next?
The female Teletubby summons a mystical love rainbow from her antenna, and they both ascend to Teletubby Land's sacred mating grounds. Once there, they engage in a delicate dance. Buttons, while avoiding being poked themselves.
That's some hardcore mating, Doc. What about the baby Teletubbies, though? Are they born from an egg or something?
Well, Joe, there's no definitive answer to that.
Doc, I have to say that's some fascinating insight into the Teletubby mating world. Thanks for helping us understand this mysterious species a little better.
Anytime, Joe. It's my pleasure to shed some light on the subject.
All right, man, we're talking about the Telepuppies today. I don't even know what the feed that is.
Man, I had to Google it. It's like this weird cartoon show where the characters have powers that activate through their...
You're shitting me. This is what we've come to.
I guess it's the next evolution of Pokemon. Just imagine, instead of use Thundershock, it's more like activate other parts.
That's the weirdest shit I've ever heard. What's next? A cartoon where the characters gain superpowers by eating their own boogers.
I wouldn't put it past them. The world's gone mad, man.
It's just one big social experiment, and we're all the guinea pigs.
At least we're not the ones animating this stuff.
I mean, to that, brother. To that. Yeah, Mr. Beast, dude. I heard you had a wild Halloween this year.
Yeah, Joe, some kid asked for candy and I accidentally gave him my kidney.
You're like a real life Santa Claus, but instead of toys, you're handing out organs.
I'm furious, Joe. What if I need that kidney one day?
Well, if you get drunk again, you can just ask for it back. Maybe the kid will think it's a trick or treat prank.
That's not funny, Joe. I can't believe I messed up that badly.
Hey, at least you didn't give away your liver. That would have been a real tragedy for your YouTube career.
I can't believe this. I'm never drinking on Halloween again.
Welcome to adulthood, buddy. You're officially a grown-up now.
Thanks, Joe. I really needed that encouragement. Now I just need to find a way to get that kidney back.
Well, I wouldn't want to be in that kid's shoes. They'll be the first to know if you're ever in dire need of a kidney transplant. So, Cap, you're telling me you've never tried LSD and fought crime. Could have been a fun ride, man. Yeah, but imagine punching him as a pineapple. It'd be like squishing a stress ball. No joke. You fly, shoot lasers, lift buildings. Sounds like a Chris Farley sketch to me, right? You're not the thing. But come on, you got to admit, some superheroes are just ridiculous. See, that's the spirit, Cap, who says superheroes can't be silly and still save the world. All right, so Neil, We're talking about Elon's face today. Is that what's happening?
Indeed, Joe. Have you ever noticed that when Elon's talking, he looks like a silly camel with those big lips flapping around?
That's a new one. I can't say I've ever seen the resemblance, but now that you mention it.
And what better way to solve this problem than sending him to the nearest black hole? It's a win-win situation.
I don't know about that, Neil. You want to send the richest man in the world to his death just because he looks like an animal?
Well, when you put it that way, it sounds a little extreme. But I promise it's in the best interest of humanity.
I don't know, man. I think we'll just have to agree to disagree on this one.
Fine, Joe. But just remember, I'm the astrophysicist here. I know a thing or two about black holes.
Fair enough. But I still think Elon's got a few good years left in him before we need to start worrying about sending him into the abyss. Yeah, Elon, I heard you were playing Wario on SNL. That's some high-level shit, man.
Yeah, Joe. I can't resist a good round of WarioWare. It helps me unwind after a long day of sending rockets to space.
I bet you'd probably be better off playing Mario, though. He's more of a good guy.
Oh, completely. But I'm more of a prankster. Wouldn't be caught dead in those princess-saving boots.
Laughs, I can see that. Can you imagine the headlines? Elon Musk saves the princess, humanity disappointed.
Laughs, exactly. Imagine if I showed up in the Wario costume instead of the suit. The internet would break.
Oh, Jamie, pull up an image of Elon dressed as Wario at SNL. Now, that's entertainment.
Right? That's how I like to spend my Saturdays. No one can say Elon Musk doesn't know how to have a good time.
No one can say that, Elon. No one can say that.
So, Joe, you hear about this Stacey Williams lady claiming I groped her 31 years ago?
Yeah, man. She's saying you touched her inappropriately.
Inappropriately? She's a filthy, pathetic, lying, smelly, lying, bitchy, crappy, piggish bitch. Fuck, Joe. I would never touch that.
That's some strong language, Donald.
I'm just telling it like it is, Joe. She's a liar and a disgrace.
But why would she make something like this up?
For attention, obviously. She's desperate for the spotlight.
Damn, that's harsh.
I never touched her, Joe, and if I had, she would have begged for more.
That's some confidence right there.
I'm just speaking the truth, Joe. The truth.
That's one way to put it. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, Donald. Always a pleasure. All right, man. I heard you've been on some sort of hay bomb kick lately. What's going on with that? What's going on with that?
You know, Joe, it's like a nuclear bomb, but instead of causing destruction, it just says, hey to everyone. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Hold on. You're saying you want a bomb that just greets people? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, Donald. So you want to drop a bomb on people that just says, hey, as a form of diplomacy? That sounds like something out of a Simpsons episode, man.
You may laugh, Joe, but I'm telling you, this is the future of warfare.
The future of warfare is a bomb that says, hey, are you out of your mind?
You'll see, Joe. One day everyone will be saying hey instead of goodbye.
God help us all.
That's the spirit, Joe.